facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win, as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities.
Haley's Advantis.
World Bank Group.
Who are you?
We're here to build
something new.
A world of jobs.
A force for good.
Working to
get development done.
Time to meet
the entire crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name.
Financing projects, multiplying gain.
There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together as private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one.
Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5,
6.
Wait.
This sounds good.
But we're not done.
5, 4,
3,
2,
1, done.
And nobody
in all the world, no wizard
that there ever was,
is able to
do
what
we
do.
Good. The whole world can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win, as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Could we please ask you to move to your seats so that we could begin today? Distinguished guests, we warmly welcome you to the 25th Economic Summit organized by the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce. We'd like to say a big thank you to our platinum sponsors, Nestle Lanka Limited, Standard Chartered Bank, and Unilever Sri Lanka. We also have our silver sponsors, Visa, bronze sponsors, South Asia Gateway Terminals Private Limited, knowledge partner, World Bank Group, strategic development partner, Asian Development Bank, strategic partners, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Commerce of Sri Lanka, the Ministry of Trade, Commerce, Food Security and Cooperative Development, the Board of Investment of Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka Export Development Board and the Sri Lanka Convention Bureau, our session sponsors, Sunshine Holdings PLC and the Colombo Stock Exchange, official logistics partner, Haley's Advantis Limited, telecommunications partner, Dialogue, television partner, Dialogue TV, travel partner, Jetwing Travels, official airline partner, Sri Lankan Airlines, and hospitality partner, Shangri-La Hotel. We also invite you to join the Ceylon Chamber's official WhatsApp group by scanning the QR codes at your table. Via this group, you will be notified of updates, also of any upcoming events, seminars, workshops, networking receptions, business delegations, and much more. We would like to begin, so may I please request you to rise for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Good morning and welcome once again. Despite what Sri Lanka has been experiencing in the last few days, let me begin with a reminder of what Sri Lanka can be and what Asia's rising momentum means for us. A nation ranked in South Asia as first for human capital, second in the region for ease of doing business, producing 3 times more graduates by the end of 2025, just a few days away or just less than a month away, standing at the doorstep of a 2.1 billion consumers in neighboring markets, anchored by 2 deepwater ports, powered by 15 export processing zones, protected by 28 bilateral investment agreements, and celebrated as the #1 travel destination by Lonely Planet. These are not just numbers, they are signals that Sri Lanka is ready to unlock its potential as Asia's emerging gateway to growth. Today we gather for the 25th Economic Summit hosted by the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, and we are at a defining moment. Sri Lanka is moving from stabilisation to acceleration, aiming for private sector-led development, strategic investments, export expansion, and inclusive growth that lifts every single Sri Lankan. So this summit is designed to illuminate the path forward, showcase reforms, new growth drivers, and highlight FDI and market opportunities. It also opens the door to deeper engagement with policymakers and business leaders. But before we look ahead, we must pause. It has been a harrowing week for our nation. Relentless floods have taken lives, shattered homes, disrupted businesses, and tested communities that are already stretched very thin. In the face of tragedy, Sri Lankans once again showed extraordinary courage, compassion, and resilience. May I request you to rise for a minute's silence in remembrance of those we lost and in solidarity for those rebuilding their lives. Thank you very much. You may be seated. To formally inaugurate this landmark summit, it is now my honor and privilege to invite the chairman of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Krishan Balendra, to deliver the opening address.
Our keynote speaker, Mr. Kenneth Shen, Chairman, Edotco Group, Malaysia, Mr. Bingumal Tevatantri, Deputy Vice Chairperson of the Ceylon Chamber, Mr. Vinod Hydramani, Deputy Vice Chairperson of the Ceylon Chamber and Summit Chairperson, members of the Board of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, distinguished invitees, conference resource persons, partners, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the flagship event of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, the Sri Lanka Economic and Investment Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's proceedings, it is important that we pause to acknowledge the grave impact of Cyclone Ditwa, which has brought immense devastation across several parts of our country over the past days. We mourn the tragic loss of lives, and we stand with the thousands of families who have been displaced from their homes and whose livelihoods have been disrupted. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their loved ones, and all those who are still recovering from the aftermath of this disaster. In the wake of this national crisis, the Chamber, together with the generous support of our members, have been working closely with government agencies to coordinate urgent relief efforts. The unwavering resilience of Sri Lankans is evident in moments such as these. It is a pivotal time for the nation to come together, pooling our collective strength to restore lives, livelihoods, and stability. The Sri Lanka Economic and Investment Summit was originally designed as a platform to advance economic growth and investment. In the light of the recent events and the need to rebuild, the board of the Chamber was of the view it was necessary in moving ahead with the summit, but with even greater meaning. The summit now serves as an essential forum to collectively reflect on the road to recovery, discuss strategies to strengthen national resilience, and reaffirm our shared commitment to rebuilding a stronger and more stable Sri Lanka. Our priority is to support the country's recovery and the restoration of communities and livelihoods. The private sector has a critical role to play in this effort, and we remain steadfast in mobilizing our networks and resources to contribute meaningfully to long-term resilience and sustainable development. We will donate all funds originally allocated for social activities in the summit to support relief efforts. We believe that continuing with the summit in this revised format is essential to fostering the collaboration, investment, and policy dialogue needed to drive an effective and inclusive recovery. The summit is one of the most anticipated events on Sri Lanka's corporate calendar, and it is a privilege for the Chamber to host this landmark gathering for the 25th consecutive year since its inception in the year 2000. This year, we are proud to expand its scope by explicitly integrating the investment dimension, recognizing that attracting sustainable and high-quality investment is central to Sri Lanka's long-term economic transformation. Accordingly, our theme this year, Gateway to Growth, Asia's Emerging Opportunity, reflects both Sri Lanka's potential and our collective aspiration to position the country more strongly within a rapidly evolving regional landscape. We are deeply encouraged by the strong participation of over 800 delegates. We are extremely encouraged by the participation of over 100 foreign delegates and investors. Thank you for traveling to Colombo to be with us. We know many of you are eager to gain deeper insights into Sri Lanka's economic trajectory, reform progress, sectoral opportunities, and partnership potential. We hope that the conversations over the next 2 days will be productive, insightful, and inspiring. Sri Lanka today stands on a clear and credible path of economic revival. After a period of immense challenge, we now see steady, broad-based growth, a resurgence in exports, tourism, remittances, and investment, fiscal consolidation and reforms that have restored stability, completion of domestic debt restructuring, inflation brought firmly under control, and renewed confidence returning to markets and consumers alike. International partners have also recognized this progress. Former IMF First Deputy Managing Director Geeta Gopinath recently described Sri Lanka's recovery as a standout experience and remarkable progress within a short period. The World Bank, in its latest public finance review, emphasized that the scale and speed of Sri Lanka's fiscal adjustment stand out by historical and international standards. These reforms are translating into real activity on the ground, with growth now approaching 5% of GDP, underpinned by stronger investor sentiment. For investors, the message is clear. Sri Lanka is once again open, stable, and ready for business. Our strategic location at the crossroads of the Indian Ocean, just a short distance from India, positions us uniquely as a gateway to South Asia and the broader region. Over the next 2 days, this summit will examine the macroeconomic outlook for Sri Lanka in the coming years, draw lessons from international experiences of countries that have emerged successfully from debt crises and implemented credible growth plans, spotlight high growth and high potential sectors such as tourism, logistics, ports, exports, capital markets, and technology, and bring together perspectives from global speakers representing Malaysia, Greece, the Netherlands, Australia, India, and many others, alongside leading voices from our multilateral, regional, and local institutions. We are grateful to all resource persons, especially our moderators, for taking time out of their busy schedules to share their expertise with us. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to our summit chair and committee for their guidance and the dedicated Chamber Summit team who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes, navigating numerous challenges to ensure the seamless execution of this event. As we embark on this 25th edition of the summit, I extend my best wishes for meaningful dialogue, insightful analysis, and productive networking. May the outcomes of our discussions help shape credible policies, drive interest from our foreign participants into realized investments, and unlock the transformational growth that Sri Lanka needs. I also hope the summit inspires both public and private sector leaders to act as reform champions, catalysts for progress, innovation, and long-term prosperity. Thank you, and I wish you all an enriching and successful summit. Thank you.
Thank you to the Chairman of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Krishan Balendra, for setting the tone for the 25th Economic Summit. Sri Lanka, no stranger to challenges, but it also grasps opportunities. And on that note of optimism, I would like to invite our keynote speaker this morning. He's a global investment leader whose career has shaped markets from Wall Street to the Gulf and across Asia. With over 30 years of international investment expertise, he has led major portfolios across public and private equity, debt, mezzanine financing, and corporate finance. He also serves on the board of Astro Malaysia Holdings, the country's largest content creator, and has held influential board roles with Axiata Group, Excel Axiata, Qatar Holdings, AEA Investors, Capital International Emerging Markets, and Morgan Stanley Asia Private Equity. He previously served as Executive Director of Investments at Khazanah National, one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, driving strategy in media, telecom, and key growth sectors. Before that, he was a board member and advisor to the CEO of Qatar Holding, the investment vehicle of the Qatar Investment Authority. His early career saw him rise through Lehman Brothers, Salomon Brothers, and ultimately co-head of Asia-Pacific Corporate Finance at Citigroup Global Markets. He holds an MBA from Harvard Business School and AB magna cum laude from Harvard College and has pursued studies at Keio University in Tokyo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker this morning, the chairman of Edotco Group and Astro Holdings in Malaysia, Kenneth Shen, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. A very good morning, Your Excellencies, the most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege for me to attend this forum and to share some thoughts with you all today. Thank you very much to Chairman Balendra, members of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, sponsors, partners, and especially the organizers. It's been a great effort to put this together, no doubt, particularly in the midst of the tragedy and the events of the past week. First, I'd like to express my most sincere and profound condolences to all those, to the people of Sri Lanka and their families, and to all those who have been affected by the tragedies of the past week. And we must not forget the first responders, the civic organizations, the government, and all the people who've been involved in the relief efforts post this tragedy. I spent some time before this conference today and had the privilege of traveling the country and to see the resilience, the empathy, and the community of the Sri Lankan people come together in the face of this tremendous tragedy. It's really my first true visit to Sri Lanka, although over the years and past, I've had the opportunity to come for some meetings, albeit very quick, perfunctory type meetings. And so I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to spend some time, true time, here in the country. And indeed, it's been a terrible, terrible crisis. But in crisis, there are also opportunities. And the resilience and the tremendous abilities and empathy and community of the Sri Lankan people will help this country make it through this crisis even stronger. And this country has been through an awful lot. We know, of course, the IMF reforms and the tremendous stress that has created here in the country, in communities, for the Sri Lankan people. But there is light at the end of the tunnel, and there has been tremendous, tremendous progress. I'm sorry, I think my slides didn't make it here in full. But there are a number of very significant global trends which are impacting the entire world. Most importantly, geopolitics, and I don't need to remind all of you, every day of the different challenges that nations around the world are facing with the ever-evolving geopolitical tensions. Second key challenge is climate change. And of course, with Cyclone Ditwa and the impact that it has had on this country, will continue to be a very significant challenge for nations around the world, whether it be fires, global warming, once in 100-year type climate events, drought, famine. This is happening, unfortunately, with increasing frequency, and nations and communities and governments around the world will need to adapt and adjust to this. Demographics are a key challenge for many countries around the world. The transition, we're witnessing a tremendous transition in energy consumption and energy sources, which of course is creating dislocations. Supply chain dynamics are shifting around the world, in part and in connection with some of the geopolitical tensions and challenges. And then of course, most importantly, AI and technology. Pace of change is tremendous. But there's very much a democratic type and equal opportunity type of opportunity for countries, governments, communities around the world, particularly in the AI technology area. It's not necessarily purely a game of capital. So importantly, for all of these challenges, there are opportunities in crises. And as we heard earlier from Chairman Belendra, as well as the very impressive statistics that the Madam Moderator mentioned, Sri Lanka is extremely well positioned with a number of inherent natural advantages, whether it's maritime position, outstanding tourist attractions, strong human capital. And I can tell you all, over the course of my career, I've been humbled. I've had the opportunity to meet outstanding, talented, expatriate Sri Lankan professionals around the world. Natural resources. These are but a few of the strengths, inherent natural strengths that this country has. And it's a reasonably small country of about 20 some odd million people. So there is an opportunity for Sri Lanka, as it has in the past, to pivot and to react quickly and accordingly to overcome crises, but also to take advantage of crises. So here we can just, if we look back over the past 5 years or so, pre-crisis, and we heard from Chairman Belendra, the outstanding progress that Sri Lanka and the authorities and the people have made in the past 5 years, with a collapse of the Sri Lankan rupee, inflation, which was well in excess of 50 to 70+%, now under control. Policy rates now within a more quote-unquote normal range. And as an indication, the crushing fuel prices have started to moderate. And all of this is a testament to the reforms, to the capability of the government And of course, congratulations to the people of Sri Lanka for the outcome of the elections last year and initiating a new period of change in this country. So under the IMF programs, we've seen tremendous progress that this country has been able to make. And the future looks bright indeed. I just wanted to highlight some of the key initiatives of the government. Of course, sustainability is key. And as I traveled the country, and in front of all of you today, I think you have glass bottles, which is just a small indication of how important sustainability is and sustainable tourism is in this country. Although I would like to have a word with the Shangri-La people and Mr. Kwok, I was disappointed to see that in all of our bathrooms there are these plastic shampoo, single-use shampoo and soap and body wash bottles. But that's for a separate conversation with Shangri-La. Anti-corruption, transparency, good government, critically important. And I know over the course of my own career, I've seen how damaging lack of transparency can be, not only for the local environment, but for foreign investors. Digitalization, of course, that's a front and foremost on the minds of many of you. It's an important agenda item for the government. And all this, of course, is towards stabilization and revenue growth. I know over the course of my own career, I have seen tremendous crises. You know, I moved with my family to Hong Kong in 1997, which was pivotal in a couple of respects. It was right after the handover of Hong Kong to China, a major milestone. But then, 2 weeks after I moved to Hong Kong, it was the start of the Asian financial crisis. And what a way for me to start my career in Asia. As you will all recall, countries like Indonesia, South Korea, Thailand, to name a few, including this country as well, were brought to their knees by the devastating effects of the Asian financial crisis. People in South Korea were literally taking the gold out of their teeth to help contribute to reducing the external debt, contributing to the government. But each of those countries emerged significantly stronger today, post the Asian financial crisis. So again, there are tremendous opportunities in crises, whether it was the global financial crisis in 2008, the Asian financial crisis, COVID, and this country's own IMF workout. And each country navigates these challenges, and with the benefit of outstanding human capital, strong frameworks within the government, resiliency of the people, Sri Lanka, no doubt, is emerging stronger than it was going into this latest crisis. I wanted to share a little bit from my own experience with a couple of different sovereign investment organizations. Some of them are very, very different. I was fortunate to move to Doha with my family in early 2005. And so many of my friends, my family, they said, Ken, what are you doing? Why are you moving there? You know, I had a good career, a fortunate career at Solomon Brothers, at Lehman Brothers, at Citigroup. But I saw a tremendous opportunity to work with the government of Qatar and create their investment organization. The focus there was very different from what I found in Malaysia, and it was very much of the profit maximizing type of investment organization. During my time there, the global financial crisis of '08 hit. And again, there were tremendous opportunities to learn, opportunities to create longer-term, sustainable, and inclusive growth for the businesses and the countries we invested in. After my time there, I was offered the opportunity to move to Malaysia. And what I saw there in Malaysia was an organization that was quite different from many of the other sovereign investment organizations. And why is that? It was because that the principal purpose and raison d'etre for Khazanah Nasional was not purely profit maximizing, but first and foremost, anything we did, we thought about why is this relevant to Malaysia and to the almost 30 million Malaysian people. And yes, we had to make sure that it made commercial sense, but it was not just about earning a profit. And so for a sovereign investment organization, there are a number, I believe, there are a number of objectives and key scope which make them unique and create unique opportunities and a unique focus for these types of organizations. Most importantly is when a country has limited resources, it's important to have a nexus, a central organization to help rationalize those resources and direct them. Whether it's international capital, domestic private capital, and identify, focus on some of the key areas. Of course, this is predicated on having wise, long-sighted, foresighted professionals, again, which this country has in abundance through its strong human capital. The other important role for a sovereign wealth organization is to unlock value in government assets. And this country has a myriad of government assets. Some of them are outstanding, some of them are diamonds in the rough, but there's a tremendous opportunity to transform some of these organizations to the long-term benefit of the country and the people, and to provide for sustainable and inclusive growth. And to work closely with the private sector, whether it's domestic or international. I know, for example, in my own experience, Khazanah today in Malaysia is viewed as an investor and a partner of choice. And so for many of people that I come in contact with who are considering to make an investment into Malaysia, the first group I refer to them to is Khazanah as an outstanding, transparent, well-governed organization. And then importantly, there's an opportunity in creating that value to reduce perhaps some of the fiscal pressures on the government. I know in the case of Khazanah, we used to dividend back to the Ministry of Finance, which was our principal shareholder, about $1 billion a year to the government, which was a sizable and helpful amount. Governments is critical, of course. And through Khazanah, we worked very closely with government-linked companies to create world-class governance in a country where perhaps governance had not been as important a focus. And also to work on some of the more challenging type situations. You know, for example, in the case of Malaysia Airlines, there's no better owner than Khazanah in that type of situation, faced with the types of challenges, you know, financial challenges, governance, publicity-related challenges. So ultimately what happened was it was a public company with Khazanah as the major shareholder, but we took the decision to take it private. And some of the other key organizations that you've heard much about, of course, are Temasek in Singapore. And perhaps, you know, they had a key focus on Singapore, but over time, given their size, they've become a much broader institutional investor. In Indonesia, Danantara is a much newer organization, and so the jury is still out on where they take that. And then across the spectrum of sovereign wealth organizations, you have a number of the Gulf organizations. You have Norway, which is very much focused on diversifying the wealth of the country. And today, in Norway, the revenues, the returns that are generated by the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund exceed the returns of their hydrocarbon income. Similarly, Abu Dhabi, you have a number of the Gulf organizations. You have Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, Saudi, and the Qataris. Similarly, trying to diversify away from hydrocarbon dependence. And then here in Asia, you have the China Investment Corporation, which is an enormous government investment vehicle, which in part is helping to manage the foreign exchange and the reserves of the Chinese government. But again, I think Khazanah has been quite unique in its almost laser-focused mandate to be relevant to Malaysia and to the Malaysian people. And I was fortunate in my time there to be focused on a number of the key sectors which I think best exemplify this focus on relevance to Malaysia and to the Malaysian people. So in the area of leisure and tourism, we brought Legoland to Malaysia, which was the first Legoland park in Asia. And it's in Johor, which is right over the border from Singapore. So we were able to attract a lot of tourism into Malaysia. I only wish that we had put it further inside Malaysia, so rather than people taking a day trip across Singapore, coming for the day, that we could have captured a much bigger wallet. You know, people flying Malaysia Airlines into Malaysia and staying for a few nights in the country. So Legoland Malaysia. We also took a property called the Datai, which is a wonderful property in the rainforests of Langkawi. It was owned by private entrepreneurs who had developed this property. They were looking to exit, and we decided, well, this is a wonderful property to help to continue to develop Malaysia and the reputation of Malaysia. So we took that property, we invested significantly, and it was probably about 3-4 years ago, Time Magazine, in one of their editions, highlighted that property as one of the top eco resorts in the world. And if you haven't visited, I would welcome you to take a visit. It is a truly special place to visit. In the area of creative and media, you know, we realized that the Malaysian people were quite creative. And so we created a partnership with the Pinewood Studios in the UK. And it was predicated on a view that there was a need to create much higher income inbound investment and tourism and spending in the country. And we coupled that with the creative talents of the Malaysian people. And there's a huge multiplier effect if somebody comes into your country and is doing a film production. And so with that, we spent about $200 million US, and we created a world-class production studio, again in Johor, over the border from Singapore. And there were a number of international production companies that came in and based their productions in Malaysia. So just very, very briefly, Khazanah was created about just over 30 years ago. And it started as an organization which was seeded with government assets. There was no hard funding per se. And it was businesses like, over the years, it's been businesses such as the Postal Service, the electric utility, some of the highways, the airline, the fixed line telecom company. And over the years, we created value from those assets, improved the governance, put a little bit more of a profit orientation without creating the unfortunate gaps that you often see when there's growth. So we created growth with compassion, and growth with equality, and growth with justice. And so we grew the asset base over the years, and then we ultimately started building the capital base. And never losing the focus that it, first and foremost, it's about Malaysia and the Malaysian people and relevance to Malaysia. So, I mentioned earlier that it's not purely a profit-maximizing organization, but today it also is active in targeting and catalyzing other sectors, venture-type work. There's a network of overseas offices, and over the years it's been in Beijing, London, Istanbul, San Francisco. But those offices are there to find and identify interesting opportunities that, again, are relevant to Malaysia. So, the returns have been attractive, and I put some of the different businesses and areas that Khazanah have been focused on. I think there are a lot of interesting and important lessons that countries that are looking to get to the next level and trying to navigate some of the different challenges that we talked about. An organization like Khazanah could make an awful lot of sense. We've seen this in Malaysia in particular. But nevertheless, the challenges still remain for Malaysia and elsewhere. Thank you very much, and I look forward to spending time with you and learning much more about this wonderful country over the course of the next 2 days.
Mr. Kenneth Shen, our keynote speaker, thank you very much for the parallels, for the optimism, for the positivity which we all need right now. Ladies and gentlemen, that closes the inaugural ceremony for the Economic Summit. But before closing, there will be 3 polls per session which will be uploaded to slido.com for the in-person participants to vote on. You can also raise your questions and participate in the session polls by simply going to the slido.com on your mobile app and scanning the QR code which will be shared. And on the Zoom platform for the online participants, make sure you join in the polling by downloading slido.com. The results will be shared with all participants after the conclusion of the summit. Since we are just spot on time, we won't be having a tea break as such because your snacks are already on your tables. Coffee and tea will be served right throughout the 2 days in the foyer, so do make your way whenever you feel like it and have a cup or two. And I'd like to invite on stage now, we will be starting session 1, our moderator, Anushka Vijay Singha, who will then introduce the rest of the moderators. We will get the chairs up on stage in just a little while. Enjoy the rest of the sessions, and I hope it will be productive. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you not to move out of the hall because we are starting session 1 right now. Please do not move out. You will miss out on the first part of the session if you do. So please remain. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please move to your seats. Our panel is already in situ, as is our moderator. So please do get to your seats. We will start right now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start right away with this opening panel. If I could kindly ask you to take your seats so we can get going. We have an eminent panel who will help us dissect and understand some of the current issues and trajectories. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anushka Vijay Singha, and I'm co-founder director of Center for a Smart Future, a public policy think tank. It gives me great pleasure to moderate this panel discussion with very senior economic leaders from government, as well as from our development partners and international partners from international banks. I know for all of us, it is not an easy time to think about the economy, growth, beyond stability, etc., at this difficult time in our country, when thousands of people are left homeless, many more hungry and helpless. Many of you are trying to help your businesses and your workers cope during this time. And no doubt, many of us, in our own individual ways, have done important things over the last few days to help those in need. While we continue to focus on supporting our communities, we also need to look at what comes next. And that is what we will aim to do in this panel discussion. And I think it is timely that we have these individuals to give us a sense of what that immediate future looks like, but also how we think beyond the immediate. What aspects of the quote-unquote macro dashboard, as the title of the session suggests, have changed? What aspects of stability have or have not changed? How do we simultaneously focus on recovery and rebuilding, but also on the medium-term growth agenda that helps shape a more resilient, strong, sustainable economy, one that creates jobs and prosperity for all? To kick off this session, we have an anchor presentation by the head of the World Bank in Sri Lanka, World Bank and IFC in Sri Lanka, Gavog. So may I please invite you to make your opening remarks, and then we go straight into the panel. Thank you.
Chair, members of the board of the Chamber of Commerce, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, government members, Governor, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to be here today and address this esteemed gathering of Sri Lanka Economic and Investment Summit. For World Bank Group, this is a celebration of long-lasting partnership with the Chamber, but also this event in particular. But before I begin, my heart goes out to all Sri Lankans affected by the recent devastating disaster. My deep condolences to families who have lost their loved ones. The nation has shown remarkable repeated resilience in the face of crisis, emerging stronger each time. I'm sure it will be no different this time. Let me assure you that the World Bank Group stands ready to offer its full support and assistance in this time of great need, and we have already started doing it. We meet at a defining moment, offering a unique opportunity to chart Sri Lanka's next phase of growth. The chairman spoke about that, the keynote speaker spoke about that. This natural disaster further signifies importance of fast economic growth. Sri Lanka has moved decisively from crisis to stabilization, and my previous speakers already alluded to that. The stabilization earned through difficult reforms now needs to be converted into sustained, job-rich growth. Let me share a few remarks about Sri Lanka's current context on what needs to come next. Since the crisis, much has gone right on the path of recovery. Stability has been broadly achieved, and many of people on this panel and the room have made significant contribution to that. When we look around today, economic conditions are world away from where they were just 2-3 years ago. The economy has rebounded by 5% last year and expected to grow by about 4.6% this year. Inflation is low. Usable reserves have recovered to around 3 months of import. I think it's the record number for the last few years. And the budget has been recording surpluses since 2023. These are tremendous achievements, and underpinning them have been 3 major factors. First, a major fiscal adjustment. The chairman spoke about that, the largest in Sri Lankan history, equal to nearly 8% of GDP over 3 years, driven by significant revenue improvements. This is also one of the sharpest fiscal adjustments worldwide since 1980. Second, completion of debt restructuring. With all domestic debt restructured in 2023 and almost all external debt restructured as of today. Third, enactment of critical policy and legal changes to safeguard stability. Notable laws include the new Public Finance Management Act, the new Public Debt Management Act, the Central Bank Act, cost-reflective energy pricing. So-called first-generation reforms that are critical for stability. So while stability has been achieved, it's, however, delicate. Public debt remains at about 100% of GDP, and interest payments on that debt consume almost half of all public revenues. At the current rate of economic growth, reaching lower debt targets requires strong commitment to fiscal austerity in the medium term. We have seen that austerity has had a high cost for households in particular. Faster economic growth will provide a wider path for economic stability and help reduce the need for excessive fiscal austerity. And it's probably more relevant than ever after the crisis, after the natural disaster. Faster growth is also critical to create jobs and to reduce poverty. This is the need of the hour. Nearly 1 million young people will be entering workforce in the next decade. And the poverty doubled between 2021 and 2024. As a base case, we are projecting that Sri Lanka will grow at 3 to 3.5% over the next few years. This still doesn't account the impact of the disaster. But we think that 7% growth that the president announced during the budget speech is absolutely achievable. So how can Sri Lanka get to this higher growth trajectory? With a fiscal space constraint, the country can no longer depend on policy stimulus and debt-fueled investments to grow. Unfortunately, some of the examples from Asia may not be immediately applicable in that sense. Instead, faster growth must come from private investment and sustained productivity gains. Our estimates suggest that the contribution of productivity growth to overall GDP growth was actually negative for the last couple of decades. Reversing this and achieving significant productivity gains requires second-generation reforms across 4 interconnected policy areas. So let me just take a few minutes to outline them. Policy area number one, improving product market dynamism through business enabling policies. Sri Lanka has become increasingly inward oriented on trade and investment since early 2000s. Export fell from 40% of GDP in 2000 to 39%, from 40% in 2000 to 20% in 2024. And weak domestic and international competition has further reduced already negative productivity growth. To reopen the economy, Sri Lanka should reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers, implement the national tariff policy and phase out para-tariffs, making it easier for firms to export and for industries such as apparel, relying on import of fabrics, yarn, dyes, and accessories to compete globally. Modernizing customs and cutting time and cost for cross-border trade. Accelerating compliance with the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, and especially establishing a national single window to reduce non-tariff barriers and improve transparency for investors. Competitiveness might also improve through strengthening domestic competition to boost productivity, innovation, and service quality. And when I speak about productivity, it's not a generic concept. You look at coconut, and Sri Lanka yield from an acre of plantation of coconut is about 2-3 times lower than its peer Southeast Asian countries. And this is not only just the main staple food for households in Sri Lanka, it's a major input for the export industry. The port and logistics sector performance, which we are all very proud of, has seen deterioration in terms of ranking, going down from it being in 20s to being in its 60s and 70s globally. And then improving SOE governance and performance, reducing the losses, freeing critical public funds, lowering cost in energy, transport, and logistics, and attracting investment and innovation in commercially oriented SOEs. And we had excellent examples of how this can be achieved in Asia, from Kazana, Temasek, and there were several other examples. I know that government is actively exploring these options and actually is in touch with these companies. ST is very much leading that effort. Policy area number two, improving factor market functioning. Sri Lanka's businesses struggle to get the land, skills, and funding they need to operate and grow. These challenges can be addressed by a modern insolvency framework and deeper financial intermediation, which would support more efficient relocation of capital from failing to thriving firms. A modern consolidated labor legislation, which would make it easier to hire people, improve alignment with modern work standards, lower hiring friction, and encourage more formal and well-protected jobs. Better administration, transparency, and conversion rules for state-owned land, which can help unlock investment. Policy area 3, boosting private investments. Sri Lanka needs fundamental reforms to make it easier for businesses to grow and for workers and investors to thrive. This is essential for long-term economic growth. Boosting growth in the next 2-3 years will also need significant actions on boosting investments. Given the limited fiscal space, public investments simply cannot fill that gap. Sri Lanka needs significant increase in private investment and particularly on FDI. Sri Lanka can play to its considerable strengths in areas like port and logistics, energy and tourism to attract private sector interest. But translating that interest into commitments and actual investments require, among other things, a clear strategic plan, greater openness, and a transparent framework for private-public partnership. Last but not least, protecting people and the hard-won economic stability. As these important policies take shape and trigger shifts in the economy, there will be winners and losers. Those in shrinking sectors could be assisted through retraining and temporary safety nets, using efficient, data-driven social protection that targets the right households can help those who need it most. And in the aftermath of this disaster, this is more relevant than ever. Sri Lanka has come a long way from the crisis. The stability we now enjoy is a hard-won victory, a testament to your perseverance and the commitment to difficult but essential reforms. This achievement deserves the highest commendation, yet sustaining the foundation requires us to build even higher. Sri Lanka's next chapter needs to be focused on unleashing accelerated, sustainable, and inclusive growth. As I have outlined, this goal is absolutely achievable through the key reforms discussed today. I'm sure my colleagues will express their views and will have additional thoughts on this. The World Bank Group, through its public and private support, stands resolute and ready to work alongside with the government, private sector, and all stakeholders to convert stabilization into durable, inclusive prosperity, ensuring that the benefits of this revival reach every single Sri Lankan. Let us build that future together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gvorg, for setting the stage so well for our conversation over the next 1 hour. So originally we had wanted to first focus this segment on some of the global shifts ongoing, how that relates to Sri Lanka's own macro situation, and then evolving from there, how do we go from stability to growth? But as you can imagine, it doesn't make sense to stick to that format. We will cover the global environment as well as Sri Lanka's growth prospects. But first, let's link the conversation that we're having today to the contemporary reality that we are faced with now. And I would like to start with giving ST an opportunity to share a little bit about how the government is thinking about this disaster recovery. This is the first forum that you have an opportunity to speak to such a large private sector audience who are very keen to support. If you could tell us a little bit about the kind of funding sources the government is looking at, how you're reaching out to international partners, how you're trying to find space in an already very tight budget. So give us an overview of right now, I know it's early days, but how the government is thinking about this recovery program.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you all. I know maybe most of us may be trying to smile and put a smile on our face, but I know deep inside it's heavy hearts because fellow citizens, what they have gone through. Many lives are lost, and the psychological impact of the surviving of those related are huge. Similarly, the financial impact and the physical damages to the structures, etc., it's also huge, as well as the livelihood that have been lost for people to get back. So in a situation like this, what is very important is to act fast and act decisively, proportionate to the level of the challenge ahead of us. That's where the government mechanism, state officials will move in. And immediately after the extent or the scenario as the scenario was unfolding, a lot of measures were put in place to make sure that after the event is, after the aftermath, we will have a better tomorrow than what we had prior to 20th of November for the future of this country. In order to do that, so the strategy was to look at what is immediate requirement, what is short-term intervention, and what is the long-term intervention. Immediate requirement was in terms of rescue and save as many lives as possible. In order to do that, we had the Triforces and the police working right throughout saving lives by putting their lives at risk. Those heroes, some of them had sacrificed to save the lives of others. So the rescue efforts are ongoing, but it has helped many to get into safety as early as possible. And some people, perhaps who did not take the messages seriously, early warning messages seriously, chose to stay in either their places of businesses for valid reasons and at their residences. So they were stuck on those floodlands, and the subsequent rescue mission was to take them back to safety. And in doing so, a lot of support that we received from the international community. Immediate responses were sent from the neighboring India. Helicopters were sent, the rescue teams were sent. As we speak, many teams are arriving. Support from many different countries, supports were provided. And in some of the cases, medical assistance, medical teams are already on the ground helping some of the rescue and post-rescue operations there. So we are blessed with those relationships as a country that we have nurtured, cultured over a period of time, and a lot of support and assistance. Similarly, then the short-term measures that we need to do, we needed to get a hand of the extent of damage. Of my memory, 4 days back or 3 days back, 4 days back as of today, World Bank has offered the assistance to assess the extent of damage through their rapid damage, post-damage assistance system, which government has engaged them formally 4 days back for them to proceed with that assessment. We are expecting within 2 weeks period from the time of assigning to have that initial understanding of some credible information as to the extent of damage. Parallelly, we are working with them to get assistance to get some numbers onto those extent of damages also. Not only the structures that have number of structures that was damaged, but the cost of those damages also. So those activities are engaging. And similarly, the cleaning up efforts have already started, because it's very important to give the connectivity back to people to start their lives, connectivity back to businesses to continue their operations. So this is where the mobile operators who were supporting us, they're here. They've reached, I just got to know from Dialogue, who is here with us today, that the connection is restored right across. Enormous support from the business community for the efforts that the government is putting to ensure that the country is back on track. So in terms of swiftness of those responses as of now, the connectivity in terms of road infrastructure, wherever possible, the extent of damage and the impact is assessed, and at least temporary measures are created for allowing people to move. Similarly, aid inflow into the country, both in terms of financial aid as well as the goods that we are receiving. I'm sure you all would have seen many days back, we announced for well-wishers and families and friends to donate money to affected communities, to be channeled to affected communities. Update as of yesterday was over 300 million rupees that we have received, and I'm waiting for some of the transfers through sweeping accounts to come back to, but significant, over 10,000 transfers I'm being told through various foreign currencies, over 19,000 transactions or different transfers that we have received as of now. This is within few days. This is just a starting point. So facilities were created immediately. As I mentioned, it is acting and acting fast. And the financial assistance was opened up, allowing people to contribute. Similarly, I'm sure some of you all would have seen, there's a special task force set up and headed by customs. So the mechanism to send goods to Sri Lanka through simplified documentation, simplified clearing process with zero taxes and fees. A process is already set up and it is available on the website. So any goods that are being sent to Sri Lanka where the consignee is marked as DMC, Disaster Management Center, will be cleared through this expedite process, and we expect immediate clearance at the customs. So teams are monitoring the progress on those activities, and the information is available. And a very important aspect of this effort is keeping people informed also. So social media is helping to get the right message across, even though there may be few who want to share to derail the efforts, but I'm sure majority wants to support the efforts that the government is taking. But the most important question is relating to rebuilding Sri Lanka. That is where a plan is already put in place. I'm sure some of the business leaders who are with us here in this room today, we were talking to them continuously for the last 4 or 5 days, engaging President himself as having discussions in person, no matter whether it is early morning or whether it is 10 o'clock in the night. The team business leaders who are here know the details and the extent that we have gone to facilitate, to keep them informed as to what we are doing. And as a result of those efforts, Cabinet has made a decision to set up the Rebuilding Sri Lanka Fund with involvement of both private sector and state officials and from the political authority also, to give the leadership, direction, and the sense of unity in this exercise. I know these challenges will come, but it's all about how we respond and react. We will take some more questions as it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, ST. I think it was very useful for the business community to hear from you, to understand how you're thinking of the different stages of this recovery and rebuild effort. Before I move on, I'm going to ask Georg to very briefly help our audience understand what is this post-disaster assessment process, how does it help a government, maybe even the private sector, understand the extent, and typically what happens next in this kind of an assessment in terms of World Bank. Maybe Georg could briefly mention from a World Bank technical point of view what this kind of product, if you will, is and how it supports us in informing our next steps.
Thank you, Anushka. Secretary has done outstanding job in already presenting what also World Bank is doing. I really appreciate and commend the efforts of the government. ST already on Saturday was on phone with me and many others, making sure that we are ready and aligned. On Sunday, we already sent our ideas and proposals. By Sunday afternoon, we already had a response what the government would like us to do, and the crisis was still unfolding. So one of the things we would do is this rapid assessment, which is called GRADE. I don't remember exactly the whole abbreviation, but it is exactly what Secretary said, is to assess damages using mostly data from satellites, from imagery, from drones and desk research, to provide very quick assessment of damage and priority areas, so that efforts of the government and institutions like ours is targeting these priority areas. There is different mechanism then later, which takes months, to have much more detailed assessment, not only of damages, but losses and needs and so on, and it will be up to the government how they want to proceed. But I hope that the work that we'll do, and we are working closely with our development partners, with UN, with ADB, to make sure that we also get inputs from them, because they have also a lot of data and experience. We can really contribute to that. We have a lot of experience in Sri Lanka, starting from the tsunami days to 2016-17 floods, to COVID period, to also 2022 crisis, activating many of these mechanisms and responding immediately, going beyond, of course, the assessment. We have already offered specific funding from repurposing money that can be basically flowing already to help people within a matter of days, and we have a longer-term plans. And we, as individuals also, will be contributing as much as we can. My colleagues from the World Bank Group office, as we speak, are making food as part of the Soup Kitchen initiative and distributing it to hundreds of people who are in need here in Colombo. I would have joined them as well if I wasn't here. I will definitely join them next time. Happy to elaborate on this. Thank you.
I'd like to move on to Governor. We talked about the fiscal responses, from the central bank point of view, we saw central bank coming forward to facilitate some of the international funding coming through. But also, Governor, if you could very briefly give us a sense of how the central bank is responding to some of the immediate requirements. And later on in the conversation, we'll get to the more systemic issues around inflation and so on.
Thank you, Anushka. I think from our point of view, immediate responses that we basically activated is like during the crisis period, as well as earlier this kind of internal shocks like tsunami period. I can remember even that time, immediately activated the assistance for people to make contributions, especially from the external sources, that we activated this mechanism for external kind of Sri Lankans who are willing to support at this point. We immediately opened up these accounts, and we see now people are contributing through those accounts, plus the government Bank of Ceylon account for the local and even international donors and supporters who can contribute. That's the immediate response. In addition, what I see in this kind of situation, what is important to prepare this kind of shocks. For example, even this year we had this Liberation Day external shock that was unexpected. So we had some plans. Likewise, this internal shock, climate-related shock, we had even in the past. What is most important that we have been talking about to face this kind of shock is the important part is to build sufficient buffers from the overall macro situation, from the fiscal, monetary, external. This is the opportunity even from the banking sector, opportunity for us to use those buffers. This is the reason why we build these buffers, for us to be used at this kind of event, not to use that under normal circumstances. I know from the treasury side, the government is in a very comfortable situation, especially in the short-term relief in terms of fiscal buffers. And from our side, external sector, compared to where we were in terms of external resource, we are in a much better position now. In case if we are to support, we have sufficient reasonable buffers. From the monetary side, we are willing to provide any liquidity support to the banking system, that we are ready to support if there's any need. I don't see last couple of days we haven't seen that. And also from the banking side, stability, where the capital buffers, liquidity buffers in terms of even profits from the banking side, build sufficient buffers. So now banking sector is ready to support and give relief for the people who have been affected. I think we are ready with all the necessary buffers in place. Now is the time for us to use those buffers to support and basically smoothen out the impact of this kind of shock to the overall economy.
Thank you, Governor. Lilia, I'm going to come to you before I then go to Saurav to zoom out a little bit. Give us a quick snapshot of how the ADB, as another large partner, also has been involved with infrastructure, supporting Sri Lanka with infrastructure in the past. How is the ADB now thinking about the response, and also how is it fitting into the planned already, you had the country partnership program and so on. How is this fitting into some of the priorities you all had already thought about was important to support Sri Lanka on?
Thank you, Anushka. Before replying to your question, let me just say that on behalf of ADB, we mourn the loss of lives, and we are grateful to all those who work day and night on these rescue operations. So our deepest condolences to all affected families. So on ADB's side, of course, our response was immediate as well. We started working with the government right after we heard the news about the disaster. So let me go through all the actions that we are right now working on. The immediate emergency response is that we are processing an emergency grant, which will be up to $3 million. So we are working actively with the government, but also with the UN Resident Coordinator Office. So this is an immediate emergency support for immediate needs, which means medical support, food, temporary shelters, debris removal, so everything that is really urgent, immediate needs. So we are expediting this process, and we hope that this will be finalized within days. So this is first thing we focused on. Then now we are looking into any opportunities to reallocate funds that exist in our portfolio, so into existing projects. This is an approach that we already did back in 2022 during the early days of the economic crisis. What ADB did is reallocated funds from different projects for up to 90 million. And this is also a type of immediate, quick response that we can give these funds for other recovery-related needs. And then, so this is really immediate, near-term support that ADB is considering. Then we are also looking for more medium-term recovery support. And what we are considering is an emergency assistance loan. And this, again, we used this approach back in 2022 during the crisis. What ADB did is to start looking what are the undisbursed, non-urgent funds available again in existing projects that we can consolidate and offer a separate emergency assistance loan. So back in 2022, we managed to consolidate up to $200 million. So we are still working on that. We don't know the amount, we don't know the scope yet of that specific emergency assistance loan. But the scope will be, of course, based on the post-disaster needs assessment. So we are also waiting for the results of this assessment, and the amount will be also based on what will be available. And then, of course, we have 2026 pipeline coming up. We already agreed the scope of the projects that we will be working with the government, but there is a possibility to rediscuss the scope of those projects to target them more on recovery and reconstruction needs.
I will come back to both you and Georg later as we talk about some of the medium-term reform areas to get a sense of how much or not those earlier planned DPOs, PBLs, policy reform-linked loans might continue or might need to be adjusted. So just think a little bit about what you might say on that. Saurav, I'm going to come to you. We heard across this panel the word crisis being used. Until a week ago, that word was only used in the context of 2022 and something that was largely behind us. Help us understand how the international finance, capital market, investor community might see what's going on here in Sri Lanka alongside the very positive macro trajectory we were on. Give us a sense from the outside.
Sure. So if you look from the outside investors, and if I have to classify them, there are broadly three sets, right? One, who are mostly invested in Sri Lanka through the dollar bonds or the sovereign bonds. Then there is separate class, which is now interested in Sri Lanka, and we have seen the inflow through the Sri Lankan government bonds as well. And finally, there are the corporate investors who are interested more from the FDI perspective, putting investment into Sri Lanka. Now, if you look at, obviously, all these three classes of investors are looking extremely positively towards the country. From the dollar bond perspective, there, obviously, everyone is looking through different lenses into the country. The focus is primarily because of their own triggers related to the sovereign bonds. The focus is related to the growth, which is the real GDP growth target, which they have, and everyone is pretty much confident that Sri Lanka will exceed the 11.5% cumulative target, which was set in the covenants, etc. Plus, they are looking at the external sector pretty closely, because one of the things which is there in the performance matrix is the nominal GDP in dollar terms. Again, most of them are pretty confident that $100 billion, while the top end target is 104.5 or something, but $100 billion target GDP is something which is pretty much achievable if Sri Lanka sticks to the current path under the IMF program. If you look at the investors, if you talk to the investors who are investing in the Sri Lankan government bonds, who are looking to invest, and there is a class which is coming now, they are mostly interested in the inflation, which again they are pretty much confident given the central bank independence now which has been set up, and the fiscal trajectory. Though a question which is coming now is, at least till last week was, how long could Sri Lanka keep outperforming on the fiscal targets? Because the outperformance has been massive, And it has also come at the cost of some of the miss in the capex estimates, which could be sort of negative, slightly negative from the longer term growth prospect. But as of now, everyone is pretty happy because of the fiscal outperformance and how it has helped in the medium term towards the yield part, government yield part. Finally, from the corporate side, everyone is looking to invest into Sri Lanka. Now, I know for sure that there have been MNC companies who have already visited Sri Lanka in order to understand how the economy is developing. Their own team has come in. They are looking at what are the structural reforms which Sri Lanka is doing, plus the whole geopolitical aspect of the investment where people are now looking to diversify geographies. They are looking at Sri Lanka. It could be new investments, it could be bidding for government projects, but corporate investors are quite positively looking at Sri Lanka. It's a matter of time because some of the ratings, the final rating upgrade has happened just now, 2 was already done, but they are looking positively at Sri Lanka in terms of both FDI as well as participating in government projects, etc. in the next coming years.
If I was to just push a bit further on how you think those 3 categories of investors might see the recent, the Cyclone Ditwa related impacts and how that might affect the macro, do you think they will see it in the context of, say, other parts of Southeast Asia also having had those impacts? These are investors who are generally savvy to these. This is not from a fundamental domestic irresponsibility related shift in the macro trajectory, but at the same time it does have real impacts on some of the factors like the fiscal that they were looking at to see whether it can be. So maybe it's too early to tell, but how do you assess that view that they might have?
No, so we have already received queries in yesterday itself where people had been asking about the fiscal space because that's one space which is likely to get impacted. But as of now, the worries are lower because of the fiscal buffers which the government has. As I said, there has been a massive outperformance on the fiscal targets, even this year, in the first 10 months data, about 9 to 10 months data what we have. Because of the outperformance, at least the investor set is not worried about the fiscal slippage because of the buffers which the government already has with it. They are slightly worried if it could impact the current account, which they are not seeing immediately. But if that happens, it could have because of the implication on the currency. That's what worries them.
Right. ST, I'll come to you in a moment just to comment on the fiscal and how do we find space within the already good space that we had. Governor, if I was to turn to you, even prior to the events of last week, while we were on a good domestic macro footing, we were anxious about shifts in the global environment. So if you were to kind of bring those 2 worlds together and help us think about what are those factors that were already shaping uncertainty around Sri Lanka's growth trajectory or the macro trajectory. The title of the session is taking a look at the macro dashboard. Apart from tell us about some of those macro factors domestically that were doing well, and some of the factors that due to external shifts were already on our watch list, if you will.
Well, thank you. One of the uncertainties we had this year still to a certain extent was this geoeconomics, especially coming from US tariff issue. Compared to where we were, kind of uncertainties we had, first part is the for us, what is more important was the US tariff policy. We had a lot of concerns at that point. Now we can see that is being softening out in terms of its impact on Sri Lanka as well as other markets. Earlier, very aggressive stance that US administration was taking. Now we can see that is smoothing out. I can see compared to where we were, that issue I think to a certain extent have been stabilizing in my view. So that's one concern we had. But other than that, there was some concerns on the geopolitical side on the energy prices. But again, when you look at its impact on Sri Lanka, obviously compared to where we were and also given the very high renewable energy share now we are seeing in the energy sector, I don't see a significant impact coming from that part. But on the domestic side, what we are seeing in the recent months, especially from the increasing imports, And the current account surpluses we have been generating for first 10 months of this year, turning into a small deficits for last 2 months as a result of this demand for vehicle imports that happened during after pent-up demand. Now we can see that is now also settling down, and that's been now tapering down the demand for imports. As a result, now we saw some pressure on the external side last month. Now it is now gradually settling down. Even before this event happened, it's still settling down. I don't think this event will have a significant external kind of a shock in terms of balance of payment, because what we see there's immediate impact would be mostly fiscal. The external impact, I don't see that as a significant impact from this event. But over a period of time, when governments start rebuilding reconstruction within the budgetary framework, and obviously with some external support coming through the multilateral agencies, that can be also set off. So this is where I think I don't see a significant kind of headwinds from the external, that kind of shocks. Other one is that global interest rates that US Fed monetary policy stance that a lot of people are talking about, expecting another rate cut this month in December, but there could be a delay in further easing going forward with relatively high inflation in the US. But I don't see that has significant impact on our balance of payment side, because as Sir already alluded, we don't have much exposure to all this kind of global interest rates. Is not a major factor for us to have significant inflows or outflows in terms of portfolio inflows. That's not a significant impact. Only thing we need to monitor is the overall trade, supply chain diversion, and I mean, last week there was a presentation here, again showing the exports from Asia, despite those tariffs, still exports from China, all these markets are increasing at a very high pace. That is where I don't see a significant impact on the trade diversion, but still this impact could have a small shock in terms of supply chain disruption, especially for our suppliers here. That will have to be managed.
ST, could you give, you heard from Saurav who said even the external community were quite positive on Sri Lanka's fiscal gains and the fiscal consolidation. We know that in many years, economists all of us have said we need to create fiscal space for events such as these, and for the first time in a long time, we actually have that fiscal space. Could you give us a sense of to what extent is that fiscal space likely to deteriorate, or how are you going to find money within the budget? We know that there was already some sluggishness in implementing CapEx projects. We know that even in the social protection disbursements, it was slow and not as widespread as expected. So to what extent will this fiscal agenda be impacted by what we have experienced over the last few days, or were we on a really good fiscal footing that you're not too worried about that being an issue?
I think Sri Lankans and Sri Lanka as a country is known for our resilience. And this is another opportunity for us to demonstrate as a country as to the level of resilience that we have as a community to come out from where we are. And in terms of our preparedness, the preparations and provisions were already available to meet a situation of this nature. That's why budgetary provisions for emergency situations are already made available. From that, nearly 30 billion is now set aside to deal with immediate challenges that we have at hand. And it is the financial discipline that we brought into the system, zero tolerance for corruption, that channeled the funding into the treasury, allowed us to build the buffers that Governor mentioned to face situations of this nature and look forward with positivity that we can manage it. And we are, based on the information that we have, we are quite certain this will not create a major impact. However, we need to look at sources, we need to work with the partners, and we need to work with investors and other communities to ensure the rebuilding effort will continue and it will attract funding into Sri Lanka, so we will be able to maintain and balance different segments that we need to deal with. And in the journey, I just want to touch base. It is about providing, it is about getting it implemented at the ground. At treasury level, we can have provisions and allocations. You mentioned about the capex into implementation. So we can have provisions, but it's all about implementation also. I would like to highlight, based on the data that I have seen so far, this year is no exception compared to the previous years. In fact, it will be better than some of the previous years in terms of capital expenditure utilization, based on the numbers that I have seen so far. Having said that, it's about implementation even during the disaster times. That's where swift action was taken by the government to allow up to 50 million rupees to be used by a divisional secretariat at the lowest level of the implementation cycle. And another circular we just released, allowing the ministry secretaries to engage and authorize up to 150 million rupees and similar authorization. This is to make sure nothing in the circulars or in the bureaucracy will be a challenge for implementation, will be a block to make sure that it will facilitate the quick implementation of those engagements. And because of the preparation, when we looked at the BOI, I checked with the BOI whether zones are being significantly affected to ensure that our fiscal cycle will continue. Businesses will be able to continue with their work. It was good to hear that it was with least very minimal impact except for some power outage and water supply disruptions, etc. But I understand some businesses are affected. I'll be meeting the insurance regulatory agency and the industry shortly to understand their responses that we were in touch with them to help businesses to get back on foot very quickly, ASAP, and support individuals to contribute back into the economy. This is to ensure the livelihood of people is not disturbed, or disturbance is minimized to the maximum extent possible. And as a result, our initial projections for 2026, there are no significant deviations. So we are confident that we will be able to meet the challenge very positively.
Let's move on to a slightly more medium-term conversation, particularly with Georg, Lilia, and others. But before I do that, I've been asked to remind you that you can be part of this conversation. You can submit your questions and respond to polls by visiting slido.com on your mobile device and entering the code 2239773, or by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen or on your table. There won't be any direct audience questions from the hall, so please submit it through this app, and I'll be taking some of those questions. Lilia, I want to turn to you to also link to some of the things Georg mentioned, because in his remarks he talked a lot about some of those medium-term policy challenges. The title originally of this was really about how do you go from stability to growth. We recognize that stability is now being, and growth is now have to be relooked at in the context of the immediate disaster, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we already had some productivity challenges, innovation challenges, trade and competitiveness challenges. So could you give us a sense of your view and the ADB's view around what are those challenges that we need to overcome to really get to sustained higher growth?
Thank you, Anushka. So let me go through more on what ADB looks on the outlook in this year and next year. Of course, we had no time yet to factor in what will be the impact of the disaster. So before getting this news on the disaster, of course, our view is still that recovery will continue. So this year and next year. So this is in line with most of the projections we see from different partners and also from the government. Of course, the remarkable growth that we saw in 2024 was exceptionally high and strong. So we think that it will slow down. But then for 2025, again, we saw this robust performance in the first half of the year. We are expecting the third quarter also to be very, very strong as well. We are still waiting for the GDP figure. But then, of course, the fourth quarter will be when we will see the first impact of the disaster, and most of the impact will be visible in 2026, I think. This is where we will see the impact in the numbers of the national accounts. So what we are expecting for 2025 is that growth will remain robust, so recovery continues. This is because there is this low interest rates environment. We see this notable increase in private credit. This is record high levels of private credit flowing to the private sector for different purposes. Of course, there are short-term and long-term needs. What is important to understand if this credit goes to long-term investments, because this is the one that will bring the long-term growth that we are talking about. But if this is what we are seeing right now is credit is also fueling some consumer demand, which is why the growth trajectory so far is only consumption-led. So what we want to see in our upside scenarios is to move to more to this investment-led growth model, which is where all the important enabling environment reforms are important, such as reforms that should continue. This will bring all the investor confidence and then FDI inflows. And this is very important for Sri Lanka in the current context of challenging debt situation where non-debt creating flows are the most important. So any private sector investment, private investments, FDIs, PPP projects, all those will create this private sector-led growth model that will be important to sustain. And then, of course, this disaster was a reminder that what is important also to direct financing to climate resilient infrastructures and also build this resilience to shocks, including climate and disaster shocks. So this is another important point to look when we think about the development agenda of the country next year and more on the long term. But on the really immediate, this year and next year, our main concern is for recovery to continue with the same pace. And then we are also factoring in the tariff uncertainty that the governor just mentioned. This year, I think we were all wrong on the tariff impact, not only for Sri Lanka, I think all over Asia. We were all expecting all-out trade wars. We were expecting even recession in some countries because of tariff uncertainty. It did not happen. So countries are now more resilient than they were, for example, back in 2008 when the financial crisis hit. So now there are clear, good policy fundamentals. There is a credible monetary policy framework. There is this strong fiscal discipline that helps to withstand these shocks. And I think, this is a clear reminder that that now this tariff uncertainty, 2025 impact was not as visible as we were expecting. But if you ask me what we should look for 2026 is how now the firms, businesses will respond to this new trade landscape. So, of course, this tariff change is now at a different level. So we call it at the ADB's report a new trade landscape for Asian countries, developing Asian countries. What we are expecting now to see how businesses adapt to this. Are they starting to readjust their supply chains or doing some trade diversion? What will happen? Because in 2025, we haven't seen. I think because businesses were most in the mood of wait and see and understand how this trade, this uncertainty fog will pass. So now the uncertainty is still high. I think, I've heard someone saying, this is the new normal. So uncertainty is here to stay. I think next year we will still have high level of uncertainty. But for businesses, it is important to understand where should they sell their products, what are their export destinations, what is the supply chain for their intermediate inputs. So I think, one thing to watch closely for the outlook for Sri Lanka is how this tariff impact will materialize on the economy. Yeah, thank you.
Saurav, do you share a similar view on the tariff impacts? Because we are also still seeing some uncertainty around the growth path in the US. I don't think the story is done yet on the impact of tariff on domestic growth in the US. We have also concerns about a stock market bubble, which we've known historically has then spilled over into weak US economic performance. EU is, of course, doing a little better. So many of the folks in the room here are also exporters who rely on international markets. What is your sense of what we can expect in 2026 and what Sri Lanka should look for in the external environment?
So clearly, to us, tariff uncertainty remains. And obviously, one of the things to watch out for in the month of December itself is probably the Supreme Court verdict on the tariffs. Now, we don't expect tariffs to go out completely from even after the verdict, but this could alter some of the landscape related to the tariff agreements, what we have seen. So things could change. Probably we will know it by the end of this month, how things will move after the Supreme Court verdict. In fact, there were some media reports which are indicating that the verdict could come as early as 10th of December. So that's one of the key things to watch out for. Obviously, if you look from the global perspective, there are three key dynamics which would shape apart from the tariffs. One, obviously, is the inflation perspective. Now, core PC, even in the US, is running at least 100 basis points above the central bank target. Now, it doesn't impact Sri Lanka directly, but what it means is the monetary space for the rest of the world is likely to be much more limited than what they have done in 2025, where most of the central banks did aggressively cut, even in the emerging space, cut the policy rates to support growth. Now, with monetary space getting limited, what we are expecting is that most of the governments will use fiscal space to support growth, which we are already seeing in the areas such as Euro area, where Germany is trying to push, but that would lead to a higher debt to GDP ratio, which in a way would mean that the emerging market interest rate space would be higher. The interest rates could remain higher rather than lower. Finally is the liquidity, which you mentioned in the final part. Now, this year, 2025, if you look at most of the asset class, apart from oil, everyone has outperformed quite significantly. Now, it's not for me to say if there is a bubble or not, but clearly the central bank policies on liquidity will determine how the global asset class will perform, and that would lead to volatility in most of the asset class. Probably gold would be the most supported asset class because investors would flock onto gold given the uncertainty. But apart from tariff, these three things related to inflation, fiscal, as well as the liquidity will be the key determinant on how the global trajectory shapes up.
Governor, I was just checking to see if there were any questions. Nothing yet, so maybe I'll remind all of you, we have about another 10 minutes or so in the session, so please get in any questions you have. We have an eminent panel here, all in one place that you won't get the opportunity to for a while, because they'll all be busy supporting the recovery efforts. Governor, when you hear both Lilia's comments and Saurav's, what should Sri Lanka continue to focus on in terms of building that strong macro dashboard amidst these shocks, amidst these uncertainties in the global environment that still persist? Maybe they didn't quite pan out the worst case scenario that we expected in 2025, but we can see now that the good work done to build fiscal buffers helped us deal with the crisis we are facing today. Similarly, how should we think about the things Sri Lanka needs to do to remain resilient alongside those external uncertainties that are shaping? And maybe, I know it's not in the central bank's mandate, but if you could also share about some of those medium-term growth and competitiveness issues that we need to think about to support that resilience, support those buffers.
Yeah, thank you, Answer. I think it's an important question based on Ria's comment as well as the global earlier Georg's presentation on the medium-term reforms. What I see, obviously, the stability that we have basically achieved is a foundation for growth. even going forward, we need to ensure we maintain the monetary stability, fiscal stability, and also external stability. That's important, and also financial system stability. So even going forward, for us to go into a higher growth path, we should not weaken the foundation for the stability. That's the first part. Then from there to go into a higher growth path, I think it's very important all these reforms implemented timely manner. I think what I see some few important reforms, because I think what Lilia's commented, this year growth is mainly coming from a higher demand for consumption. That obviously in the required process, that is a natural process. Consumption demand will have to come up first, and then for us to convert, for industries and production process to convert that into investment, we need to have a confidence in investment, and not only the provision of credit into the investment, but also for people to have a confidence to convert that in the consumption demand into investment demand, in terms of expanding their operations, expanding their businesses. For that, first, I think facilitator, first one I would see the sovereign rating is an important factor, that we are hoping that there will be improvement in this rating that will improve confidence of the investor. Second part of the facilitation by two reforms, making doing business environment easier through some of the reforms already linked with the ADB World Bank, the budget support programs. So very important reforms. One I see is important one is to making basically reducing the non-tariff barriers, and all these trade-related reforms are very important, especially if we are to link up with supply chains in the region. That's an important reform as far as I can see. Secondly, the labor reforms and productivity reforms, because here in Sri Lanka we don't have that much of a abundant labor. Productivity can come only through the labor productivity using the technology, AI, as well as digital technologies. That is where we can catch up with the growth. We need to have important reforms implemented to improve the productivity of the labor, and also reducing the barriers for trade, and have access to regional markets. I saw government has made a decision to link up with RCEP. This is a very important link up for supply chains in the region, for us to have much open trade with the diverting, the trade, all this, plus domestic, the single window, the inland revenue reforms, customs reforms, those we should not forget. We need to focus on these areas despite all these short-term kind of shocks that we can, I'm sure fiscal space is there, we can manage that. I'm not too much concerned of that. And the important point, what we see from our point of view, we might see a small uptick in inflation as a result of this supply side disruptions. I think this is nothing that we want to worry about, but that could reflect, given the very low inflation environment, this 2% inflation going up to maybe little faster to up to 3% is not a surprise, given this short-term impact. But over a period of time, that once supply side issues are addressed, I will see we will come back to normal inflation trajectory. We'll maintain the stability going forward as we have been doing so far under the multiple framework. So that's the comment I want to make here. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. And also touching on inflation, because there was a question from the audience around any early assessments of the impact on inflation. So I hope you got an answer on that. ST, there are a few questions coming in here, which as the government representative on the panel, perhaps you could help answer. I'll club them all together and you can decide how you might answer them. One is around support for SMEs. SMEs could be one of the worst affected segments. What plans are in place to rebuild them? So maybe you can also comment about how the government thinks of supporting businesses and SMEs alongside how some of the measures you had already begun even before. So that's one segment, SMEs. Another question is around a different segment of society. What immediate and long-term measures will the government implement to support families who lost their homes in the disaster? And finally, going even beyond, perhaps more in the reform area, what are the privatization plans to increase efficiency and reduce bureaucracy? So if I was to kind of summarize them, folks are concerned about how the government might respond to some specific segments that are going to be worse affected and less resilient, that is households who lost their homes, poorer families, SMEs, but also there are concerns about whether that earlier SOE reform, privatization agenda is still going to be on the cards or what. So I'd characterize those questions in that way.
There will be shocks. It could be external or internal. Yet the government is very focused as to where we need to take the country. Therefore, the growth trajectory is planned very well. That's why in the budget, 6 strategies were identified emanating from the inclusive growth strategy, the export diversification, opening up new markets, opening up for expanding for new products, etc. Then regional development as the third one, continuing the manufacturing economy, strengthening that one. That's where it will get connected to SMEs. I'll come into that one. And stabilisation, continuation of the stabilisation path, and the digital drive. So government has laid down a very clear path with 6 strategies that we are going to take the country forward to the range of growth within the 7% GDP that we are targeting at in the medium to long term. In order to get there, obviously, we will be working and supporting our business communities, including the SME sector. We know so much of support that we have from multilateral agencies to achieve these objectives and growth. World Bank and ADB may be here in person, but all the other multilateral agencies have reached out to us already, with whom we are working with, extending their support and assistance to get engaged, to take the journey, not to get distracted, provide the relief for the initial aftermath, and to continue the journey of growth, the plan that we have laid out. You asked about the homes to be rebuilding. This morning, we authorized a 7.5 billion rupees to be released from the treasury for those exercises. So those funds will go into the homes requiring those assistance for those households, for initial to obtain the requirements, material, utensils, etc. From that to start the rebuilding process. So the journey will continue for SME sector to support in terms of getting back into business as early as possible. That's, as I mentioned, we are working with the insurance industry. I'll wait to hear their suggestions during the engagement that I will have with them shortly. And similarly, we will engage with the banking sector and all other sectors to understand what is the impact to their clients, customers, and how to get together to work as a team to take the country forward. Because the entire ecosystem has to be strengthened for us to move forward as a country. In that journey, I'm sure all will support and come forward to facilitate the objectives that we want to achieve. Honorable member, Dr. Harsha is here as well. I would say most of the time, very productive suggestions have been offered. It's the collective effort that we have to take the country, economy forward, to give hope back to businesses and families. Yes, we can do it. You alluded to the investments options available also. That journey will continue. So for SOEs, boards have been appointed, KPIs have been given to them to deliver. Government and the Treasury will monitor them very closely. So those activities will continue, and the objective is to create the holding company structure. The SOEs that meets the governance criteria, accountability framework, etc., will be brought into the holding company and will be monitored for a period of time. And government is open for investments, which we have mentioned early. So those engagements will continue with renewed veracity and energy. I would look at it only that way. It will not slow down. It will in fact re-energized to continue that journey, to build that momentum. So together, all of us, we will be able to create that Sri Lanka that we want.
Thank you, ST. I think some of the comments you brought out also reflect some of the questions which we won't be able to take today, and also might be too early to discuss in detail. The role of green bonds and resilience bonds in attracting funding for rebuilding infrastructure. There have been questions about parametric insurance products for households and SMEs. I think clearly it's positive that there's now a new interest in these kind of things among this audience, and hopefully whether it's the banking regulator, whether it's the insurance regulator, supported by these development partners, we can start looking at some of those products. I have a closing question to Lilia and to Gevorg. ST talked a lot about the ecosystem has to come together. All of us have to come together. This morning we heard the news about a committee that was appointed to overlook rebuilding. It's not just the governance of the fund financially, but it's also in terms of determining priorities, in terms of making allocations. Given the scale of this disaster, given the spectrum and heterogeneity of individuals impacted, given the new themes we need to bring in thinking about resilience, sustainability, vulnerability among the poor, and institutions like yourselves also putting in money for rebuilding, tell us about your views on how Sri Lanka should think about inclusivity in decision-making around this rebuilding, inclusivity around how we think about what to prioritize, what segments should get helped, beyond thinking mechanically that we have this pot of money, let's mechanically figure out how we assess, and how do we think of who gets to decide and envision what that future rebuilding looks like. Lilia first, and then Gevorg.
Thank you, Anushka. This is really a very important question, and thank you for raising it. Because in this type of, you think about reconstruction, this is the aspect that you may ignore, how make the disaster governance inclusive. So this should come as a priority as well in the list of priorities going forward. I just before coming here, I checked the statistics. I don't know the source. Apologies for that, but I saw that women are 14 times more likely to die during disasters than men. So this is a study based on all disasters all over the world, based on a research. So which means we cannot ignore this importance of inclusivity, and this is about women, but of course inclusivity means a more broader sense. And then when it comes how we govern the disaster, it is also important to take into account that inside the communities that were affected, women are, and some groups of the population are important share, and they have different type of needs that should be prioritized when we bring reconstruction and rehabilitation programs to these communities. And I can bring you the Sendai framework, about disasters, that is UN-led framework about how to govern disasters. This is what they put, this requirement, of course it's a recommendation, is to have 40% representation in committees that are aimed to bring disaster governance. So anything happening post-disaster, so the framework requires to have 40% women representation. And it's not only just representation, it's also substantial roles to women having at least one leadership position in these committees. So this is why I think, it is important to see who are the people who will be focusing on prioritizing actions going forward, because identifying the real needs is the most important part to bringing the meaningful support to the community. So this is why your question is important.
Thank you, Lilia. Gevorg?
Yeah, coming from an institution that several years ago set a target to have parity at the leadership level, gender parity, and has achieved it, I can see the impact of that in terms of more robust, inclusive, and sort of complex decision making. So that's personal experience. I'm very proud to be part of that institution. Now, what you are referring to is a systemic issue in Sri Lanka and in South Asia and many other countries, right? We see it in boardrooms. We have released numbers several months ago on women workforce participation, and while education level of women in Sri Lanka is actually higher than of male. When it comes to their workforce participation, there is a cliff after education, higher education in particular. But we see this in boardrooms. We see it in, even chambers, I think board will probably, since we're among friends talking about, will reflect this. We also see some progress, and we have been engaged through IFC program with many of the corporates, and we see some real progress happening there, right? But I think inclusivity, you were referring probably also in broader terms, not only in terms of gender. And in this sort of crisis time, I think it will be important to make sure that inputs are received from broad sectors of economy and society. If it's businesses, it's SMEs and larger. It's not only domestic, but it's also international, etc. And then households, women, men, and so on, rural, urban. But also it will be important to balance that with fast decision making. I think that is going to be where the government will need to find that right balance, that it is able to get inputs, but is also able to make fast decisions, because I have seen that sometimes coming from very good intent, attempt to, get every single input slows down dramatically decisions, especially during these crisis times.
Thank you, Georg. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot more that we could ask them, but unfortunately we're out of time. Saurav, we would have loved to hear more about the international, but I think you can recognize that given the current situation, we couldn't, but please interact with the audience. Georg, Lilia, Dr. Harshana Suryaperume, Dr. Nandala Veerasinghe, Governor, thank you for your remarks. I think there's a challenge for all of us as interested stakeholders in the future of this country, as those who care about resilience, sustainability, and inclusion, and especially for the private sector to think about who gets to shape the future after a crisis. We've now gone through multiple crises over the last few years. I think we have a long way to go in improving who gets to decide the shape, direction, and nature of that recovery. I think we have yet another opportunity to prove that we can figure that out better, get the support from these institutions, and really make a difference. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Chamber for inviting me and us to join this opening panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We will now start with the second session. So if you can please have you seated, we'll be good to go. Bingumal will start the second session. Tea and coffee is served during the entire day, so you may go at any time, but please be seated. We want to stick to the time. Bingu, over to you.
Yeah. A very good morning, everyone. We'll have Dr. Patel is doing an introduction, keynotes first, and we'll get into the panel after that. I will not go into a formal introduction. Dr. Patlis has been the former advisor to the PM of Greece and managed the Greek economic crisis still recently. Dr. Patlis, over to you. I believe you're online now.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope you can hear me well. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and I want to start by saying how saddened I am by the tragic loss of life and destruction caused by the recent cyclone in your country, and my thoughts are with the families affected and with everybody working tirelessly to bring relief and to rebuild. And the courage and resilience of the Sri Lankan people in the face of such hardship command deep respect. So let me start by making some comment about Greece and Sri Lanka. Greece was in a similar situation a few years ago. For those of you who don't know, we were on an EU and an IMF program. The EU program concluded in 2018, and the IMF program was fully repaid a few years ago. We had capital controls as recently as 2019. We had, but this was all a happy end with investment grade regained in 2023. So some backdrop on the timeline. In 2015, a left-wing party came to power in Greece, promising to abandon the IMF program. Actually defaulted on the loan, if you remember, and the banking system collapsed. The banks had to close down, and the country had to negotiate a new, stricter program to implement it. And there was a belief in 2019, when the new government came to power after elections, that politicians in Greece only lie, that they say one thing and then they do the other, because the previous government had said that they would abandon the program, and they ended up sticking with the program and doing even a new one. So rebuilding trust was very important. There was also a belief that Greeks cannot manage their own destiny, that what happens, the question that people had, what happens when an IMF program ends? And a country needs to be able to say to the world and to show to the world that it has a plan for the day after. And in 2019, the current Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, campaigned on a platform of saying the truth and saying to people exactly what he would do when he comes to power. And he had a very simple electoral platform. It was to three sides of a triangle. It was to clean up the banks, to lower taxes, and to do reforms. And I would say that the first lesson from the Greece experience is that you do need to have your own program as well for when the IMF program ends, and it does need to be very simple and focus on a few things. Obviously, every country is different, and every country has different problems. But there does need to be an ownership, and this needs to be communicated, the priorities of the government, over and over, and be implemented. And those 2, 3, 4 priorities that a government has need to be supported with the right people. You never have enough people for everything, so you have to pick your best people and put them in the important positions. And together with politicians, my view is that you also need some technocrats on the side, people who are specialists in their subject. No government can do everything. You have to pick your battles, pick a few things that are difficult, that you think will make a difference, and win them. And it's also important that a government has society on board. So you need a few things that will be aimed at the whole of society and that will get the people's support. In the case of Greece, this was digitization and also fighting tax evasion, and of course supporting people from poorer backgrounds. There's also another lesson from the Greek experience. It's you are as strong as your weakest link. And so in Greece, this was the banks, and they had to be strengthened. Again, every country is different, but it's important to take care of your weakest link early on, because then investors will know that you're stronger. And of course, any country that goes through a crisis needs to build credibility to avoid making the mistakes of the past again. This is difficult because you can't persuade people that you won't make the same mistakes again. So this is where institutional changes make a difference. You need to introduce mechanisms and laws and maybe even constitutional amendments that will prevent future governments from making the same mistakes that past governments made. And if those institutional changes are strong enough, a new institution or a constitutional amendment or a new law or a new rule, that will also build credibility. And finally, another point for foreign investors don't know your country. They have many countries to look into. They don't have time, so they need a very simple message. Why invest in your country? My prime minister met with the president of Microsoft in 2020 and managed to get an investment commitment. And later on, when the president, Brad Smith, wrote his book, he said that he recognized that the Greek prime minister did not just offer lower taxes. Lower taxes is never a good enough reason to invest in the country. But in this specific case, he explained the digitization strategy of the country and the cloud-first strategy. But it needs to be something to attract foreign investors. You need to offer something that another country cannot offer, and this rarely is the tax level. So the IMF one day will leave. I know it seems something that's far away, possibly at the moment, but they will leave. The IMF does not always know everything. It's important that a government that communicates with the IMF is very direct and honest and has their own clear priorities, and then this will help change the program with the IMF. The opposition party always matters too, because in democracies we have new governments and governments change, and investors always make investments knowing that one day the government that's in power might not be in power. But I come here with a message of optimism. If Greece made it, anyone can make it. 10 years ago, we had banks that were closed. There was capital flight. We had just defaulted on the IMF loan, and today the country is growing faster than the rest of the European Union. It has been upgraded to investment grade, and it made the front cover of The Economist. So, but I would say the answer lies in a country needs to have its own program. It also, not just the IMF, it needs to be very simple, to focus on a few things, and it needs to be communicated simply. You need to strengthen the institutional framework to avoid making the mistakes of the past in the future, strengthen the weakest link, and then have a very simple message to investors on why to invest in your country. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks, Dr. Patelis, for that comprehensive presentation. You said something very interesting. You use the word simple, a simple plan, a simple communication, and countries should also have your own plan and communicate well. And you also said that we should offer something that others don't have. I'll come back to you, Dr. Patelis, in terms of what changes we should make, because not to forget, we're also in an IMF program, though, so we cannot offer everything we want. We also have to be mindful of the fiscal pressures we have. So I'll come back to you. But I would like to start the session with Dr. Harsha. Dr. Harsha, you've been very critical about the recent budget. You made some comments after the budget was presented. Now with Cyclone Vito, things have changed further. We all know that we're now hearing like it's about 400 lives and about 350, 400 people are missing, about 1.1 million people are displaced. The whole loss we have not analyzed yet. I think it's over $1 billion for sure. So with that, Dr. Harsha, what changes should we make to the national budget? Do we have enough fiscal buffers to manage this?
Thank you, Bingu. I think we do. And this is really what I thought, and I was critical about in how money was spent last time, or rather this year, during the course of this year. As you know, high taxes and the unexpected revenue windfall from vehicle imports has given us a large fiscal buffer. We have approximately overshot the primary surplus by maybe 1.3, 1.4% of GDP. We also have about over ₹1 trillion in cash buffers in the two state banks. So there is absolutely no excuse for the government. Please note, I'm an opposition MP, and like the gentleman just said, this will change us, not just here, but any democracy. So there has to be some sort of understanding as to what the opposition also is thinking. So in that sense, the government has no excuse really to immediately, get on the job. We've been in communication with the Treasury folks. There is at least ₹30 billion allocated that can be spent immediately during the course of this year. There is no need to change any legislation. And what happens is next year when the reconstruction happens, look, that is when we need to bring in an amendment, additional allocation in the next year's budget. Now, people are saying, look, we have a 13% GDP cap on primary expenditure, but that does not include natural disasters. So we made sure that there is space for us to overshoot that 13% limit. So there is no issue in spending. And even if we need the central bank to come in, if you recall, we made an exemption in the Central Bank Act that if a need arises, natural disasters occur, we can ask the central bank for help. So there is money. It was going to be what I thought was a wasted opportunity, because instead of really looking at what would ignite growth in the coming years, we were more worried about, creating a larger surplus than was necessary. So therefore, like somebody said earlier, we've been always talking about not having a fiscal buffer. Thanks to what happened during the past government, essentially ensuring that the public finance management law was brought in and implemented. And I appreciate this government's continuation of that there's common sense prevailed. I'm very glad that it happened. And like somebody said, not sticking to the promises given, even though from a voter's perspective, from a politician's perspective, I saw it as fooling the people, but let's leave it at that. But we have the buffers to get on the job.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha. I think 3.8% primary surplus is a number we've never seen. I think never, in terms of fiscal, it's never a good, this is the best time we've ever seen in the country. And from that perspective, I'm also of the view that we can somehow navigate this. See, our topic today in this session is beyond stability. Our stability is being challenged with Cyclone Ditra. But I just want to tell you that black swan events are the norm these days. It's become the new normal. So a country should not go back. We should learn and bounce back and take this as an opportunity. But we'd like to we have a series of questions about growth, but I'm going to change it slightly, Rajita, from you. I just want to understand very quickly, how do you see the manufacturing sector bouncing back post this cyclone? And what support are you expecting from the government?
Thanks, Bingu, for that question. I think as of yesterday, some of the government numbers that came out said that we had about 300 deaths reported, about 370 people missing, and over 150 or 180,000 displaced. So I think information is still flowing through. We don't have the accurate numbers as of now. Even with the apparel industry, we are still collating this information. Given that these numbers could significantly change, in the information that we have collated as of now, we have over 2,000 people, or even up to about 3,000 people displaced. Again, we can't give accurate numbers because we are still supporting and helping these families through. Massive relief efforts have been launched by the private sector organizations.
You yourself had a factory going underwater.
Sorry?
You yourself, your organization also had a factory going
Yes, we do. I think it was very publicly circulated across the country and globally as well. But as much as the water is receding in most of the non-affected areas, and I'm talking about those outside of the central region, and we are trying to get back a level of normalcy to the operations. We are still experiencing a high level of absenteeism because people just can't get to work. There is no road access. And again, when I talk about those displaced or missing, being close to about 3,000 people, the reason that this number is still high and this could come down is because of the lack of connectivity that we are currently facing. We can't contact these people. I know Supun was here a little while ago and he assured us that connectivity has been restored across the island, and that is very reassuring because hopefully then we can get more accurate numbers in. Given that, as much as we are trying to bring back a sense of normalcy, I think we will be challenged as an industry because we've been coming time and time after again with multiple shocks, and this was completely unexpected. As a result, we are moving into a holiday season demands, and it's going to be, most businesses are going to be constrained in trying to deliver on time. Not because we will not be able to manufacture, but we would not have the support network to get these orders out, to pull our RM out and try and manufacture at different plants. So there's going to be multiple issues that the manufacturing industry will face. Given that, I think the dire need right now and the call from the government really is to restore the connectivity, to support the industry, to transport aid. We are really not looking to the government to give us aid in terms of food or essential items. The public sector has, the organizations, the industries themselves have collated this aid, but we have no way to transport this. We have factories in the central region 10 feet underwater. We have employees stuck inside factories. We have 1,000 employees plus in the central region that we can't connect to. So with the lack of road access...
This is only MAS, 1,000.
I'm not talking about MAS, I'm talking about the industry.
That's okay.
And this is going to be a serious concern because roads have just collapsed and we have no access. So we are reliant heavily on the Air Force and air transportation, and that is also constrained because they are still acting as first responders and trying to do rescue work. So getting food aid to the people who are in shelters, getting people connected and being able to reassure the families and the industries and our customers and the country that these people are really safe is going to be our priority.
The power in the zones like Koggal is, I think, okay, but Biegama, Katunayak, Mahiyangan is also impacted.
Yeah,
yeah,
in the zones, the power is more or less restored. It's on and off. It still is not continuing. But in the areas outside of the zones, like in the central region, Mahayangana, Nuwara district, factories are severely affected. Most likely there are plants that won't be up and running for the next 3 to 4 months.
Thank you. Bernie, you're lead in FMCG. You also export a lot. You have distributors island-wide, massive operation, and your supply chain is disrupted as we speak. What hopes do we have? Because connection is everything. Like Rajita said, I think about 100 roads are impacted, about 10 bridges are gone. How comfortable are you in terms of getting back on track in terms of the supply chain?
Look, excuse me. As Rajita said, the impacts are massive. And I think at this stage, we don't know how big they are. Although I'm, still confident because I think that a lot of preparation was done by many companies before. We went through a number of crises, and clearly not everybody is impacted the same way. Some were, let me call it sheer luck, because their warehouses, their operations are higher elevated, they were not flooded. That, of course, makes a difference. But even if you were in a more fortunate situation, you have all the problems that Rajita talked about. Most foremost, getting people to work, getting them to your distribution centers is a huge challenge. Even if a factory like ours at Nestlé was not directly impacted at the factory, we can't produce right now because we need to have access to clean, sanitized water. So that will take a few days. Then, of course, once you start operating again, as we said, how do we get the products out? Road connectivity is a problem. Even I just got a message from our team, fuel shortages in some parts of the country. So there are some of these challenges that clearly do exist. And then I think the biggest concern that from a consumer goods company, Bingo, that I have is, in the country we have around 160,000 retail outlets with all the small stores. And today we can only best guesstimate how many have been impacted. If you ask me, it's somewhere between 20 to 30% of the stores. Many of them, are ground floor locations. So only, in a few days we will see what we can do. So there's a huge, challenge for everybody in the industry to support our customers to do what is right. If there is one point, what support is needed other than restoring connectivity and all that, I think also we need to ensure that we have the right supply of raw materials. And especially when it comes to imports, I think we need the support of customs to work very, pragmatic, unbureaucratic to get products in and out of the country quickly, because the last thing we want is a further backlog that can be avoided. But look, I'm very confident that, we will not see a crisis of shortage of, food and beverage products. I know many companies are up and running, they produce, supermarkets are there, many like us, competitors, we started delivering on Sunday. So I think nobody should be worried that there will be an outage of, base supplies.
Yeah, I think we have a bit of a shortage of FMCG products in the supermarkets solely because people are donating at a rate, which is a good problem. I think, but still supermarkets are continuously filling up. And it's heartening to see how people have come forward, individuals, companies, organizations, supporting and, managing this crisis. Dr. Pateli, since you have to go early, I would probably ask a couple of questions from you, then you can probably log off from there. Greece went through this crisis since 2009-10. It took a long time, and at the latter part of the whole program in 2020, 2021, COVID happened. But you managed that whole crisis, and you also got a investment grade upgrade in 2023. And Sri Lanka is also in a program, and we were actually pretty strong from a fiscal perspective. Our external buffers are pretty good from a current accounts perspective. Our reserves are okay. But we now got this crisis. What can we learn from Greece? Because you managed this so well during COVID. That was the latter part of your program, and then you got your rating upgrade in 2023. What are the opportunities for us during this time?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that my comments, I will focus entirely on the economic and confidence aspect and not on the human aspect, which goes without saying that a government's job is obviously to protect and help everybody who is in trouble during natural disasters. But I think investors know that natural disasters happen. And during climate change, these will be happening in a more, unfortunately, in a more frequent matter. Actually, in Greece, further to COVID, we also had a number of wildfires, and we had our own flash floods in 2023 that caused a lot of damage. So unfortunately, we're going to have a lot of natural disasters going forward. And the question investors have is the following: how should they think about natural disasters, and how do they factor it in to their decision making? So how a country reacts to a natural disaster is very important, and any reaction, I think, needs to have two main dimensions. The first, of course, is the short-term relief to the people affected. And this needs to be comprehensive in order to get the people on board, but it also needs to be fair, and one needs to be careful to not waste resources. So how this is done, in what way, in a way that is transparent, because obviously a lot of money will be spent in a very short period of time. How do you achieve that in a way that's transparent, that's fair, that no one's accused of improprieties later? I think that's a very important aspect, as well as how to make it targeted. Since you're going to be spending a lot of money, the question is how to target those that need it the most. But the second aspect is probably the most important. Any natural disaster involves destruction of infrastructure, of housing, of businesses, of roads, and how you then create a program that rebuilds in a way that is also ties to your long-term objectives. So in Greece, for example, we had a natural disaster in a part of the country that there was this huge fire that didn't really have, that part of the country did not have good roads. And now that part of the country has a very good road system. In Thessaly, where there were floods, there was a very big discussion that took place afterwards. Do you want to rebuild everything the way it was, or do you want to rebuild it in a way that will look into the future and will reduce the damage that can happen from a future disaster? And I think the answer is you have to do the second. So there's an opportunity also to achieve some of your medium and long-term development needs in the reconstruction following a disaster. But investors also, what do investors care about? They want to look, if you have managed your very impressive primary surplus that was created, obviously a buffer is created for difficult times. But the question that the investor will have is, after a natural disaster, how much of a setback am I going to see in the government finances? If I don't see a large setback in government finances, and in the case of Greece, you mentioned COVID. With COVID, Greece actually ended up having a lower debt to GDP after COVID than before COVID. So if you manage to manage the situation well, and you come out of the natural disaster with government finances that are not affected too much, then you will find that this will do an incredible it will be incredibly positive for your credibility, because credibility is built during difficult times, not during easy times. And investors are waiting to see, in an unexpected black swan event, such as what your country has just witnessed, what am I expecting as an investor? And if they feel comfortable that even in such an event, the country sticks together and goes through it, then this will do wonders to the credibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Patel. Next one is a bit of a difficult one to answer. Since we are in IMF program, you also have worked with IMF very closely. How do we negotiate better during this time? Because very clearly we might have to stretch a little bit on the fiscal side. Like Dr. Harsha said, we might have to use some of the provisions we have. Of course, there's provision for that. But some of these numbers are hard-coded. How do we negotiate better?
So I would say two things. The first is that any government needs to communicate to the IMF what are their one or two priorities. What I said before, the IMF will believe the government if it feels that the priorities that it is communicating are real. You cannot ask for 10 things. You have to ask for a few things and make them very specific. And the second thing I would say is that it's very important to show that there is a process and a structure in place. So, and this is, so for example, if you make it clear that you have a specific long-term development plan for the areas that are affected by the floods, by the cyclone, if you know that, this is our vision for these areas in the future, and please help us achieve it, they will support you. Similarly, if the short-term support towards the population is targeted and is structured in a way that makes sense, that it's not just throwing money, that this is not the case of, let's find a way to spend as much money as we can. But if it's in a way that is structured and targeted, then the IMF will recognize that. So I would say the more specific and the more organized and detailed the demands from a government is, the more likely that it is that the IMF will actually consider these to be credible changes to a program, as opposed to just changes for the sake of getting more money. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Patel. One last question before you go. I know it's 5:30 in the morning for you. I also know that you had few good people working in the government. I think people joined from the private sector. What was that experience like? Did they play an active role? Because at the end of the day, you work with the government bureaucracy, right?
Yeah. So this is a very difficult question, and this is a question I think that many governments grapple with, and I will give you my own personal opinion. My own personal opinion is that you need both. So a government needs to be elected by the people. We have democracies. It's very important because otherwise the government will not have the support of the people. And so a large part of the government will always come from the political party that brought it to power. But at the same time, technocrats have a role to play. They have a role to play because they're specialists in their subjects, and also because they don't have the political demands from the voters, but also simply because they have more time. I mean, an elected politician has to spend a lot of time on their constituency and in speaking to the voters. But in the case of Greece, the structure was mostly, ministers from the political party and deputy ministers or advisors from the private sector, or a combination of the two. But I think it's a very helpful balance. The technocrat brings to the table the objective numbers, what you should do, and the politician explains to the technocrat that you have to have the support of the people, and therefore you need to adjust some of the aspects of your program towards including the people. It's very important to also have the support of the people in any such endeavor. Some of the technocrats that came to join the government ended up becoming politicians, and this is, I think, also something that might be of interest to a country. But I think another final comment I will make very quickly is that there's also the power of the diaspora, meaning people from your country that live outside your country and who can also come back and help, particularly in times of need, because they will have amassed some experience that will be different and could be helpful in rebuilding and strengthening the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Patelis. I think the private sector involvement is critical. Rebuilding Sri Lanka has many private sector leaders. So I think your message is very clear in terms of simple task list, limited ask from IMF, and a credible plan, and show the growth trajectory. Dr. Patelis, I'll let you go because I think you have to leave early. I'll now thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and please accept my sincere wishes for a safe recovery for everybody involved in this tragic accident. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. I'll now move to Dr. Harsha. Dr. Harsha, you've been talking about a plan B for the economy, and I heard it somewhere. If the current economic trajectory is not sufficient to achieve the sustainable or sustained growth beyond stability, do you have a plan B, number one? Number two, what would you do or prioritize if you were in power at this point?
You see, let's look at what we can all do together. We are in different political parties, but we have a national duty, given this calamity, to try and put, all our efforts together to get this going. I mean, you see, I'm the chairman of the Committee on Public Finance, but I represent the opposition. But when I'm in the chamber, I wear my SJB hat. But when I'm in the committee, I don't do that, because we all have to sit together and collectively decide on where we need to take this country. So given that context, Bingu, what I think is, what's happening right now is we are seeing a consumer rebound, spending rebound. That's where the growth is coming from. It is not happening because of the important structural changes that has to happen. So that's the real issue. Stability is good. We need stability, and let us make sure that we don't sort of drop the ball here. Right? And that is why it is crucially important that we don't move away from the IMF program, and we stick with the IMF program. There are, caveats, like I said, built into the program so that we can deal with issues like this. But let us not say, look, now is the time to, take a break from the program. We need additional expenditure that needs to be incurred. No, that's not what we need to do. We got to stick with it. We have to be disciplined. Now, this is where I think the government really needs to rethink, okay? How much can it actually spend? Now, we need, if you think, about $1 billion a year for the next 3 years, in my view, to get back on track. Now, building back better, rebuilding Sri Lanka, all are, catchphrases and all that. But where is that money going to come from? A. B, are we going to be able to spend it? Now, for instance, this year, 2025, we had a grand plan to spend 1.3 trillion rupees. But as of end of September, we had spent less than 500 billion. And from the latest numbers I have, end of October, we have spent less than 600 billion, right? So there are restrictions, various constraints that the government can't spend. Now, government's expenditure is not the only way to move this ship forward. We need to make sure that we have public and private investments coming in. So that's where the structural changes need to happen. The reforms need to happen, whether it is in way we finance infrastructure. Now, for instance, like we talk about Plan B, if you look at the reversal of the Ceylon Electricity Board Act, what we have done is we have removed the hooks for private investment in GenCos, TransCos, and DISCos. Right? Let's take power. That is critically important to improve productivity. Our productivity growth has been negative for the last 10 years at around 1.6%, right? And like the keynote speaker said earlier in the first session, look at coconuts. We are producing 6,000 nuts per hectare. Andhra is producing 15,000 nuts per hectare. So productivity is one, we are not using technology, we are not using good agricultural practice in that sense, but labor productivity is critically important, right? Our actual labor force participation has dropped from about 52% a few years ago to 48% now. What's going on? And we are not willing to do the reforms in labor. We have a public sector that is bloated, but we are not willing to look at the Termination of Employees Act. So unless we are willing to do the hard reforms in labor, in capital markets, and also in land market reform, we are not going to be able to unleash the power that we as Sri Lankans have. We must understand that. So that is my real difference, Bingu, that we cannot rely and we shouldn't rely on
cost cutting and
cost cutting won't do it, right? So that is where, let me just finish by explaining this. I mean, the way I see it, there's only one way we can grow. And like Georg said earlier, open up this country, build bridges to the world. That's the only way. We have a small economy of 20 million people, of 4,000 per capita GDP. That's not going to work. And if we are to do that, we got to do the trade and investment policy reform. Chairman of the BOI is here. I mean, the numbers that we are seeing is woefully inadequate. It is not going to make that change. So we can muddle through, say, look, we got a little investment here, little investment there. But we need significant investment. I mean, today he's coming to my committee in a little while. We are going to change or amend the Strategic Development Projects Act. One of the reasons why we had problems in the fiscal area is because of, never-ending tax breaks for various people. That's going to change. And the SDP was given in a way where the politician could say, okay, I give 25-year tax holiday to this guy, 15-year tax holiday to that guy. That won't work. And this is the discipline we are bringing in. It is going to be criteria-based. So he will get, and also the port city will get the same criteria for investors to come in. The investments will be the same. The incentives will be the same. So to me, it is one, don't mess up the discipline that we have created by law. We stick with the IMF program. There is enough buffers to deal with it, and we seek additional private, both foreign and local investment into the structured capital expenditure.
Thanks, Dr. Harsh. It's heartening to hear the togetherness and you talking about not moving away from the IMF program. In a typical previous regime, we always challenge IMF programs. Opposition will always say, this is the time to get, there's always this challenge of IMF. The chamber view is also like we should stay in the program, renegotiate on certain things. Two questions from your conversation. One, you spoke about the bloated government card. Do you have a plan for that?
I mean, look, earlier, during Mr. Wickramasinghe's 2001-4 government, the plan was to restrict public service at a particular point. Now it has doubled. Now again, we heard in Parliament last week, they are going to hire another 20 or 30,000 people. I mean, to what extent can we, one, pay salaries? And what is not seen, Bingu, is the volcano we are sitting on is pensions. The increase in the unfunded pension that you taxpayers will have to fork out every year has been increasing at a much higher rate than the salaries. Right? We are the country that has zero, zero input into the pension scheme, but almost 90% of the last salary gets paid out as pension. So therefore, not just the current, but the future liability that we are carrying. And given that, the ability for us to maneuver is going to be critically important when you're looking at the bloated public sector. Right? So there has to be ways in which we can balance. Of course, you can't just let people go because they depend on salaries. And most people, mind you, there is a lot of unseen poverty. Because the middle class people who are living on salary, right? A lot of them, not a lot of them, some of them are living a paycheck to paycheck, and therefore it is critically important that they receive that. So yes, there has to be a reform in public sector, and with technology coming in, the need for human beings also diminishes in the public sector. So yeah, lot that needs to be done.
And SDPA and Port City Bill, you are supporting. You want a transparent, uniform approach to it, right? That's what you're basically saying. You support your SDPA.
Yeah, we are supporting the reforms to both the SDP and Port City Act. We have already done it, but you need to realize here that there is a distortion in the market, and let us not sort of, not talk about it. Because the incentives you get on the other side of Gaul Road and on this side of Gaul Road are vastly different, right? So what is the cannibalization of business? It is only new business? So this is the question that I posed to Harsha, chairman, last week, and these are matters that need to be resolved because we don't need investments only there, but here as well. But let me tell you, we need to make sure that the special economic zone for services at Port City takes off. And at the same time, there is a special economic zone law already legislated for Hambantota for manufacturing. Nobody's even talking about that anymore. Right? People have forgotten the SEZ in Hambantota. So we need to be able to bring investments given criteria based on performance, export revenue, employment created and so on, and be specific in material of where you invest, that everybody is given the same sort of support.
Got it. I'll move to Bernie. Bernie, you've been here for years and you also manufacture, I think, more than 90% in Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken. You also export. What's the MNC view on Sri Lanka's investment climate? I'll break it down into two more questions. what are the positive signals you see for future investments? Where are the friction points that still deter multinational expansion?
I think, Bingo, it's important to look a little bit under the model Nestle operates. We are multinational, we operate in 180 countries, but our home market is less than 2% of our business. And the model is to be really decentralized. So the operations in the head office are very limited. It's in the countries where we operate. And as you said, yes, we've been enriching Sri Lankan lives for 120 years next year. We've been part of, families, individuals, communities here with our procurement initiatives, dairy, coconut, where we invest a lot of money. And you said it, the manufacturing side, 40 years in Panala, where we produce a lot of products, over 90% for the local market, but importantly also for the export business for coconut milk powder. And I'm glad to hear a lot about coconut in the meeting today. It's an important product, not only for us, it's an important product for Sri Lanka. This year, for the first time, coconut exports will reach $1 billion USD, which is the first time ever. It was always below. So that's very good to see. So, as you said, a bit provocative, why is Nestle here? Well, I think one of the reasons is because we see Sri Lanka as a good domestic market opportunity. Yes, it's small, I know. It's 22, 23 million people. It's not comparable to some of the big neighboring countries there. Yet, still, as we have been here a long time, we have very strong, deeply rooted brands in people's lives. And also we see an opportunity, and Dr. Harsha, you talked about that, consumption is coming back. People have more money to spend. Yes, the last few days, of course, will have an impact, but the trend longer term still is moving in the right way. And there are opportunities to offer more premium products, different products. On the other hand, when you look at the export area, we do export predominantly coconut milk powder to 60 countries around the world, some in the neighboring regions. India is our biggest export market, but we go all the way to the Caribbean, North America, Japan. So it's an important one. And why is it important for us that we keep investing here? We've invested continuously in the factory to increase capacity, to build new technologies. We invested in our factory for sustainability, for example, a biomass boiler that we inaugurated this year. But we see some strong local opportunities for products, coconut, high quality nuts that give a unique opportunity in the global market. We heard a lot about that today, high skill levels in labor, so there are good things about that. But clearly your question was, what do I see as good or bad? Look, I think for a foreign investor, one thing that we've seen lately here is stability. I do think that as a multinational, as a foreign investor, and this is for our delegates here, we have a very stable legal system, and also the private sector has a very good corporate governance model. So from that side, I think there is, some of the hygiene factors that are very good, and again, skill level of labor. Maybe on the challenges that I see, of course, one of the points is ease of doing business, and we talk a lot about the single window. How can we make it easier for people to come in? There are great initiatives, but still, I think it's important to really look at the opportunity. How can it be simple for a foreign company that wants to enter, that has not been in the country like Nestle for hundreds of years? I think productivity is remaining a concern, and Dr. Harsha, you talked about coconuts. We are happy with our business. Yes, 1 billion sounds like a great number. I think this country could export coconut products worth of 2 billion or 3 billion. And this, of course, we can build the Northern Coconut Triangle, we can do things, but just increasing the yield of the existing coconut would make a huge difference. So I think that there is a certain level of inefficiency in supply side, also in the labor market, that I think we need to look at how can this be addressed. I think an important point, and Dr. Patelis, he talked about that, for a foreign investor, I don't think it's about, tax cuts to come here or tax holidays. I think we need to give a right reason. What is it, why you should come and set up a domestic or maybe importantly an export hub out of this country? And I don't think that companies like multinationals purely look at the tax consideration first. There is many other points to be considered in order to make a decision where you want to go to.
Thanks, Bernie. I think productivity was a discussion that came from every conversation. Agriculture productivity is another separate conversation. Coconuts, good to see coconuts have done 1 billion, but I think, yeah, tax is not number one priority, but tax is definitely in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. So tax is also a concern. I'll move to Rajita. Rajita, there are questions coming up as well, your famous topic, SWAT. How are you doing on SWAT? A quick comment on that. And then with the 20% tariff to the US, how are we doing against markets like Vietnam, Indonesia?
Thanks. I think the 20% tariff was a relief, and we had to be thankful to the government for negotiating that rate for Sri Lanka. And it sets an immediate reset in terms of how Sri Lanka is viewed, not as the most expensive destination in the region, and it gives us a certain level of parity as against the rest of the regional competition. But competitiveness is not defined by tariffs alone, as you know, Bingo. So if you compare us to a country like Vietnam, one of our most closest and strongest regional competitors, this is a country that has for a decade or over invested significantly in consolidating its strength, largely powered by their spillover investments and the supply chain migration out of China. And so as a result, Vietnam today is deeply integrated in its manufacturing strengths and really caters to a high-value segment in synthetic performance wear, a segment that Sri Lanka directly competes with. So this is not a position where Sri Lanka can really compete with Vietnam. Vietnam is 8 times the size of Sri Lanka's export volume, and we need to try and define ourselves differently to the way that Vietnam is. But Vietnam, again, has strong access to its supply chain verticality. That is not something that we can easily compete with because there have been repeated calls to strengthen the supply chain verticality on the island and to be able to compete not on lower cost basis, but just speed to access and speed to market, creating that access where we can get to the customers faster. Again, in comparison to Vietnam, Sri Lanka is very poorly placed in terms of our FTA access. Vietnam has over 12 strong FTA networks from the TPP to the RCEP, and they also have a FTA with EU. So they're very strongly placed in terms of market access over and above the strength that they have within the country on their technical capabilities and their vertical integration. But having said this, it's not that it's all doom and gloom for Sri Lanka. We just need to learn to position ourselves differently. We need to hone in on our skills of being able to deliver highly technical product in the intimate shapewear space, in the activewear space. We are very well known for our design to delivery solutions, and also the reputation that Sri Lanka holds as being a truly ethical manufacturing destination. We have very high compliance rates that customers lean in on and value because they don't get the similar levels of compliance from our regional competitors. So these are strengths that we can really hone in and develop on, but not by doing exactly what we have been doing. We need to be forward-facing on some of the global changing regulatory environments like CSDDD, the forced labor, Uruguay transparency requirements in relation to our supply chain. We need to be on the front foot on bringing digital initiatives to bring that level, not just at an industry level, but on a national level, to be able to position Sri Lanka as something unique and different to those of our regional competitors. Because we can never compete on volume or scale. So we need to bring that differentiation and hone in on those.
Yeah, quick follow-up question on that. You spoke about multiple FTAs, and that's been one of the Vietnam's key growth stories. I think when Samsung went there, they went purely for those treaties. Of course, there's no comparison with Vietnam with looking at the FDI numbers and all that, but I'm just trying to see the other 20% markets and see where Sri Lanka is. Maybe I'll ask 2 questions. We don't have a lot of time though. We are trying to join RCEP. That's a long drawn process. We have submitted an application. First they have to accept for a review and it's going on at the moment. What's your take on that, number one? Number two, do you see any spillovers from India? Because India is still at a tariff negotiation, 50% tariff. Do you see some +1 spillovers coming our way?
I'll deal with the first question on RCEP first. I think speedy accession to RCEP is it needs to be an extreme priority for the country. There is no sort of denying how powerful the RCEP bloc is going to be. It represents 30% of the GDP and 30% of the global population. The amount of harmonization and tariff relief that we are going to get from being within the RCEP is going to be extremely critical for Sri Lanka, especially given where we are placed today with the 20% tariffs, which actually comes on top of the MFN tariffs as well. So we are not really at 20%. Our tariff exposure can extend from 20 to 36%. So we need to be able to have these FTAs in place to make Sri Lanka regionally competitive as well. Are we seeing any investment inflows out of India into Sri Lanka? It's very early stages yet, Bingu, because I think India is hoping that they will have a lower rate of tariff. We are seeing some interest in businesses coming and trying to relocate in Sri Lanka, but it's not at the scale that's going to make a significant difference.
Thank you. Bernie, very quickly on PPP framework. You're part of the PPP committee of the Ceylon Chamber. We've seen a draft. We've given some inputs. Are you hopeful? What changes are you expecting on the PPP law?
Look, absolutely. So it was great that we got a draft of the PPP bill that will be passed in Q1 next year in Parliament, hopefully. And that will allow potential investors to have a better understanding. Yes, of course, we gave feedback. It is a quite long bill, 70 plus pages, very detailed. But also this should help for some of the investors to get more clarity. The key part will be to make this process as, dynamic and as fast as possible, because when we meet with the government stakeholders, with the National Planning Department and others, there is, and this would go way too long now, a quite detailed planning process when projects have to be submitted and the way how it goes. But I believe the new PPP bill is a great opportunity to drive PPP investments in the country. We need this. We need this more than ever now after the last few days when a lot of the infrastructure was destroyed. So from a chamber subcommittee point of view, we see this as the right step. Clearly a long way to go, but moving in the right way.
Yeah, especially in a time that we need billions of dollars coming in without PPPs. We can't think of getting those large infra projects going. So there's a lot of support, I believe, at the moment. We'll get that going. I'll come to Dr. Harsha and then probably we'll conclude after that. There are questions, a lot of questions for you in the chat as well. But I'll pick few. One critical one is what should we prioritize in terms of the IMF program? What role should the private sector play in this? Let me read it properly. Dr. Harsha, in the next 12 months, what are the reforms that the IMF suggests should we prioritize? What the role should the private sector play?
Well, most of the legislation has now been approved and is in play. So there are not many critical changes in legislation, except for the SOE reform piece. Now that is critically important to link with the private sector, right? So that we haven't seen a draft yet. There was some plan to create a holding company, like what the keynote speaker said, whether it was Kazana or Temasek. And, just let me take an example, say Sri Lankan Airlines. How is the SOE reform process going to deal with the issues of Sri Lankan Airlines? Now, looking at fiscal space also, let me connect it. The committee approved 100 billion rupees last week to pay debts owed by Sri Lankan Airlines to Bank of Ceylon and People's Bank. 100 billion. Now, that is in addition to what we will be asked to pay $215 million on the bond, right? $60 million in cash and rest in a government paper over a 3-year period. Last year, we gave them another 20 billion rupees. If you look at the losses accumulated at Sri Lankan Airlines, it's close to 700 billion rupees, which is the same size of the entire education budget for next year. You look at the gravity of these, liabilities that we are carrying. So therefore, we are coming back to what we spoke about earlier, that the space for private investment in infrastructure and services must be open, whether it be, infrastructure or logistics. And let me also give you a sense of what's going on in terms of the electricity, because I was earlier also referring to that. And I think it is critical that the government not adopt new legislation, but don't reverse what has happened. Last year, we created a fairly robust piece of legislation that opens the opportunity for investment in power. Now, if you close that, therefore, what happens is the opportunity for private sector, goes away. So let us keep the rules that we have put in place, not muck around with it too much, and open the space for private sector while the government does what is most essential. Just one last point is this flood has created complications for MSMEs. We know that they are carrying bad debt, stage 3, perhaps even up to about 900 billion rupees. Now, all these small fellows that are wiped away by the floods, in densely populated urban areas, could be FMCG outlets, like Hugh said, like 160,000 or something like that. But beyond FMCG, there are the cycle repair shops, computer repair shops, phone repair shops. They lost all their inventory. They are going to face cash flow issues. They don't have any insurance. They're already burdened by the massive debt overhang. So what I suggest is we utilize what we have in the bank, the fiscal overperformance, particularly to create a fund to deal with the MSMEs, because they cannot take another hit, I think, right? So therefore, let us not, and in that sense, yes, bring in the Chapter 11 type simplified insolvency laws that apply to the small sectors, which I think is overdue. So not massive legislative changes, but things that are necessary to plug the holes and to move forward.
Thanks. I think you covered quite a lot. What we will now do is we are at the final stage. We have 1 minute to go. So our stability is being challenged, but we have to live with what we have challenged with. I think looking at Sri Lanka's history, Sri Lanka has always bounced back. We had 30 years of war, East attacks, COVID, economic crisis. Now this time is detour. Can each one of you tell me an opportunity during this situation and one critical enabler from the government to focus on? I think Dr. Harsha gave many, but maybe one critical one. Even from your long list, you can probably take one. Yeah.
Look, I think the key part is now focus on what really matters. So this is the key thing. There's a long list. This is true for, private sector. And you talked about that. How can we help these small shop owners? But also back to the PPP point, Bingo. There is so many projects. If we are not clear, what are the few ones that we want to focus on and we deliver quick results, that's going to be the product. So for me, it is about speed and it's about focus.
Rajita, you? One critical enabler? Yeah.
I think, I can't tell you one, but I think a few things, but I'll make it quick. I think we need to focus on, as Dr. Harsha said, on reform. We need to bring in the reform to support the export industry, whether it be labor, whether it be in power and energy and other utilities. We need to strengthen our industries by the country and our economies by getting those FTAs negotiated with key countries, by having a dedicated trade office that's competent and able to negotiate these trade agreements for Sri Lanka. We need to implement the national single window. We cannot have any further delays. We need to facilitate inward investment in a speedier and more efficient way, because it's not happening right now. So there are multiple initiatives, but I think these would be some of the key ones.
If you have one wish, Harsha, from your long list, what will you focus on? SME fund, you said so many things. Chapter 11, public sector reform.
My one wish?
Yeah.
Quickly get to office.
That's a good, apart from that.
I don't mean to this afternoon. I mean to run the country.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So don't revise what's working. I think that was a comment. PPP loss is a strong request. Public sector reform, stable policies for MNCs or other investors, trade treaties, fund to deal with the MSME. I think that was a good proposal. We never had that. Chapter 11, I don't know whether everybody will like Chapter 11, Dr. Harsha. We have proposed it once and failed miserably. Let's see. Speed and focus, reforms, and finally the national single window that has been there for the last 20 years in the pipeline. Thank you very much, panel, Bernie, Rajita, and Dr. Harsha. Thanks for your time. Thanks for listening. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention this morning. We will now break for lunch, and we kindly request that you be back in your seats at the respective venues by 1:10 as we will begin the next round of sessions sharp on time. Just if you could lend me your ear for a minute, the next sessions we move on to is session 3, which will have 2 sector deep dives. The deep dive on capital markets will be conducted here in the main ballroom, while the deep dive on ports, logistics, and value-added services will be at the Lotus Ballroom downstairs. We then move on to session 4, where the deep dive on exports will again be here in the main ballroom, and the deep dive on tourism will be at the Lotus Ballroom. The deep dive on tourism will end at 4:30 sharp, and we request that you all make your way back to the main ballroom as we expect to welcome His Excellency President Anran Kumara Dissanayake shortly thereafter, and we would request that you all be seated in the main ballroom no later than 10 to 5, 4:50 p.m. Thank you.
Hoping to start the session on capital markets shortly. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this breakout session on capital markets. It's a post-lunch session, so we hope to keep it interesting, keep it lively, and we welcome questions from all of you all. The panel is up on the screen. I'll just start off by making a few remarks. I think if we look at the morning session today, a lot of discussion was around how do we now kind of build in the capacity for Sri Lanka to rebuild and reconstruct after the recent incidents. And obviously capital markets and capital in particular is going to play a key role there. So capital is going to be important. There is only a limited supply. And the capital market obviously as a conduit and a catalyst for raising new capital will play a critical role in supplementing the funds that are available to Sri Lanka in the reconstruction and rebuilding effort. So at this point of time, I'd like to start off the panel discussion. And maybe the first question, we would like to take it up with you, Professor Disa Bandara, Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. We are talking about attracting capital that can rebuild and transform growth. So we have to rebuild, that's a new element that came in. And we were also, for the longest time after the economic recovery, talking about transforming Sri Lanka and the economy through new capital. I'd like to talk a little bit about corporate debt at this point of time. When we talk of capital markets, we naturally speak a lot about equity, and that is the focus. We will come to that. But talking about debt markets and some of the new products on the Colombo Stock Exchange, like infrastructure bonds, green bonds, real estate investment trusts that can drive growth, we see that Sri Lanka has the potential to widen its debt market. And it can also deepen the markets better, attract different types of investors. And we are also talking about new developments in the first session in the morning about the new PPP law, which naturally means private sector participates in infrastructure development. That requires more capital. The private sector can definitely come into the market to raise that capital once the PPP law is introduced and the projects pick up. The banks are now faced with single borrower limits, which means corporates also, as they rebuild and reinvest and transform their businesses, can come to capital markets to supplement the money that they can raise. Can we start off with some thoughts from you on both these roles? Capital markets for rebuilding and for transformational growth.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you all know, a few months ago, SEC launched a 12-pillar capital market plan for next 3 to 5 years, and even it will go beyond that. So with the help of almost all the stakeholders in the capital market, we had rounds of discussions with our stakeholders, as you all know. So as you know, that was the outcome. Right? Looking at our burning issues and the prevailing bottlenecks, we thought of developing a medium to long-term plan having 12 major areas. So there are one of the key component is project is debt market, corporate debt market. The other ones are basically demutualization of Colombo Stock Exchange, then introducing new products, as you mentioned. So new listings, then having new funds in Sri Lanka, then enhancing the capital market education and training, then digitalization of the Sri Lankan capital market further. So those are the major areas we thought of developing parallelly. So when you take the debt market, I think you are more interested in that area. In Sri Lanka, the debt market is a dead market, as I always say. So if you take the capital market whole thing, it's just 3 to 4% contribution. So I think we need to further develop. One reason maybe we didn't have products, many products. And with the introduction of blue bonds, green bonds, sustainable bonds, there's a choice now in the market. So I think with that, we will be able to, we are in the process of developing and introducing more and more debt products. And with that, I think it will be attractive for the corporates in Sri Lanka. And in my, one of my worries is basically Sri Lankan corporates are a little reluctant towards debt. I don't know why. I think we need kind of awareness creation and some kind of discussions with the corporate sector. Then I think, with that we will be able to have a vibrant debt market in Sri Lanka. And the next most of the time people asking about demutualization of Colombo Stock Exchange, which is a must. So we had plans since, I think, over 2 to 3 decades we have been discussing this. But now we have a specific plan, and I must say in few years' time, few months' time, safely I can say few years' time, we will be able to do that. So little technical areas, 2 to 3 technical matters, and government side, the policy matters to be cleared. So then that will be all right. And specifically, if you look at Sri Lanka, I think we have only 286 companies listed on the exchange. But I think we have more than 200,000 companies. Say, take 50% of it, we have 100,000 companies. So if you take 5% of that, that should be 5,000. So that's the potential we have. Unfortunately, we stuck with 286. At least now we are working with the Register of Companies together with Ministry of Trade, and we have a systematic plan to attract initially 500 companies. So make it 500 from 286. So that is one of our plans. And even we are talking about more than 100-year-old share trading history in Sri Lanka. Still we have only 60,000 active investors, right? So it was somewhere in 30,000 a few months ago. Now it has come up to this level. We hope to increase this up to 200,000. So for that, effective utilization of capital market for investments must be encouraged rather than trading. For that, education has a greater role. So in Sri Lanka's capital market literacy level is very low. I think it is less than 5%. So papers and various researchers say that it's a 30%, 40% and the like, but effectively it is less than 5%. So I think it is right time to educate our families. So that is why we have mentioned about a project called Samata Kotasak and Samata Ekakayak. So unit trust and to share market. So we need to popularize both, not only in Colombo, but also in rural areas. Specifically, the rural small-scale investors, and that must be a habit. At least start with mutual funds. So that is, basically that is what I can say in my first round. So if you have any questions, I would like to discuss.
Thank you. To bring in the foreign investor perspective, may I now invite Ruchir to make your presentation and say a few words.
Thank you, Ruvini, and especially thank you to Ceylon Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to this conference, and thank you all for attending. What I'll do is I'll probably give a foreign investor's perspective to how foreign investors view Sri Lanka, especially in the regional market kind of sense, and what opportunities we see and some of the challenges we faced and the outlook that I personally have and we have for Sri Lanka. So maybe I can just run you through some slides for a few minutes. So I'll just tell you a bit about us. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So we're Asia Frontier Capital. We're based in Hong Kong. We invest in listed equities in Asian frontier countries like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Vietnam as well in Southeast Asia, and also some other countries in the Middle East like Iraq and Oman. So I personally cover Sri Lanka, but I also cover Bangladesh, Pakistan, Vietnam, Kazakhstan, Georgia, and some other countries. So I travel to many of these countries on a regular basis, and I've been coming to Sri Lanka since 2014. So we've seen the ups and downs that the economies face, the stock markets faced. I remember valuations in Sri Lanka, which I'll talk about later as well. The P/E ratio of the whole market pre-crisis, so pre-2017-18 was at 15 or 16 times. But obviously that contracted over the last few years given challenges the country faced, which I'll talk about as well. But broadly speaking, I've been positive on Sri Lanka for the last probably 2.5, 3 years. I was here in November 2022, just after the crisis. And that to me was the bottom because not just from, obviously valuations that time were at a big discount compared to probably anywhere in the region. The whole market was trading at a P ratio of 4 times. So a lot of value on offer at that point in time. So from a fund perspective, we started increasing allocation to Sri Lanka at the end of 2022 and 2023. And now it's our second biggest country allocation. It's done very well for us over the last 2.5 years, not just because of price appreciation, but also to increase the allocation to the country, given the positive aspects we've seen from a macro and political perspective. So I think, I'm sure all of you in the room are aware, 2018 to 2023 was not very easy for Sri Lanka from a macro political perspective. But I think after a very long time, at least from my perspective, Sri Lanka has both economic stability and political stability, which was missing for the past many years. And that's why you've seen the strong run-up in the stock market, probably especially the last 12 to 14 months post-election. And I think, there's a lot of talk about, GDP growth being 7% or 6% and reforms and all these sort of things, which is good. But I think to sustain momentum in general in the economy, just from a foreign investor's perspective, what investors look for is stability, not just from a macro perspective, but from a political perspective. I think that's in place as of now. So the platform is set for pretty decent, stable growth going forward. Of course, the events of the last few days, in my view, that's a bit of a hiccup. The market's forward-looking. I think Sri Lanka has seen worse than what has happened in the last few days and can recover just from an economic growth perspective and from an earnings perspective. So I think the platform has been set. So if there's stability over the next 3 to 4 years from a macro and political perspective, I think Sri Lanka, just as a country, can do much better than what has done in the last probably 6 or 7 years. So that's a bit of my view on the country going forward. And if you can just move to the next slide, please. So coming to valuations, as I was mentioning, Sri Lanka pre-crisis, when I was here in 2014, 15, 16, you had many more foreign investors over here. I remember seeing, multiple funds being at the conference in Colombo. P ratios for the whole market was about 14, 15 times. You had some consumer companies trading close to 20 times. The banks, the private sector banks at 2 times price to book or 1.8 times price to book. But obviously, you've seen a big derating since then. You've seen a bit of a recovery over the last probably 2.5 years. But still, I think, in my view, there's still room for the market to re-rate. There's still room for valuations to re-rate. The entire index trades at about 11 times, which is still a discount to where it was in 2014 and 15. But just on a bottom-up basis, if you look at many companies in the banking sector, consumer sector, or some other sectors, they still trade at a big discount to where they were pre-crisis. But if you look at the earnings that have come through, especially this year, have been extremely strong. If you look at the fundamentals of the companies, the return on equity, the earnings, the top line, it's all back to pre-crisis levels, but valuations are still at a discount. So that's why I believe there's still room to re-rate. And like I mentioned, the stability is there for the re-rating to happen going forward. So just some examples. I mean, the companies I mentioned here from Sri Lanka, I'm not particularly saying they're the best, or we hold these companies, but there are other good companies also in Sri Lanka. But I just want to give a comparison to regional markets. So the table on the top, I have compared, Commercial Bank of Ceylon, which is the largest bank by market cap in Sri Lanka, to Vietcom Bank in Vietnam, which is the largest bank by market cap. But there's a big difference in the valuation multiples. Commercial Bank of Ceylon is about 1.1 times price to book. Vietcom Bank in Vietnam is about close to 2.5 times. But the earnings momentum is much stronger for in Sri Lanka. Return on equity is higher. So much more stronger fundamentals. So as an investor, when we look at Sri Lanka, I think the banking sector is very well leveraged to the ongoing recovery or ongoing economic momentum in Sri Lanka. And you've seen that come across in many of the banks. So loan growth has been very strong this year for most of the banks, especially in the private sector. And even consumption, I think some of the speakers mentioned consumption is coming back in Sri Lanka now over the past probably 6 or 9 months after a long time. Disposable incomes are improving, inflation is under control, interest rates have come down. So I think in my view, the consumer recovery is only beginning probably in 2025, and you have probably a decent platform for consumption to grow in the next few years. And again, over here I compare, say, Sunshine Holdings in Sri Lanka to a Philippine consumer company, which is very well known. A lot of foreign investors own it. Obviously, the multiple for Sunshine Holdings is slightly higher, but at the same time, the earnings have been extremely strong, as you can see, for the company compared to to the Philippine company, Universal Robina. So what I'm trying to say here is that many investors kind of focus on some of the more well-known markets or the markets which are in the news like Vietnam or Indonesia or Philippines or Thailand. But the bottom-up earnings momentum in Sri Lanka has been extremely strong. I think many investors who did not, participate in the rally for the last 2.5 years, in my view, there's still room. And as if momentum continues from economic perspective, stability continues for next few years, I think you'll see foreign investors come back and look at the market again, which I'll talk about in the next slide. So if you look at the chart on the top left, foreign investor participation on the Colombo Stock Exchange was extremely high pre-pandemic or pre-crisis, I would say. Almost in certain years, 50%. And now it's between 5 to 10%. So it's come off quite significantly. As I was saying, when I used to come to conferences here in 2015, 16, you would have probably 12 or 13 foreign funds from all over the world, Singapore, Hong Kong, London, the US, come to Sri Lanka to meet companies, and they were quite excited about the growth prospects, but obviously that has ebbed down a bit. A couple of reasons for that. One is obviously the events of the last few years, that impacted confidence for foreign investors. But at the same time, I think it's not only a Sri Lanka only issue. Foreign participation in many markets, not just Sri Lanka, even some larger emerging markets has come down. So in Vietnam, which is a very exciting market for many foreign investors, the foreign participation is about 10 to 15%. It used to be much higher, about 6 or 7 years ago. Same thing in markets like Bangladesh or Pakistan. Foreign participation has come off. There are many explanations to it. One is obviously country level, but secondly, I think you've seen the US market or the S&P 500 completely outperform everything else over the last decade, right? So you have the tech stocks and also the other companies in the US. S&P 500 has outperformed everything, even India, which is extremely exciting story for many investors, but the US market has outperformed all emerging and frontier markets. You've seen a lot of capital flow out from frontier and emerging markets back into the US, and that's one reason, possibly one reason why you've seen foreign participation come off in many emerging and frontier markets. Will that change? Time will tell, but I think that comes down to the country's macro and fundamentals and the company's fundamentals, and possibly if the stability continues, like I mentioned, you will see foreigners come back, if not this year, then 2026 or 27. And also not just about foreign investors, even domestic participation in the stock market is still low. The chart on the top right, you've seen assets under management for the unit trust industry grow quite significantly over the last few years, but the equity mutual fund industry is still pretty small. So it's about 11 to 12% of the total AUM is equity mutual funds. So you've not seen that transition happen from fixed income funds or bank deposits into the equity market funds. So I guess that comes down to, investor education or regulators or just the industry as a whole domestically going out there and speaking to investors and really educate them on the positive aspects of being invested for the long term in equity markets. So you've seen in other countries like India, equity mutual funds have grown at an exponential pace over the last probably 5 to 10 years. I think this number can go quite significantly. So I don't think it's only about trying to attract foreign investors. It's also about what the country can do to attract its own domestic investors in the stock market. So if that happens, I think you will see some more activity in the local stock markets in Sri Lanka as well. And a couple of other important indicators, for example, as you have more participation from investors, market cap to GDP in Sri Lanka, as the chart on the top left shows you, is still quite low. So it's about 25, 26%, higher than Pakistan and Bangladesh, but I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think it's better to compare to more developed capital markets, for example, Vietnam, where again, foreign participation is not very high, but market cap to GDP is 60%. The market is much more liquid. Domestic investors are much more active in the market. So even countries like Thailand or India, domestic investors play a very important role in the stock market development on the capital markets. And that's why you're seeing their market cap to GDP be at a much higher level compared to Sri Lanka. So there's a lot of room to grow this going forward. Again, it comes down to more participation, more investor education from the regulator, from the industry as a whole. And at the same time, despite all these concerns that investors have about foreign participation, about the macro, about the politics, about the events over the last few days, I think if you look at the chart on the right, performance has been extremely strong in dollar terms. So this is for a foreign investor in dollar terms. Sri Lanka has outperformed over the last 5 years. And over the last 5 years, we've seen so many headwinds for the global economy, for the Sri Lankan economy. You've seen the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, high commodity prices, the US Fed being very aggressive in 2022 and 23. But despite that, Sri Lanka has come through. And you've seen a very strong performance from the stock market. And there are a couple of reasons for that. So I think, bottom up, like I was mentioning, that's why we've been invested in Sri Lanka. There are very well-run companies in Sri Lanka. Meeting companies over here is not difficult. And access to companies, the management teams is quite easy. Corporate governance is extremely strong, as some of the other speakers mentioned earlier this morning. The filings are quite transparent. Communications are not an issue. It's an English-speaking country compared to some of the other regional markets, which I cover in Southeast Asia, where some of the filings are not even in English. It's not easy to meet the companies in, say, Bangladesh or Vietnam. So extremely strong corporate governance, well-run companies, very strong brands. You have some companies over here at the forum, very strong brands that have been around for decades, very well-run. So you have that. You have the base set. Earnings have been strong, like I showed for many companies in the tables below, in the tables previously. So that's coming through. So earnings are coming through. That's most important. But also, just from a big picture perspective, I think Sri Lanka's geographic location has still not been tapped fully. Just from a logistics perspective, Port of Colombo, obviously there's a lot of room for growth over there, and also tourism. 2.3 million tourists is extremely small a number compared to even Cambodia, which is doing, I think, 4 or 5 million tourists. So a lot of room for growth across many parts of the country. I think, given the fact that Sri Lanka is now at a good platform for growth, there's stability from a political perspective, from a macro perspective, and even though you've seen the market run up quite strongly, as a foreign investor, it's our second biggest country allocation, as I mentioned. I don't see us, being negative on Sri Lanka for the next few years. In fact, it's amongst my top country picks from the markets that I cover. And I have a very positive view for the next 2 to 3 years. And so far, I've been right about it. And it's for Sri Lanka to kind of, drop the ball from here. So ball is in your court, and I think the next few years should be pretty good for Sri Lanka. So with that, I'll hand over back to Rumini, and we can take some questions from the audience and have a panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruchir. And I think very soon we will have the QR code up on the screen where the audience can please add in their questions and share them with the panel. I have it here on my tab, and we can take it up. While we wait for the audience questions, I think, Ruchir, you raised a couple of important points in your presentation about the fact that Sri Lanka has now actually emerged, and we have proven ourselves to be a high-performing market. Investor confidence is improving. Our economic recovery has been well recognized. In the light of this, we have room to deepen and widen the depth of our capital markets. I'd like to pose a question on the role of state-owned enterprises, because they too will be needing to invest a lot into the future growth story and also in the recovery process. Interestingly, a recent study featured that in Asia, a lot of SOEs account for a significant amount of market cap. I think on average about 25%, whereas the rest of the world is only about 5%. So in Asia, SOEs play a role in markets. In countries like Singapore and Malaysia, it's as much as 40% is my understanding. What are some of the success stories we have in Sri Lanka? And how can more Sri Lankan SOEs participate in the market and improve the depth? Maybe if I can first ask Dilshan to comment a little bit on the Sri Lankan examples, and then Ruchir, maybe some of your views from overseas.
Thank you, Rohini, and it's a great honor to be here, so thank you to the Chamber. I think there is a misconception in Sri Lanka that listing a state-owned enterprises equals privatization. And I think we need to first address that. It is not. If you look at examples of what we've done in the past, there are many. I think SLT comes to mind as one that is still majority government-owned or 50%-ish government-owned and still operating with the corporate governance structures that is mandated for listed entities. So it brings about good governance also to these SOEs who otherwise in the past have been greatly influenced by political decisions. We also have, if you take People's Leasing, a subsidiary of People's Bank, which is still 75% owned by the second largest state institution, bank, but is listed on the exchange and has a lot of activity in terms of private investors is another good example. And that list can go on and on and on. We have Lanka Hospitals that's already listed. We've had Hilton Hotel that was listed. And even when it comes to industries that the government may feel is core to yet hold and have control because they have maybe impacts on economy, like obviously CPC, which has a monopoly or had a monopoly, now is a duopoly or a little bit gone further, I think, with Sinopec now, may still want to have certain control, like CEB, for example. You could still list, and I think for me, where they should really start looking at is capital-intensive businesses or SOEs that would require capital in the future for growth, which the government really doesn't have. We don't have the fiscal space to keep pumping capital to these state institutions for either sustaining the activity or for growing. So if you take the banks as an example, I think that's a good starting point. We have Bank of Ceylon and People's Bank who command 40%-ish of banking assets in this country, but they are not listed, right? So if you just think of the example of listing them, you will almost double the market cap of the banking sector, right? And a similar story can be said in various other sectors, which addresses Ruchi's point that, look, your market cap to GDP is still at 25%-ish, right? Even after doubling your market cap over the last 2 years. We were a 4 trillion rupee market cap. We are a 8 trillion rupee market cap now. We've gone from about 14% to 27%, but still well below the region. And what's the average? So to me, taking the state banks and listing them, even if you do it via introduction, right? And you divest a small percentage, so you don't lose control. You have 100% control now. You divest at 10%, right? It only then makes that institution more stronger from a governance framework. Both these two state banks are listed on the exchange by virtue of debt. And the listing criteria is same whether you're equity related or debt. So they're complying anyway. That structure and the corporate governance framework these two state banks have already enabled them to list. So there is no hurdle. But the perception is that you list, you're privatizing. You're not privatizing, right? You list it, you give a minority stake out, 10%, you still control 90. You have a supermajority, right? Absolute control of the institution is still there. But what it does is enable the market to participate in that count actively and also ensure that these two state banks won't run out of capital. Because the way that the banking sector is growing, and we've seen a huge growth in assets, right? 20, 30% growth this year. How can you sustain that? The private banks will go to their shareholders and do rights issues, sub-debt issues, whatever. What are the two state banks going to do? Right? Are they going to curtail growth and then stop maintaining that market share, which the private banks will essentially grab from them? Or do you actually enable that growth and say, okay, you have listed now and here you have a platform of capital markets to attract that capital? So I think there are many success stories, Rohini, and we have to just, in my view, break that mindset that is today prevalent in society, not just government, and change that. And that will definitely help the cause. I'll pause there.
I agree because, like you said, those are of sizable institutions and it can add to market depth and capitalization. And making 10% available to the public float is not really privatization because it clearly states public float, and that means the public in general. And that's not privatization or selling out. Ruchir, how have foreign funds looked at state enterprise investing in maybe slightly more developed markets in Asia, like Singapore, Malaysia? Quite a number are listed.
Yeah, so I mean, broadly in some other markets, there's not been a major privatization drive because you already had SOE companies which are listed on the exchange. For example, in Vietnam, the bank that I showed in my presentation is the largest bank by market cap. It's state-owned. The state still owns a large majority stake. But a lot of foreigners participate by being invested in the bank because it's a very well-run bank. So just because it's state-owned, sometimes there's a stigma that state-owned assets may not be very well-run or not very profitable, but this is a very profitable bank. It's amongst the most profitable in the country. It's very well-run, very conservative, lowest NPL ratios in the industry compared to the private sector banks also. So you have that already in certain markets. There was no privatization drive per se, but there's already SOE companies listed because that was part of the capital developments plan. So I agree, you can always the government can reduce their stake by doing 5-10% stake sale on the capital markets and reducing the stake and make the market more attractive for both domestic and foreign investors, and increase the liquidity, increase the market cap to GDP. But for example, in Uzbekistan, which is also, I would say that case is closer to Sri Lanka because just from a macro perspective, the economy is only opening up for the last 5 or 6 years. So they are on a big reform drive. What the government is doing over there is they've come up with this plan, which is pretty much in the works now. They've set up a vehicle, and the government is going to divest, I think, between 15 to 30% stake of their stake in many companies, about 14 to 15 companies across the board. So it could be the airline, could be the railways company, could be the banks, some of the other manufacturing companies, which are all well-known and well-run and profitable. They'll divest their stake into this vehicle. This vehicle will be managed by Franklin Templeton. So Franklin Templeton is a very well-known name, very well-respected. They'll be managing this vehicle on behalf of the government, and they plan to list this vehicle itself in London or locally, or have a dual listing in Uzbekistan or in London. So that way you can have access to very well-run state-owned companies, have access to the Uzbekistan story or the country's economy in a very liquid fashion with good corporate governance because you have a good name like Franklin Templeton managing this vehicle. And they've done the same thing in Romania in 2011. Again, by Franklin Templeton, they managed this. Romanian government divested their stake in various assets into this vehicle. It got listed in London, and the performance of this vehicle has been extremely strong, or performance has been very good because investors got access to well-run companies, well-run state-owned companies through a very liquid vehicle. So yeah, I mean, if Sri Lankan government can have a process on similar lines, I think it would bring a lot of excitement into the capital markets again.
Thank you, Ruchir. And I think that kind of reiterates what we had in the inaugural speech, where they talked about the sovereign wealth companies, well-governed state institutions, which are housed in those sovereign wealth companies and also listed in the respective markets. Rajiv, coming to you and talking about the equity market and the capital market in general, for the longest time, Sri Lanka has now been a frontier market, right? We were hoping to be an emerging market sometime before, but then a lot of other things happened in the intervening period. Now, given that our macroeconomic performance and our key market indicators are doing much better, and we are hoping to also quickly, hopefully, recover from the setback we had just now, isn't it time for us to move into a more mature market classification? What are your thoughts on that? And what do we have to fulfill to qualify into a more mature category?
So, Sri Lanka is currently classified as a frontier market by MSCI. And so there are three main criteria that they have outlined, apart from certain other criteria, which I will take a little bit of time to explain. You have the full market capitalization, then you have the float market capitalization, and a measure of liquidity. Now, in order to qualify to be in the frontier market index, you need to have a minimum of one company that has a minimum market cap size of 155 million US dollars. Then you need to have at least one, that company has to be, in terms of float market cap, it should be at least at 78 million USD. And the liquidity measure, that is the annualized trading value ratio, it's a measure of liquidity, has to be at least 2.5%. So the minimum is you need to have one company. In Sri Lanka, we have 20 such companies that qualify, so we are comfortably in frontier markets, along with Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Vietnam. So that's our current classification. It's most likely to change. I don't know if I'm right. Vietnam might get upgraded somewhere next year. There's a possibility of them being upgraded to emerging market status, I believe. Now, apart from that, more recently, MSCI created another category between emerging markets and frontier markets. So emerging markets are markets like India, Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, etc. So those are the more larger liquid markets. They created a category in between those two, and we have markets like Slovenia, Romania, etc. that have been slotted into what you refer to as an advanced frontier market category. Now, in order to qualify and take a notch up, we need to do some work. And I think if I go through some of the pain points that we have, so we have done a gap as to what we need to do to move that notch up. You can be like a big fish in a small pond, or you can be a small fish in a big pond. So we need to take a call where we want to be. But quite apart from that, if I go through some of the areas that we need to improve, so there is investor registration and account setup is one, market regulations are a second, the flow of information, availability of information is the third, then clearing and settlement is the fourth, custody services, then about a depository, then transferability of shares, and of course trading. Where we need to really improve, one is about the investor registration and account setup. So although we have done a lot of work with that, I think we need to still make certain improvements. For a foreign fund to get into Sri Lanka, I think it takes an average of about 3 weeks, which is a long timeline because it requires regulatory approval. There's a process to go through. So we are, of course, on all this, we have started a project. We are actively working on trying to solve this out within a particular time frame, but that's one area. The second area is about clearing and settlement. There, we did implement DVP. We have implemented a central counterparty system. So I think we've done some work there. But there is a few more areas. For example, foreigners are not allowed to run overdrafts. So typically, when you look at the settlement process and when there is a transaction that is done for equities, settlement comes 2 days later. And by the time the trade is affirmed and the instructions flow through, settlement data has come through. And so there is a kind of a funding gap. So according to the current central bank regulations, the foreign investor cannot overdraw accounts. And that's a bit of a kind of a bottleneck there. So that's one area that we need to work out in terms of settlement. And of course, the second tick box is we don't have omnibus accounts in Sri Lanka. Again, I think you get a lot of points if you do have omnibus accounts, and I think SCC has been raising this question. We have been discussing with the regulator as well on the creation of omnibus accounts. The third area is about trading, the level of competition among brokers, and it's about negotiable brokerage. We have fixed brokerage right now, and there again, that's another area where Sri Lanka is kind of marked down. The fourth area is about transferability. Now, in many markets, you can choose to either trade on the exchange or do an off-market transaction. And then also, private transfers are freely permitted, whereas here we need regulatory approval and off-market transfers are not permitted. Now, whether we want to do it or not is a different matter. But these are some of the areas that we really need to improve. We don't have to improve on every single criteria, but at least if we can achieve maybe 2 or 3, I think we are placing ourselves on the map. Now, quite apart from all these, the technical criteria they have laid down, it's also demand-driven. If I'm sure Ruchiri will understand, if fund managers want a particular market in that index, if they want to make higher allocations, I think it's also partly demand-driven, where the index providers will put you into that basket if there is sufficient interest and demand among foreigners. So I think quite apart from achieving this criteria, we need to also do probably some marketing to see how we can place ourselves to attract that level of foreign investors to make Sri Lanka attractive. So that we do that at a national level, at the country level, and at a market level, and also at a security level. What securities, what new issues that we can get on the market to make Sri Lanka, make CSC attractive. And I think we go back to the conversation about the SOEs, for example. Do we have large liquid stock available that will attract foreign investors? So that's my really response.
Thank you, Rajiv. I would just like to bring to the attention of the organizers, the chamber, that we do need the QR code up. I haven't got any questions from the audience yet. So I hope we can have the QR code and for the audience to send in their questions. Rajiv, your point brings us to a good part of the next discussion I'd like to have, is that, and Ruchir pointed this out, that the domestic investors also have to play a critical role in keeping markets active, keeping markets stable. Senaka, your company runs one of the largest, if not the largest unit trust, I think, in Sri Lanka. What is it that kind of limits investor participation? Why is it that bank deposits are the preferred mode of saving? And why is participation in capital market instruments low amongst the domestic retail investors? What are the factors that would drive that?
Thanks, Rohini, and thank you, Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me here. Pleasure to be here. I think as Chairman of SEC alluded to earlier, while general literacy is very high, our financial literacy is quite low. And we could have a Sri Lankan getting to a position of a doctor or engineer with very minimum financial education and even legal for that matter. So I think our training and education on financial instruments and the investment options is quite low, and a lot of work has been done in terms of improving that knowledge and literacy. But I think that will be a main factor why the general knowledge is quite low and the adoption has been low, particularly with regard to unit trust and alternative assets. And also, if we take our last 50-year history, probably we had only about 8 to 9 year consecutive period without a major incidents. For example, from 1980s to maybe yesterday, I think we had only 2009 to 2018 without a major incident, where the country had a continuous growth path. So therefore, I think investors were constantly subject to external shocks, a lot of downturns, and as a result, you didn't really see the kind of growth where the asset value multiplication could have happened otherwise. Contrary to that, markets like India would have seen that CAGR double-digit growth, which had much larger multiplication effect of your wealth. And as Sri Lankans, we really didn't see that, and probably it has instilled a fear factor so that you look for safety first, which you normally find in banking and finance industry. And also, probably another factor would be, I think it's linked to your economic prosperity and ability to take risks. Given where our per capita income stands and also our propensity to consume, lower savings ratio, I think all of these factors combine, so we are not really willing to make long-term investments. And even with a minor blip on the stock market, and we try to withdraw from it. So I think it's a more cultural factor as well, and we are a little averse to take that risk, and probably last couple of years has changed that, and the investor outlook has been more positive, which we see in increased participation in capital markets. But I think these factors has combined why it may not be a very preferred instrument in terms of a majority of the population has viewed unit trusts.
Thank you. One quick question to Shahran, and now we are getting the audience questions coming in as well. Your bank is also focusing on SME lending, and SME participation in capital markets is something that we have been trying to encourage. Could be direct participation or could be through fund structures like collective investment schemes, where funds can be pooled from institutional investors and then provided to SMEs. Shahran, what are some of the learnings and thinking we can bring around SME participation in broader capital markets?
Thank you, and thank you to the Chamber for having me here. Commercial Bank is the largest lender to the SME market today. I think one of the challenges with the SMEs have is the transparency in terms of being able to reporting on the accounts. The access to certain resources for them to prepare a level of transparency, limited access to collateral. So these challenges make it a bit harder for SMEs to access markets than the larger corporates. So I think the framework around providing enough infrastructure support to be able to get them, I would say, market ready is the key factor in getting them market access. So in other markets, we do have various programs for listing. For example, in Malaysia, they have a BRAVE program that provides support in terms of fixed price advisory, diagnostics in terms of how ready you are to come to the markets to manage, for the SMEs to be able to manage their costs, a very simplified roadmap that lists out the prospectus, the due diligence requirements, etc. So in a very simplified way so that SMEs understand, can manage costs as they access markets. Specialized SME captive credit funds, collective equity funds that invest in SMEs, but that provide a level of diversification that allow investors to manage those risks. So these are some of the steps that can be done to enhance. I think Sri Lanka is an SME-powered economy, which we all recognize. So I think more effort has to be gone into helping them access funding markets beyond the banking market.
Thank you. We have questions now from the audience. I think a lot of it is to Ruchir because they want to understand how foreign investors perceive Sri Lanka. Isn't exchange rate risk one of the key concerns for foreign investors in our stock market? And what are the other factors you think that can drive greater investor confidence?
I think exchange rate risk is a concern for any foreign investor investing in emerging markets. But I think when you say exchange rate risk, long term, most emerging market currencies anyway depreciate versus the dollar. So, 3 to 4%, 5% depreciation is completely manageable when you're positive on a market. If you're getting dollar returns of 12, 13, 14% a year, and you have 2, 3% depreciation, I think that's acceptable. Like Sri Lanka, like I showed you, for the last 5 years, despite the currency depreciation that you saw in 2022, the dollar return on an annualized basis is 21% in the last 5 years. You've seen very strong returns. I think what foreign investors really, they get very concerned is when you have steep depreciations and a currency crisis like we saw in 2022, where you have 25, 30, even more, 40% depreciation in a currency. That is what investors try to avoid. And that is, that is where you have to build back the confidence. So if a foreign investor thinks that, not just Sri Lanka, for any market, if the currency is going to depreciate, say 15-20% over the next 12 to 18 months, they will not allocate capital to a country. And that's where the macro stability and political stability comes in. So, even Vietnam, this year the currency is depreciated, I think 4 to 5% already. India, the rupee is the weakest it's ever been. But no one is bearish on India, right, long term. No one's bearish on Vietnam long term. Because, 3 low single-digit depreciation is normal for any emerging market currency. That's completely manageable. As long as the economy is doing well, the macro is stable, and you have decent earnings growth, that's completely fine. I think what is not acceptable for investors is, losing 30-40% of currency, and therefore which leads to capital controls. So I remember in 2022, there were some foreign funds who could not take dollars out of the country. That's happened in Sri Lanka, that's happened in certain other countries also. So that's what they want to try and avoid. The other concerns, the other risks that investors would look at is more big picture risk, like I mentioned, for example, whereas most emerging market investors are not so concerned on bottom up because companies in many of the markets that we invest in are quite well run. It's the top down that matters. So when we invest, we try and get the top down right. We don't want to have a large allocation to a country or countries where the macro is turning for the negative or the political cycle is, the elections around the corner and maybe there's instability or there's uncertainty. That's when, when you have the macro weakening, there's fiscal slippage, there's currency weakness. So that's what we look for from a top down. It's important to get the top down right because companies in most markets are pretty well run. They've, Sri Lankan companies in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, they've survived various crises and they've grown earnings over the last 10, 15 years. But you want to get the top down right. That's what you have to more or less get right over the long term.
Thank you, Ruchir. Professor Disa Bandara and Rajiva, there are a couple of questions regarding the market itself and infrastructure. Either of one of you can opt to take these questions. Isn't the CSC transaction cost high when compared with regional peers? What can we do about it? Can we lower that to increase investor participation? How do you plan to increase the liquidity of the CSC? Right now, the depth is not sufficient.
I will take part of it and Rajiva take the rest. Basically, I accept CSC's current transaction cost is one of the highest in the world, not even in the region. So I think it's very discouraging towards a certain extent. And we are in the process of discussing how we can reduce it. If you can remember, since 2009, I think we had taken steps to reduce it twice, if I am not mistaken. So further we will see, we will discuss with the relevant stakeholders and we'll see how we can do that part. Yeah. Rajiv.
Professor answered the difficult question. I'll take the next one. On the liquidity side, yeah, I think if you talk about liquidity, this is a common problem with all frontier emerging markets. Liquidity is an issue and it's a constant battle as to how do we improve this. The good news is, I think over the last 2 to 3 years, we have seen an improvement in liquidity. And that has boosted the volumes as well and even the number of investors who have come in. And more people are starting to trade rather than hold on to shares. One way is, of course, to get larger, more liquid companies getting listed so that a greater portion of their shares are available, or what we call the public float available for trading. So one aggressive approach that we are using is how do we to attract the larger, more liquid companies to get listed. Then through the rules framework as well, when we have imposed certain minimum public float conditions, and there's enforcement tied to it, so that companies who do not maintain a minimum public float, we use a bit of a stick approach as well, so as to encourage them to maintain a minimum public float that investors have the ability to trade. So these are constant challenge that we are facing, and I think all our efforts are towards driving these liquidity measures up. For example, regulated short selling, stock borrowing and lending are some of the measures that can help even in a market downturn to kind of stimulate a dull market. So these are some of the measures that we have taken to address this issue. And more recently, in aligning with the SEC's 12-point strategic program, we have also planned to first get a study done on market microstructure. How do we get some expert advice as to look for people to look at our market microstructure and make some recommendations as to how, as a frontier market, we can improve and do some tweaks to our framework to see whether we can improve the liquidity in the market. So I think a lot of effort is being made to improve, and probably over time we can see the liquidity in the market improving as well.
Thank you. There is a question here on a new dimension that arose and something we will need to, as a country, start thinking about as well. Investors will now view climate vulnerability as a key risk in Sri Lanka, and in fact I think it has been recognized as one of the more vulnerable countries to climate change. In this sense, how can Sri Lanka attract long-term capital to rebuild its infrastructure, and what are the options and products that can come through the capital market? Shahran, from a banking perspective and a climate resilience perspective, would you like to comment on that?
So the financing structure globally, there are different layers. So the banking market is ideal for short-term working capital, maybe with a tenor going up to 5 years, maybe even 7. But beyond that, the longer-term infrastructure projects, even the longer-term capital expenditure projects are typically funded in the bond market. So that the development of the bond market is crucial for the long-term development of the country. So the banks can go a certain distance. Beyond that is the bond market. So when you develop the bond markets, the accessible investor base is quite important. So developing that investor base where the government will have to take a lead until the market develops to a certain stage, insurance companies where captive long-term funds are available. Then ring fencing certain projects. We do have certain investable infrastructure assets now, like the highways. You could do a securitized bond on the highways to finance the next highway. So these type of initiatives are now quite feasible. This is a well-trodden path. We are not reinventing the wheel here. It is well tested, some of these infrastructure funds and bonds. If you can ring fence the cash flows properly, and you can do that in a situation like the highway or in a situation like the port, then those assets are very well designed for long-term infrastructure funding, bond-type schemes.
As we look back a little bit on the economic and financial crisis we faced, we also see there are some distressed companies which need restructuring, new capital infusion. We also need new capital and creative forms of corporate finance and instruments to be structured to going forward to serve different needs that companies have. Dilshan and Senaka, can you all comment on what are some of these solutions that we can look at in terms of bringing in capital through new forms, like for restructuring and for reconstruction, as well as for reviving enterprises that are not performing, plus also the role of M&As maybe in augmenting and supplementing some of the capital available. Dilshan, maybe you could go first, and then
Sure.
Senaka.
So I think in terms of products, the Colombo Stock Exchange along with the SEC have rolled out multiple products over the last probably 24 months as we've never seen before, especially on the debt side. And low-hanging fruit for the current disaster is really the infrastructure bond. I know there's an initiative called Rebuild Sri Lanka that was passed by the cabinet in terms of focusing on efforts of rebuilding in terms of this disaster. To me, that's the ideal sort of vehicle which is government-backed that can come up with the infrastructure bond. We know today the government is essentially locked out of international capital markets yet. It will take probably another year or so to gain access. We are predominantly funding our budget deficit 100% through domestic debt issuances, rupee securities. I think the government just is going to go to a similar SLDB domestic dollar bond that will be issued, limiting it to the commercial banks. But an infrastructure bond, I think, can appeal to the wider audience who really want to commit to rebuild Sri Lanka. So you do it with negative premiums. So if government securities are being issued at ballpark 10%, let's say, in terms of across the curve, you have from about 8 going up to about 11% in terms of rupee yields. I would think for an initiative like this, there would be investors who back with a good 5% minus premium, right? So you build that whole patriotic story for the domestic investor, but you also give it out in terms of the foreign investors, help us sort of story. There's a lot of donations and things that are coming in from foreign governments. Now would be ideal time. I just mentioned to Senaka that all the investment banks who operate in Sri Lanka should join that effort at zero fees. So there's nothing in it for you except to help the country, and you do a fairly sizable issue, right? To me, it should be at least a minimum 30, 40, 50 billion as a starting point, not the 5, 10 billion sort of corporate debt issuances we have. And I believe the market would have depth to take it if we actually unite. I've seen estimates, initial estimates of this disaster being fairly wide. The lowest is at about $200 million, going up to as high as 2.9 billion. It's still sort of fluid. We don't know, what exactly is the amount going to be. But it's going to be, in my view, in the region of 1 to 3% of GDP. We've taken a hit of that size through this disaster. So it's a massive undertaking. And I don't think even what we did when the tsunami hit us or the 2016 floods is going to move the needle here. So we need to think out of the box. And these are some of the products, the capital market products that are already in there that the private sector as well as the government can combine together in terms of raising the required funds, because it's predominantly infrastructure that will need that big investment, right? We have essentially 3 pillars. One is the infrastructure damage. The next is the agricultural output and supply side disruptions, and obviously then the loss of lives and the human side of the damage. And I think the infrastructure side can be addressed through an infrastructure bond. We've yet not had one issued, though it was launched sometime last year, and that would be an ideal starting point, Runi, in my view. So I'll pause there and let Senaka add on.
There's also a question, Senaka, on M&As. What are the regulations governing M&As? If you can also cover that, like the Takeovers and Mergers Code.
If I start with Dilshan's response, I think, as you said, we had a restructuring need due to the economic crisis, but that would have only enlarged or increased with the recent events. So Dilshan mentioned at a national level and a macro level what we could do. If I go a little micro, so definitely a lot of SMEs, MSMEs, and even larger corporates like industries like even plantations, given the geographical region that got affected, even larger companies are not spared with this crisis. So I think there will be generally a need to a little bit of deleveraging. I think from a policy point of view also there has to be some encouragement, particularly on the private equity side, because the investors now need a lot of equity capital, because these companies need some breathing space and some deleveraging will be required. And I think there may be some concessions on taxation also may be required. I don't think there's an opportunity cost from the government's point of view, because if these companies survive, definitely there will be incremental corporate tax, value-added tax, and also even taxes like payee will come through to the government. But if these companies cannot be saved, I think there will be a much bigger opportunity cost for the society and to the population at large. So I think you need to encourage private equity, private capital coming in, and because I think in this moment, a lot of deleveraging will be required to sustain some of these companies and operations. I think a lot of incentives have to be given in terms of attracting this private capital. Talking about M&A, I think probably different rules will apply on the listed space and the unlisted space. So on the listed space, it's mainly the takeovers and mergers code that will govern listed space M&A transactions. I think this year we have seen a larger number of M&A transactions happening in the listed market, maybe supported by the lower cost of capital of the acquirers, and also the larger growth opportunities the companies have been seeing, and there was a spate of M&A transactions happening in the listed market. But even in the private market, we see a lot of inquiries and interest on M&A transactions, multi-purpose. For example, the companies need to rationalize their portfolios and as a growth strategy, inorganic growth strategy. And also we've seen particular interest if a company has a heavy import basket in its portfolio, to diversify that, companies are looking for export targets and so on. So this is the very, very broadly the M&A space we see and the regulations around it.
Thank you. Just to change the pace a little bit, there is a question on the governance framework governing the market and legal action against things like front running and insider trading. Professor Disabandara, would you like to comment on how you would rate the current governance framework in Sri Lanka for capital markets, and what are some of the improvements that are happening currently?
I think with the introduction of new SEC Act 2021 and some of the actions taken by the SEC, even together with CSE, I think we can't see major capital market offenses in the market. There were some attempts, compared to 2010, 11, 12, we can't see such attempts. But it doesn't mean that is zero. There are attempts, right? Some are knowingly, some are unknowingly. But in the recent past also, we had taken several steps, and I can't disclose here, but at our investigations and our surveillance departments, we have some cases suspected. So it doesn't mean that, those are the scale-wise, they're not significant, very, very large, but there are some attempts. But we are in the process of investigating, examining those issues. Basically, with the new introduction of NASDAQ system, surveillance system, we have a lot of pop-ups easily. So then we can, go through the wrongdoers very easily. And we have taken quick and instantaneous steps to, discuss some of the suspected offenses. And the landscape is very much different with the AI and social media. Now, there are some offenses specifically mentioned in the Act. Right? Basically the front running, insider trading, those are the popular ones. But now that is not the threat. So that's there. But using the social media, there are a lot of scams. Now, very recently we addressed one, larger one, well-organized, AI-based, and it is Sri Lankans and foreigners together, they had launched. Even if you go through your social media, you will see those recommendations. They say that they are licensed stockbrokers. I'm not going to give you the name, but it's very popular, and in our media release, we categorically mention it. Yesterday, CSE also mentioned about it. So That's the main threat now. Now, not like earlier, they don't, they try in different forms. They are innovative. They were innovative and they use technology as well. So, rather than taking, steps subsequent an event, the good measure is education. So you must know what are the attempts. So what kind of trends we can see. And when we, sometimes they come as very good friends supporting your investment decisions. And sometimes they say, they like educators. So now the new terminology called finfluencers. So they are kind of influencers in the finance field, but they influence in a bad way. If the influence is in a good way, that is helpful for everyone. If your literacy level is low, if any influencer will explain it correctly and contribute in a positive way, that's good. But influencers, some parts, what they do is, they use it to recommend some stock. Sometimes to, just to push one or two stocks or a particular firm. So that's the dangerous. So that is why we need, not like 5, 6, 10 years ago literacy, now you have to have social media literacy. So then you should know how to select the correct advice, correct information with wrong ones. So that's the danger. So basically what I can say is, wrongdoers are there. Even at a temple we can see, right? So it is there. So your education level, your literacy level is the key. So as the regulator, we take almost all the possible steps. And like the SRO, CAC also doing a very good job. And both the institutions, we are running education and training sessions. And if you go through our media releases and education materials, so I think compared to any other government institutions, SCC Sri Lanka, we are distributing quite a lot of educational material throughout the week using various newspapers, social media, and so on. So I think the public must be aware, and they have to have a very good understanding about their financial literacy. Now, in time to come, if you don't have proper literacy, you can't even travel in a bus. That will come. So literacy is the key. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 7 minutes more to go in the panel discussion. Rajiva, I have two quick questions for you. One is, how can we encourage more companies to list, especially the larger family-owned conglomerates and other companies? What can we do to improve foreign participation?
Yeah, two tough ones. And so, Rumini, we have been over a period of time encouraging family-owned businesses to come in, mostly by engaging very effectively with some of these companies. So we've identified a base of about 300 companies. We have a dedicated unit who keeps on engaging and talking to these companies. We conduct very many forums in order to encourage them to break some of the myths that are associated with listing. Predominantly things like loss of control. Will I lose control if I list my company? And I think that requires some level of engagement. Secondly is about the transparency. Will my competitors gain by my listing and the disclosure of my information? So there are various kind of fears that are associated with the listing, which we now go even on a one-to-one basis with those companies. So that's one way of addressing it. Secondly, we have widened the criteria, entry criteria for a listing, so that earlier it was only the profitability test, you need to have a 3-year profit record, etc. But now we've expanded all that, enabling even IT companies. We had one listing recently as well, IT companies who are going on a revenue test, who also can come in with a different set of valuations, then a different way of valuing those companies. So that's the second area that we have gone. Third is that we have opened a wide spectrum of boards. We've got a separate board for SME companies. We have one for the larger companies. We have one for the mid-sized companies. Then we have also opened a separate board called the Catalyst Board for potential SOE listings, so that we can accommodate some of the government-owned entities as to come in, and a multi-currency board, where Sri Lankan companies, for example, can raise dollar-denominated equity and debt. So we've gone the full length to encourage broader kind of companies to really come in. As regards foreign, very quickly, I think we discussed some of the, I think Ruchir gave some good insight into that as well. So we will be continuing our efforts this year. In fact, along with the SEC, we have planned another promotional campaign in the UAE, targeting particularly the diaspora community and some of the sovereign wealth funds that are located in the UAE as well. So in order to attract foreign investors, I did mention about some of the pain points and how we are going to address this, and we discussed some of these. So I think we have a program going. How do we address the pain points, make our markets more accessible so that foreigners can get in and get out easily from an infrastructure point of view, and also with the least price impact. So liquid also will measure, can I come in and move out without impacting price? So these are all measures that we are very keenly looking into, because we need to up the foreign investor. We had at one particular time, I think Dilshan, you were chairman then, 50% of our turnover was foreign. Now it's down to less than 10%. But we need to get back there. We need that dollar inflow into the country. So I think we are making all those efforts to see whether we can claw back some of the foreign investment that was there earlier.
Yes, Rajiv. I think that's a good idea to also look at the sovereign funds and what role they can play. Rujir, I have not been ignoring you. I have purposely kept a whole host of questions that have come to you for the last. We have about 3-4 minutes left. Is credit rating an important consideration when foreign investors look at a market? Can foreign investors take a long-term view on the market and not look at short-term profit gains? What are the other sort of opportunities you see? So someone is trying to pick your ideas. What are the opportunities? Which sectors and companies are you excited about?
Well, I'll answer the last question first. On my slides, I had a couple of companies already on, so I'm pretty excited about those companies and those sectors. So I think in general, as the economy in Sri Lanka does, if you take a longer term view, say 4 to 5 year view, I think because consumption has been so subdued, a lot of capacity expansion has not come online, or the capex cycle in Sri Lanka has not really come back since the crisis. The banking sector and the consumer sector look quite interesting to me, just from a domestic consumption, from a banking sector growth perspective. Tourism is obviously, I mentioned, is a growth area for the country as a whole. But it's unfortunate there's not too many liquid ways to play the tourism sector in Sri Lanka. I know there are many listings of leisure companies in Sri Lanka, but most of them are not liquid for many foreign funds. So that's on the companies and sectors that I think will do well over the next 3 to 4 years. The first question I missed, you mentioned was, sorry? Credit rating, yeah. So I think, you already had was partial upgrade, it's from restrictive default to, I think, CCC plus from the rating agencies. But as the economy does well and you meet the benchmarks of the IMF program, I think the Sri Lankan Airlines restructuring also is due. Once that happens, maybe you could see more credit rating upgrades come through for the market, which could attract more foreign investors and come into the radar and probably visit Sri Lanka and look at other investments on the ground. But I think just from a long-term perspective, I think most emerging market funds are long-only funds like us, and they always take a long-term view on the country. They don't take a short-term view anyway. So it's not like we're taking a 1-quarter view or 2-quarter view on Sri Lanka or on Sri Lankan companies or any other markets that we invest. You got to take a 4 to 5 year view on any country or company that you invest in. So I think most funds do take that view. I think where sometimes countries go wrong is when there's, for example, Sri Lanka's case, you had, every year there was some issue or the other, some which were not in your control, some which were just poor policy making. which led to lack of confidence amongst investors. So in terms of, the earlier questions about getting foreign participation back, it used to be very high, but it's come down. But to bring that back, you need to have a prolonged period of stable growth. And then you'll see that confidence coming back from investors, right? So 2025 is probably the first year of a proper economic recovery in Sri Lanka post-elections. I know 2024 also was strong, but you had the election cycle, etc. So 2025 is only the first year. So if we have 2026 and 27 and beyond being stable, then I think the foreign participation will come back on its own, because it's a process. So as you build up the momentum, the foreign interest will build up as well.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of the panel. From myself and on behalf of the panel, we thank the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce for inviting us, and also for enabling this important session on capital markets, because finally for rebuilding, growth, transformation, capital is important. So thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break for tea. The next session will begin sharp at 3:15. Just a reminder that the session on exports will be here in the main ballroom, and the session on tourism will move down to the Lotus Room. Thank you.
Can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win, as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities. Haley's Advantis.
World Bank Group.
Who are you? We're here to build
Something new.
a world of jobs,
A force for good.
working to
Get
development zone.
Time to meet.
The entire crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name. Financing projects, multiplying gains. There's IFC and MEGA too.
Working together as private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one. Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5.
6,
Wait,
This sounds good.
but we're not done.
5,
4,
3,
2,
1, done.
and nobody
in all the world, no wizard
That there ever was.
is able to
to do.
What
we
do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise. As the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka, we have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialogue Enterprise.
Good. The whole world can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win, as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities.
Haley's Advantis.
World Bank Group.
Who are you? We're here to build
something new.
A world of jobs.
A force for good.
Working to
get
development done.
Time to meet
the entire crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name.
Financing projects.
Multiplying gains. There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together is private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one.
Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4, 5,
6.
Wait.
This sounds good.
But we're not done.
5,
4,
3,
2,
1, done.
And nobody
in all the world, no wizard
that there ever was,
is able to
do
what we do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise. As the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka, we have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialogue Enterprise.
Good. The whole world can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win, as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities. Haley's Advantis.
World Bank Group.
Who are you? We're here to build
Something new.
A world of jobs. A force for good.
working to
Get
development zone.
Time to meet.
The entry crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First
Just IBRD.
That's the name. Financing projects, multiplying gains. There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together is private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one. Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5,
6,
Wait. This sounds good.
but we're not done. 5, 4,
3,
2,
1, done.
and nobody
in all the world, no wizard
That there ever was.
is able to.
do.
What we do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise. As the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka, we have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialogue Enterprise.
Good. The whole world can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win, as a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities.
Haley's Advantis.
World Bank Group.
Who are you?
We're here to build
Something new.
a world of jobs, a force for good.
Working to
Get development zone.
Time to meet.
the entry crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name.
Financing projects, multiplying gains.
There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together is private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one. Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5.
6,
Wait. This sounds good.
But we're not done.
5, 4,
3,
2.
1, done.
And nobody
in all the world, no wizard
That there ever was.
is able to
to do.
What
we
do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialogue Enterprise.
Good. The whole world can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win. As a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities.
Haley's Advantage.
World Bank Group.
Who are you? We're here to build
Something new.
a world of jobs.
A force for good.
Working to
Get
development zone.
Time to meet.
The entire crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name.
financing projects,
Multiplying gain. There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together is private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about Ida?
And just for fun, this little one. Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5.
6,
Wait,
This sounds good.
but we're not done.
5,
4,
3,
2,
1, done.
and nobody
in all the world, no wizard
That there ever was.
is able to
to do.
What
we
do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise. As the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka, we have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialogue Enterprise.
Good afternoon to you all. We are about to start the last session, and in my view, the most important session. So, in the morning, during session 1 and 2, there was quite a lot of discussion about the impact of the cyclone and floods that took many lives, destroyed livelihoods, infrastructure, and also the response of the government and others to how to tackle the short-term impact of this. But in this session, I would like to focus more the medium to long-term, because one, there was quite a good consensus in realizing for us to make the economic recovery sustainable and to overcome this kind of the negative impact of these shocks, it is critical to accelerate growth. And there can be no other sector, like other than exports, that actually can contribute significantly to accelerate growth. And also, for a long time, we've known that diversifying exports across products, markets, and value chains is critical to drive exports. And today, more than ever, the importance of diversification is becoming very visible, because we are living in a world where the global trading environment is going through massive changes, driven by geopolitics, technological transitions, climate pressures, demographic changes, and this requires us to think creatively, innovatively, to identify opportunities and to figure out how Sri Lanka can tap into these opportunities. And I can't think of a better panel of speakers than the panel we have today to really unpack these trends, highlight the opportunities, and suggest ways what Sri Lanka can do to make the most of these opportunities amidst the challenges that we are facing today. So before I invite Professor Kathuria to deliver his keynote, just a few housekeeping rules. I'm sure by now you're very familiar with Slido. You know you can raise questions and you can participate in polls on Slido for those who are attending in person here, and for the participants who are joining online, you can post your questions via the Q&A function, and also participate in the polls that run on the Zoom platform. So now I would like to invite Professor Sanjay Kathuria, a longtime friend and someone whom I had the pleasure of knowing for more than a decade and had the pleasure of working, who is a prominent economist and a thought leader in South Asia, especially in terms of regional integration and economic development, who has extensive experience working in South Asia and Sri Lanka to set the stage and by delivering his keynote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Subhashini, and I'm delighted to be here today amongst you all. I am not a stranger to Sri Lanka, as she said. I've been working on Sri Lanka at least for the last 15 years or so, and I continue to work on it now that after I left the World Bank, where I worked for a very long time. So, and I thank the Ceylon Chamber and Sharon for this opportunity to talk to you all. So I have termed the title of my talk, Breaking the Island Mindset. Right? So I think that gives you a hint. So you are an island in Sri Lanka, but the behavior should not that be of an island or closed mindset. So I will go, it's simple in many ways. So I will do a quick context setting. I will introduce some trade diagnostics, which will be familiar to many of you. And then I'll make 6 suggestions for change, and not necessarily in an order of priority. You can take your pick, and I have my picks as well. So in terms of the context, so we know that Sri Lanka, I'm an economist, so I'd like to look at the big picture and over the long term. Sri Lanka used to be a donor favorite country, right? And because of its social indicators, its high levels of human development, and then we had a situation where it was borrowing from Bangladesh, a swap line from Bangladesh. So that's how much things had changed. It had growth and poverty reduction despite a 25-year-old civil war, and it was the first to liberalize its economy in South Asia, and it saw the fruits of that liberalization. But in recent times, its prosperity has been marred by stagnation, by near-term stagnation, and Vietnam, which is the green line, the second line from the top, has now overtaken Sri Lanka in terms of GDP per capita, in terms of constant 2021 dollars, right? So that is, and you can see the top line is kind of flattened out over the last decade or so in terms of GDP per capita. So it hasn't really grown the GDP per capita in any significant way over the last decade or so. Okay, and on top of that, on top of the flattening of growth and GDP per capita, the bottom line indicators, which we economists like to look at indicators of long-term sustainability, those are worrisome. Those are worrisome. So first was, of course, the World Bank reverted back Sri Lanka to lower middle income status in 2020 from having gone to, it was in the other bracket, the upper middle income. It went back because of the crisis. At the lower middle income poverty line, Sri Lanka's poverty rate was 22%, which is very high when you think of where you instinctively in your mind one might think of Sri Lanka. But this is the global poverty line of $3 a day. $4 a day. Debt is elevated, and it will remain elevated even after the restructuring is done, and the projection by the IMF in 2030 is for 95% of GDP. The debt will remain after restructuring. Now think about that. That is a very high number, okay? And that will constrain any kind of growth-enhancing expenditures because you have to service that debt, you have to pay interest and so on. And of course, there is the tax base and perpetual fiscal pressures and so on. Notwithstanding what you have heard this morning about very good fiscal performance in this year. But I mean, that is a short-term trend. I mean, there are much bigger structural issues on the tax base. And then exports are very narrow, and that's what this session is about. And they are losing world share, right? And that's the focus for today. Okay. Now, some related numbers. The employment ratio, that means the percentage of people who work compared to those who could work, right, was the lowest since 2015, right? So that's a 47% employment ratio. So that's a very, very low number. And the wages have been quite stagnant, right? Again, an indicator of prosperity not percolating, right? The wages have been quite stagnant. Okay. So let's get to the second part, which is on some trade diagnostics. Okay. Now, Sri Lanka, we know, this is a number that is as damning as you can get in terms of an indicator. I know of no modern small economy that has seen such a sharp dip in its trade performance. In 2000, the trade to GDP ratio was almost 90%, and today we are at 42, 43%. This is unprecedented in a modern small economy, right? That kind of decline in the trade to GDP ratio, it means your GDP is in some sense less efficient because it is less, trade is a much smaller part of the economy, both exports and imports. And all this happened at a time when the rest of South Asia was galloping ahead in the period of hyper-globalization from about 91 to 2010 or so, when rest of Asia was really going, at furious speeds. Sri Lanka was falling, you can see the top line, and was now at the average level of South Asia in terms of trade to GDP, which it should not be, because Sri Lanka is a small economy. It needs to trade much more with the rest of the world. Okay, the share of Sri Lanka in world exports. This, again, you can compare with whom you like. By the way, I should say one thing about the previous chart. I haven't put it here, but there is Vietnam. Many of you would have heard this number. The Vietnam's trade to GDP ratio today, guess what it is. Many of you will know, but the number is 165%. And this is not a made-up number, it's a real number. 165%, a much larger economy than Sri Lanka, but that's how much trade, both exports and import, that's how much trade Vietnam does. Now, Sri Lanka from 2000 to 2024, its share in world exports of goods and services has declined from 0.08% to 0.06%, right? So it's already a small share, gone down even further, at the same time as Bangladesh has gone up from a similar level of 0.08 to 0.15%. And of course, India and Vietnam are different. They're much, much bigger, and exports are much bigger. The same is true of merchandise. Same is true of manufacturers. If you look at manufacturers, the share has gone down from 0.9% of global manufacturers to 0.05%, right? So almost a halving, one half of the share of Sri Lanka in global manufacturers between 2000 and 2024. Okay. Services are only doing marginally better. Now, Vietnam, in any case, is not a great services exporter, but even Vietnam has now crossed Sri Lanka when it comes to services exports. Okay. One factor behind all this is export quality, or there's a classification which economists have. One of my previous supervisors at Oxford, he had developed this, Sanjay Lal. He is dividing between low-tech, primary products, resource-based, and so on. So only 10% of Sri Lanka's exports come in the medium and high-tech category, which is very low compared to what its per capita income, what its level of human development is telling us should be the case. And on the right side, the chart shows you there is an index of export sophistication, which is basically telling you the same thing, that despite growth in per capita income, level of export sophistication has really leveled off. Okay, and what is a statistic that is related to this issue is the fact that the skill mix in Sri Lankan jobs remains predominantly one that is in the low skill sector, right? More than 50% of Sri Lankan jobs are in the low skill sector, and the share of high skilled jobs are in the ballpark of 10%. Okay, so this is in the when we come to So again, another diagnostic on trade is that the markets are very concentrated, both in terms of products and in terms of markets. But interestingly, even in the traditional markets, which is on the second chart you see, on the second one, where you have the blue and the gray, that Sri Lanka's growth of exports to that market, those markets, which is in the blue, has usually been in negative territory, whereas those markets overall have been growing. So whether it is the United States, the United Kingdom, India, Germany, and Netherlands, and the exceptions are in Italy and UAE, where your pace of export growth has kept pace with their overall import growth. But in all the other major markets, Sri Lanka's exports have grown much lower, in fact have been negative, compared to those markets actually growing. So even in the traditional markets, exports growth has been not great. And the market, of course, the product concentration, we all know, it is very high. Now, if you look at the numbers, and if you look from outer space and you looked only at the WTO, World Trade Organization tariff profiles, you would think Sri Lanka is a low tariff economy, right? These are the numbers from the World Trade Organization, the numbers that Sri Lanka reports to the WTO. You would think, oh, well, Sri Lanka is in the blue, so compared to Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, its tariffs are much lower. But then South Asia cleverly invented something called para-tariffs. I did a lot of work on this. This is part of what Subhashini referred to. These para-tariffs are creative because they are not to be reported to the WTO, but they behave exactly like what tariffs are, right? They are a tax on imports and not on domestic production. So if you start including para-tariffs, then your tariffs, then we are talking, the tariffs are going up, and what is worse, they're going up selectively. They're going up in sectors which I've listed for you. For one of the things that I do post-retirement, we have started something called Trade Sentinel. And Trade Sentinel, this is a chart pulled out from Trade Sentinel, which shows you that in many cases, the para-tariffs are actually exceed the average customs duty, which in any case is very dispersed, and it is high in many sectors which are listed there. Beverages, fruits, sugars, cereals, coffee, etc., rubbers, oilseeds, and so on. So this is an area of major concern to trade economists, and of course should be for many others as well. FDI inflows, which is an indicator of how the world thinks, how multinational companies look at you as a destination for investment. Average FDI inflows, which were in any case underperforming pre-2020, pre-2019, they have dropped even further. Now it's even hard for me to read the number, but it's 0.7. It's less than $1 billion of annual FDI inflows in Sri Lanka, which is a very poor number considering the potential, considering what Vietnam does, let alone what India does. Okay, so this is, now I come to my, this is in the realm of what I consider to be important for getting off this sustainability issue, and and they're all complementary suggestions, I hope. And Subhashini referred to the fact that exports lead to sustainability. In the past, the crisis, one of the major reasons for the crisis was the lack of export dynamism in the economy, right? Led to debt creation and all of that. It is important, exports are important not only for macro sustainability, external debt sustainability, but for more and better jobs, for having more women participate and female employment. And a small economy of Sri Lanka's size, of 23 million people, has no option but to be globalization friendly if it wants to prosper, right? And we have to realize that exports and imports are two sides of the same coin. They are just exactly the same as they should. You talk of exports in the same way as imports. All the world's biggest exporters, leading economies, all have exports and imports growing together. Okay, my first suggestion would be to be treating trade as an enabler, not as a threat, right? As I mentioned, average tariffs are not high, but there is very wide dispersion in the tariffs. The para-tariffs are as high as regular tariffs. What can tariff reduction do? It's good for people. It can reduce prices. It improves export competitiveness by providing inputs. But it also reduces the incentive to sell only in the domestic market, right? So what we call the anti-export bias. By reducing tariffs, you force a reduction in that bias against exports. And so therefore, for me, para-tariff reduction, I think as for many others, is one of the priorities. And if you look at, and the second point I want to make now, so that's on the para-tariff issue. And we discussed the numbers earlier. The second issue is India, right? India's import share has, obviously Vietnam is the world's leading exporter, has gained ground, but Sri Lanka has lost out even in the neighboring country where it has all the advantages of geographic proximity, even in India, it has lost out, and Bangladesh, which Sri Lanka was ahead of Bangladesh in India in 2010, now it is significantly below in terms of market share in India's import basket. Now, again, it should be no argument that Sri Lanka needs to integrate with the Indian economy. It's the giant economy next door, a stone's throw away, right? Quarter 2 GDP growing at 8.2%, the latest numbers just released, right? Imports are approaching $1 trillion, goods and services, in India. It has deepening value chains, manufacturing, services, and those are things that Sri Lanka should be looking at. What is the hesitancy? I ask as an economist. What is the hesitancy on a deeper trade agreement with India? I have been looking at it. So, for the last 15 years, we have been talking of a deeper trade agreement with India. This needs to be taken on. And let me also assure you, some of you talked about RCEP. This is even discussion in the newspapers and the government. I mean, first, let's do India. Then we can talk of RCEP. RCEP is much more exacting. It will demand much greater liberalization from Sri Lanka. So I don't know whether it is a political economy issue, but RCEP is a very far cry for Sri Lanka if you can't do a trade deal with a partner who is willing to provide asymmetric trade liberalization, early harvest, as is done in the ongoing India-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement, where India has given much more in terms of trade liberalization than Sri Lanka has given. And that is an approach that usually large economies do with smaller economies. We call that early harvest. So I think, this is my second point, is integrating with the Indian economy. My third point on within the Indian economy, let's focus on South India, right? South India is growing, apart from the state of Kerala. If you look at the last 12 years, South India has been growing significantly higher, right, than the rest of India. Whether it is Andhra, Telangana, this is real growth rates, right? So India's average growth rate 6%, but Karnataka 7.7%, Tamil Nadu 6.4%, Telangana 6.6%, Sri Lanka 2.2%, right? The market is there. It's a growing market. The share in Indian GDP has grown significantly. It's 265 million people, ladies and gentlemen. These are sophisticated economies that are diverging from the rest of India, these states. And their demand and production structures are getting increasingly sophisticated. So there is a synergy possibility there, which is real and can be grabbed. So leveraging the southern cone of India. My fourth point, Subhashini, is working on a focused and smart FDI strategy, right? I think not only is the quantity of FDI important, but it's also the quality of FDI. You don't want FDI to come in on the basis of just purely to exploit high tariffs that are there in the domestic market, right? Because then they're just making supernormal profits because they are hugely efficient firms, and on the back of high profits, they'll come in, laugh all the way to the bank, basically. So what you need for a good FDI is, one is policy predictability. You need, of course, low tariffs so that efficient FDI comes in. And there is an issue of knowledge when it comes to FDI, right? And there's this work that I want to give a shout out to my late colleague in the World Bank, a gentleman called Ravi Yatawara, who together we did a report not so long ago, only 4 years ago, called Foreign Investment Pioneers in South Asia. And we focused on lack of knowledge of even near neighbors. And that is critical for investment, because investment involves sunk cost, right? So it's very important to have that knowledge. So leveraging that idea of sunk cost in FDI promotion, let's go after exporters who already know the economy. Companies that are exporting in Sri Lanka are the first port of call when it comes to potential investors. You don't have to go to Bonn or Washington, D.C., right, to do export promotion. The second thing is, of course, big conglomerates are already had their presence in India. Most of the big companies of the world are in India today, right? So go there. You need to go to Mumbai, Chennai. You don't have to go to, to Bonn or London to attract them because they have regional strategies. And then, of course, southern India, I already mentioned. The fifth point I want to make here is, would you rather have jobs created in Sri Lanka or Sri Lankan firms creating jobs overseas? I think the question is very clear to me. The America is the world's largest economy, right? It still imports hundreds of thousands of labor, of skills every year, right? And the arguments that Mr. Bill Gates makes to all presidents is exactly this. Would you like to meet as a firm to invest in the US, create more jobs, not just for the foreigners, but for Americans, because there are externalities as the firm grows, there are skills transferred and so on. Or would you want me to invest overseas, in India and the Philippines and so on and so forth, right? In Sri Lanka, there is a skills deficit for services. It will hurt ambitions for services exports. I know many of you want to be big services. Some of you, many are, right? But there are big deficits, 17,500 annual deficit shortages in the IT sector. Overall, it is a very closed regime for foreign professionals in Sri Lanka. We don't have numbers, but I looked at a UN number which says that overall migrant stock, which is professionals, which is workers plus others, but the overall migrant stock in Sri Lanka is only 0.2% of the population, which is a very low number when it comes to. So you can see that's an upper bound for how many foreign skilled workers you have, right? So we need to devise a policy that is clearly and transparently identifies the shortages, creates a temporary worker program, monitors worker flows, which we don't, and it creates a public real-time database so there are no fears out there, right? The alternative is simply jobs will go overseas. It's very clear to me that that's what's going to happen. And what I want to say is that people are Sri Lanka's biggest asset. Your human development levels are much higher than any country in South Asia, right? But this asset has not performed so far. It has not been allowed to perform. The last, temporary worker migrant programs that currently exist only fill the low skill gaps. The last point I want to make, Subhashini, is on the South Asian story. I wouldn't stop without talking a little bit about that. The world trade is volatile and unpredictable. South Asia is the world's fastest growing region. And we know that South Asia is fraying a bit. There are all kinds of dissonances between, India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, not so much Afghanistan now, but India, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh is also fraying. Right? Sri Lanka can play a huge role in the revival of South Asia as a neutral party, as its location. It has free trade agreements both with India and Pakistan and so on. And of course, Sri Lanka will gain very significantly should it actually succeed, even to some extent, in bringing South Asia closer together. So, in conclusion, what I want to say is that we should be focusing on a policy for the many. Okay, so I'm not talked about macroeconomic debt sustainability. Those are necessary but not sufficient conditions, and you heard a lot about that in the morning. Those are necessary for growth, but not sufficient for growth, right? What I want to say is that we should be having a mindset of policy making for the many, rather than the few, right? And what do I mean by that? protection helps the few at the expense of the many. Clear, it's very clear. You can do the numbers, you can look at who suffers because of protection and who gains because of protection. Open trade is a pro-poor strategy. Pro-poor, yes. So if we are talking of pro-poor, we want to be pro-poor, then open trade, right? Even the US, such a large economy, even for the US, open trade is pro-poor. They have seen how the Trumpian tariffs have raised prices and have hurt the poor more than they have the rich. They barely, I mean, the rich don't really care, right? So, same thing with skills shortages. Skill shortages privilege the incumbents, creating bottlenecks and driving up their wages. So don't let the incumbents hold up liberalization for the economy and cost the economy dearly, right? Sri Lanka prospered when it was open to the world. We know that from way back in history. Sri Lanka is an island, but certainly cannot afford to behave like an island. So thank you very much, also with my deepest commiserations for the recent tragedy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. I think Sanjay's presentation really sets the context for this discussion and highlights the importance of it. It gives us an honest reality check as to where we are today, and more importantly, what we can do to revive and strengthen the sector. After hearing an academic with a lot of statistics setting the context, we are now turning to practitioners. Exporters who have actually overcome the challenges and succeeded in global markets. Although the figures show that Sri Lanka's exports to GDP ratio is declining, we have 4 exporters with us who have seen growth in their numbers. And it will be very important for us to understand what made them successful and what can Sri Lanka learn from their journey. So let me first turn to Irfan, who has made quite a remarkable shift from being in apparel and textile sector for 20 years to actually become a ocean farmer. Basically to go into sustainable aquaculture and to operate South Asia's first offshore barramundi farm, the first in Sri Lanka to raise fish in open ocean cages, and to become a certified global supplier of fish exporting to Australia, Europe, and the US. So he comes from one of the oldest export sectors of the country, but approaching it in a very new way. So Irfan, could you take us through your journey and tell us what made you successful and what can we learn from your experience?
Sure, thanks Subhashini. So I think the initial motivation for me was boredom. Boredom from, I think I spent 20 years in the apparel business, and tea, rubber, coconut, apparel, the narrative was fairly straightforward for maybe 30, 40 years. And also secondly, it was a concern whether these same industries would sustain us for the next, let's say, half a century. So that was my initial motive. Secondly, what I saw was Sri Lanka's most abundant resource was the ocean, not so much the land mass that we had. And around the ocean, the coastline was an abundant workforce. So my thought was, can we really combine those two resources to build another vertical for Sri Lanka? I think that was the primary motive in terms of what we've achieved with Ocean Pick. If you look at certain economies like Norway, Ecuador, Chile, I must tell the audience that it doesn't have to be necessarily an apparel, coconut, rubber, tea industry. There are other industries, other countries that rely on marine aquaculture. Norway, I just looked up just before I came, 2015, I think they did about $6 to $7 billion of exports. 10 years later, they are at 15 billion. So there are opportunities that we may have traditionally not looked at, that I decided that I will try and pioneer that piece of the story. So that's how I'm there, Subhashini.
Thank you, Irfan. Now I will turn to Sandan, who is from I would say it's a sector Sri Lanka has been aspiring for quite some time to see whether we can have our footprint in the global market. He comes from the healthcare industry with 34 years of experience in the industry. And as the CEO of Sunshine Medical Devices and Lina Manufacturing, he has overseen the establishment of Sri Lanka's first WHO GMP certified metered dose inhaler facility, which enabled Sri Lanka to actually manufacture and meet its own demands own needs without entirely being import dependent. Tell us what can you share from your experience, and how can we make this aspiration a reality? What are the success factors in your sector, Sandan?
So I will answer that question in two stories. First is the Sunshine Holding story. So Sunshine Holding story started way back in 1967 when our founder chairman started the business as a pharmacy in Gampala called Lanka Medicals. And that became Lanka Medical Imports, and then it was Swiss Biogenics, then it became Sunshine Healthcare, and to fast forward, today it's a 60 billion diversified public listed conglomerate operating in multiple sectors. Today we operate in 5 sub-segments in healthcare: pharmaceutical, medical devices, health guard pharmacy, health guard distribution, and the latest addition is the Lina manufacturing, which we added in 2021. The reason why we went to manufacturing, I'll now tell the story of how the pharma manufacturing took place in Sri Lanka. Actually, we started our pharma manufacturing in 1956, which many don't know. Companies like Glaxo, Pfizer, Reckitt, Warner Lambert, Morrison's, they were all present in small scale manufacturing. They were all manufacturing, but not large enough, way back in 1956. Then came the landmark change in 1988 when SPMC, that is State Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Corporation, got into manufacturing with the aid of JICA, where we started manufacturing some basic molecules. But the real impact came in 2015 when the government took a strong stance. Hey, we are going to purchase local manufacturing, where they gave buyback guarantees in 2015. 12 organizations came forward with about $100 million investment. And today, to speak of the success, we have achieved out of 736 molecules what the government buys as essential pharmaceutical. Today, the local manufacturers manufacture 308 molecules, selling for about 54 billion, which is about 41% share. So these are two success stories of the organization as well as the industry, and way forward I'll speak more on the export opportunity.
Thank you. Now I'll turn to Chatura and ask who will be able to add spice to our discussion, because he comes from joint agri production products Ceylon that has been exporting spices for more than 3 decades. What is important about JAPC's experience is that they've transitioned from being a traditional export manufacturer to become a traditional exporter of spices to become an organic exporter of spices, with 90% of their products being certified, organically certified, and reaching out to more than 40 countries. And Chatura, could you share with us your experience and tell us what lessons can Sri Lanka learn in terms of promoting organic agriculture exports?
Yes, Subhashini. So our journey, we started 30 years ago, as you said, and it has become a transformational, we have taken transformational decisions, and we have looked back at that angle. So about 10-15 years ago, we were mainly exporting bulk conventional spices to mainly countries such as India, Pakistan and Middle East. Whereas we took a decision 10 to 15 years ago that we need to add some value to it and to take the export on to the next stage. Why we took that decision was that we understood that the customers are more knowledgeable in today's era, unlike 50, 40 years ago. They are asking for more data. They want more transparency. They need more traceability. Today's consumer, they want to know where their products came from, who produced it, under what certifications these are certified, which tests have you done, are these safe to eat, what are your microbiological parameters, etc., etc. So we are today in an era where the data is key and important, and we have to inform it to the clients and end users. So what we decided was, from a conventional bulk exporter, we turned into a value-added spice exporter. Not stopping from there, we further diversified our portfolio. We started off with spices, also in value-added in bulk. Then we moved on to doing own brands as well as private labels for our clients. In addition, we moved on to some of the exports, such as coconut products exports, also dehydrated fruits, essential oils, etc. So our basket is more. So if there's a problem in one sector, we can always, we have options in the basket to play with. So not to only to go with one product. And also it is important in today's context to have very strong partnerships with your stakeholders. Not only your customers, you also need to have, we are coming from an agri background, so the farmer plays a crucial role. So it is important to empower the farmer, support the farmer, and also to give fair prices. Maybe 100 years ago, what a company, industry might have done was, you buy to the lowest possible price and you sell to the highest possible price to your customer. So that's not the case anymore. If you want to be sustainable in the industry, everybody in the supply chain should benefit. It should go to the farmer, exporter should have it, and also the customer, customer should have a portion of it. Otherwise, the value chain is not sustainable. It may go for very short term, but it will not go. It's not sustainable into the future. So apart from that, it is important, in order for you to be successful in the today's context, you need to have stronger partnership with your customers also. One of our success stories, look back in 2014, we formed a joint venture with one of our existing customers in Netherlands, which enabled us to explore the market in detail. So we could understand what really the European customer wants and their quality parameters. So likewise, you need to make strategic decisions so that you can get some advantage in today's context. And also, as I was talking about, the customer is more knowledgeable. So the customers are looking into certifications, especially coming from food background. They want to know, what certifications you have. Is it food safe? So you need to have food safety certifications. We were one of the first back in 2012 in order to get certified for FSSC 22,000 when it comes to food safety. Also, apart from that, are your goods complying to social standards? So today's context, you get fair trade standards. So that means the farmer is fairly paid, and some of the premium you can collect from the customer can go back to the farmer. So likewise, there are certifications that is available in today's context, where you can differentiate from other competitors or other origins sometimes. Apart from that, the goods needs to be safe and tested. There are many laboratories available where you need to ensure your goods are sound and safe. So likewise, you need to have very stronger connections with your stakeholders, and you need to think of what potential problems that can come in the near future, and you have to work accordingly.
Thank you, Chandra. I think one of the, when Sanjay and I worked some time back on documenting export success stories, because we felt often we have a lot of stories about our failures, but there are many like Chatura, Irfan, Upendra and Sandan that have succeeded. Maybe we are not hearing them enough. One of the things that came out really is that Sri Lanka is increasingly struggling to compete on price and volume, because we are surrounded by countries that has far cheaper labor, abundant with low-cost labor, and also plenty of land, both of which Sri Lanka does not have at the same scale. And many exporters' success lied on exactly what Chatura said, of differentiating, of being able to go for these niche markets, which require effort, fair trade certification, sustainability, where consumers are willing to pay premium for other attributes other than simply the price. So thank you very much for sharing that story. Now let's move to Upendra, who comes from tech sector, who is one of the younger CEOs in Sri Lanka's tech industry. And also, Orel IT has an interesting story. It is a new company. It started in 2010 with just 2 employees. And today it has become one of the, if not the largest IT exporter, with over 4,500 professionals serving clients in more than 55 countries. So this is definitely a remarkable success story. Upendra, would you like to let us know the secret behind your success?
I want to thank the Chamber for having us today here. I want to give a little bit of a background. When Subhashini said that we are a young company, started on 2010, the background of Orel as a group goes a long way back. We started businesses on 1920, so we are one of the oldest companies in Sri Lanka. Just like other companies, we also started as a brick and mortar business. We move into spare part manufacturing, we move into electrical manufacturing. I mean, I believe that every household knows about our electrical background. Basically, one of the brands that we promote is Orange Electric. So that's more or less the journey that we came as a manufacturer, just like all the other participants. So we, on 2010, since that we have a complete product portfolio, we were also concerned about whether we will get obsolete on the market, because we were also exporting about 56 countries globally electrical products. So we were looking at about what are the value additions that we should add to our products. So this is where the tech started to come into the picture. So we bring out certain values, which is about 15 years back, we started to speak about AI. It's not about ChatGPT, but AI into certain domains. So we start to integrate AI into products, which is going all the way about AI in manufacturing technology. So this is where we started AI integration. So then we thought about, look, if manufacturing needs AI, why not rest of the sectors? So currently we are serving about 14 different sectors. And we are not competing with product companies. So that's the differentiator that we are having. We are not a product company, but we help product companies to cater into several domains. For an example, we work with meditech companies, we work with manufacturing tech companies, we work with agri-tech companies, mobility tech, sport tech. So all these companies are basically global companies. Our whole idea was that we will support to build top-notch products on the relevant domain that will facilitate the domain. So it will be basically a narrow-down approach rather than we create a product and start competing with the others. So because of that, we got access into different sectors, global top giants on different technology sectors, which are catering into several industries. So this is where the whole story coming in as an AI service provider. So likewise, when we started to expand from 2010, throughout the journey, when we go up to about 4,000 plus people, during the peak of 2019, I think on 2018, we have been awarded as the exporter of the year in Sri Lanka, which was a bit of a, controversy because we are an IT company who become the exporter of the year. And as a single company, because of the volumes that we were exporting and the export revenue that we are bringing to the country. And then we started to expand the similar service throughout different countries. So this is where we follow the approach of our regular electrical exports, and we started to add IT and services into that sector. So down the line, IT itself already is basically present on 19 countries directly, and we have a partner network on 56 countries. So that's more or less the service sector, and then we start adding more value into this one because we understood that each tech company has their own dream about defining a solution which is more particular to that domain. So we started to look at about what else they need. They need AI. It can be infrastructure, it can be cloud, it can be security. So these are the additional things that you want. So we wanted to become a one-shop that provide all the services for tech companies. So that's where that we become more or less on a service sector, and we have complete partners and customers who we supported to build products globally. And wherever we want to do a solutioning for any particular government, any particular enterprise globally, we bring the best in the level of the product in order to do the solutioning. So that's more or less the story about Orel, and then moving into Orel IT. And I believe that we will continue the journey with the rest of the services as well.
So let me now get back to Irfan with a follow-up question. Sri Lanka is an island with a maritime ecosystem several times larger than its land area, but much of that potential remains underutilized. So tell us how, in your view, can you basically, as a company, what is the potential you see? And as a country, what is the potential you see in the seafood sector? And more importantly, what can Sri Lanka do to really tap into this potential in the seafood sector?
Okay, so this answer may be a little longer than the first one. I think when I looked at the statistics, Sri Lanka exports $300 million worth of seafood out of a maybe 13 something billion dollar basket. So it's a very small and almost insignificant amount. Over the last 10 years, the growth has been marginal. Okay, so that's one piece of the puzzle. Second piece is, I think all these gents gave a history of their businesses. Sri Lanka has traditionally been exporting wild-caught seafood. That's been our business model. Wild-caught seafood, unfortunately, is in decline or is stagnant. So you can't get a growth from an industry where the supply side is stagnant. What fills the gap is the aquaculture piece. So that's the business that we are in. We are only 12 years old, nothing like these businesses here. That's because I started it only 12 years ago. In terms of the flip side is that maybe we use it as an advantage. Okay, we are not very big in the industry. That means we can start afresh. We can position Sri Lanka as a sustainable source of aquaculture, as Chatru was also saying. Hunger will not go out of fashion. Hunger will always be constant. So therefore, and AI can't replace anything like food items. AI can't replace it, pardon me, but AI can't replace the food. But what consumers around the world will replace is unethical sourcing to ethical sources. I think if you look at the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, who will hold most of the purchasing power in the next maybe 2-3 decades, they are very keen to know where their food comes from, how sustainably it's grown, etc. So I think just also maybe for the audience's benefit, Ocean Pick is one of 2 farms in the world, that is oceanic barramundi farms in the world, that is ASC certified. We are a small unit. We are only 10, 12 years old, but we are amongst two in the world. Why? Because from the inception, we were determined that we are not going to be the largest ever. We can't be. We are a small nation. So try and be the best you can be in the world. So in terms of positioning Sri Lanka, I think my take would be whatever industry that we set foot in, to try and position ourselves as the best certified, because we'll never be the biggest. So those are the key things. But in terms of enabling, if you ask me what can Sri Lanka do to try and propel our industry or any other industry, I will say turn the clock back maybe a few years, a few decades, and see what interventions went into the apparel industry, from the quota regime to the 200 garment factory programs, to so many other, like all the inputs were made levy-free, so that the industry can really be improved drastically. In my time, I'm a solo pioneer. I don't have an industry, I don't have a lobby. We've been operating against headwinds, unfortunately. So that's where I think if the Sri Lankan ecosystem had a certain methodology to help our industry, I think we can really take it forward quickly.
Thank you. I think one of the most important messages from Chatura and Irfan, who actually come from two of the oldest export sectors in Sri Lanka, is really how can you differentiate yourself, and this certification and standards, sustainability, appealing to the health conscious consumers appears to be one of the key areas to focus in. And now I would like to ask Chatura, because it is both of you seem to go down a similar path into different industries. There is a question from the audience also, Chatura, saying, why can't we give up tea and shift to organic spice? So you can answer that as well. But really the demand, consumers are increasingly being aware of sustainability concerns, health concerns, and there is increasing demand for organic products, and it is no longer confined to developed world, even emerging economies, especially in Asia, the demand for organic, healthy products is increasing. So how can, your company has succeeded, but if you look at Sri Lanka, how can Sri Lanka succeed in successfully tap into this growing market for organic products?
Yes, Subhashini. So I'll discuss a bit about the organic industry. So today, US and Europe is established markets for organic industry. We are speaking about billions. So US is today about 80 billion industry. It's a huge industry. And Europe is somewhere close to 60 billion industry. So these are very big numbers. And in terms of the current growth, so we are at about 5% approximately year on year. When it comes to last 2 to 3 years, the demand growth in the organic sector. But if you look back, if you look forward to the next 5 to 10 years, it is forecasted at about 10% growth. Why I say that? Because the new generation, we all, everybody, you and I, everybody sitting here, we want to live longer. There's no doubt. So there's a shift in your mindset. Currently, people, they don't mind spending a little bit more on healthy food now versus you are spending a lot of your wealth on health in years to come. So there's been a new way of thinking in Western world in spending for quality food. So organic comes on top of it. So there's plenty of opportunities. As I said, it's a multi-billion dollar industry. So there's plenty of opportunities. So when it comes to, if I talk about some of the opportunities in terms of Sri Lankan products. The first thing comes to my mind is Ceylon cinnamon. We produce 80% of world's true cinnamon demand, which is about 20,000 metric tons annually. Whereas world consumes about roughly 250,000 metric tons of cassia plus cinnamon both combined. So out of that, Sri Lanka only produces 10% roughly, which is 20,000, whereas we have a huge potential. We have a market to capture 90%. If we can increase the production of Ceylon cinnamon, everything what we produce in Sri Lanka, it sells. Nothing is left. Have you seen anywhere, cinnamon is left, nowhere to sell? No, nothing. Every kilo we produce, we are able to sell it. Cinnamon, roughly, Sri Lanka is earning about $250 million for a year. This can easily become a $1 billion industry if we plan it properly in the next maybe 5 to 10 years. It's not a difficult task. It's within the scope. In addition to cinnamon, Sri Lanka also has potential to export new additions, such as we have seen in the world stage. There's a hype for superfoods, like moringa. It's called one of the superfoods with a lot of high nutrition, and also for gotu kola. Also, when it comes to herbs, like even curry leaves, they attract very high demand in world stage. So we have high potential, and there's plenty of opportunities to grow in this sector. And also in the last few years, we have seen the government is giving for the cultivators, you can get long-term leased lands where you can where you can get at a very low rates, and you can start a cultivation. There are a lot of opportunities like that. We all know the Western countries, Europe, US, are developed nations when it comes to organic. But at the same time, as you asked me in the question, there's more demand in coming up from countries such as from Asian countries, especially India, our neighboring country, with a huge number of population. Also, when it comes to cinnamon, you don't have cinnamon in India. So there are a lot of demand coming from Asian countries for organic healthy products. Even Middle East countries, you get good demand from Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and also countries such as China. Cinnamon was recently opened up to China some time ago. So Sri Lankan exporters have the opportunity to export to China now. It was not allowed until about 6 months ago. So now it's allowed. At the same time, Sri Lanka got the first ever GI geographical certification for Sri Lankan commodity. That was first ever for Ceylon cinnamon. So we have a lot of opportunities to differentiate from other producing countries. I mean, cinnamon cassia is considered sometimes as a substitute, but with these certifications like geographical certification, organic certifications, you can really differentiate these two products, and you can capture the market. And also, Sri Lanka being, we are having an ecosystem where we are working mainly with small farmers. This is a nice story, where we can go and tell to the world. We can say, for an example, Rambanda farmer who produces Matala Pitya cinnamon, we can put him on the back of a pack, and we can say, with a QR code with today's world, this is Rambanda has produced this lot. That kind of storytelling needs to go out in order to create brands and to really capture the market. So there are plenty of untapped opportunities still in Sri Lanka in terms of value-added exports. So there's long way to go.
So do you think, somebody asked from the audience, we should transition from tea to organic spice, Chatura?
It's two different industries. So spices generally, it's a home garden concept. It's a homegrown commodity, whereas tea is an industrial product, more of a. So spices, usually the spices are produced mostly, apart from cinnamon up to a certain extent. The rest of the spices are done as a home garden concept. So you have biodiversity, you have 2-3 nutmeg trees, clove trees, nutmeg trees at your house, and you don't intentionally, for spices, in most cases, you don't intentionally apply pesticides or weedicides. So whereas in tea, mostly if you want to get a better yield, you have to apply. So tea also, there's plenty of opportunities in the organic sector, whereas in spices, the price difference for organic and non-organic is not too much compared to what you fetch us in tea. Tea sometimes is about twice, whereas when it comes to spices, it's about 1/3. So if you do a proper cultivation, even in tea today, with less use of pesticides, herbicides, you can still earn a relatively high income if you do a proper cultivation. So it's shifting from tea to spices. It's practically, there are difficulties because of the scale and how you do it.
Thank you. And now I'll turn to Upendra. So you operate in a sector undergoing rapid transformation. On one side, technology is evolving so quickly, replacing entire skill sets and making them redundant as AI takes over. And on the other hand, the tech sector has become, a geopolitical battleground, which also influences supply chains, talent flows. So in this fast-shifting environment, what opportunities do you see for Sri Lanka? And what should we do to succeed in making use of those opportunities?
I want to tap on one point that you mentioned earlier, the same point. You mentioned that we don't have volumes. We compete with rest of the region when it comes to pricing and not. So I look at it on a different perspective. I think that you're right, 100%, that we don't have volumes, right? Out of the statistics that we spoke about, I think Sri Lankan IT workforce is somewhere in between 200,000 to 250,000, and that's it. And it's not big. But on the other side, every year we have about 12,000 to 15,000, including state and private institutions, produce IT graduates. Right? So there is, in one end, we talk about a gap, but on the other side, we talk about there are not enough opportunities. Why? Because what I feel is that we have not really understood our positioning. Because why? Whether we like it or not, we are not a BPO destination. That's a point that I was highlighting for years, but either the industry agreed or not. We don't do small scale work. We don't do regular call centers. We don't do data entry. All those things are basically not in Sri Lankan context. So whatever we do in here, it can be a contact center, it can be a technical call center, it can be a finance operation. These are very specialized domain operations. And it need a specialized skill set as well. Not that every person who can go and start, working immediately. It has a certain training cycle, certain certifications. You have to acquire that knowledge. So that's where Sri Lanka's position is. So we shouldn't be tapping into where our, neighbors are tapping in. We should understand where our positioning is, and that is what Sri Lanka should look at. I mean, there are enough and more stories, like if you take individually, there are a number of technology companies in Sri Lanka has gone and excel on particular domains, not in general technology. They didn't go and say, look, we are a BPO, we want more seats. It's not the case. We look at about a process, we look at about implementation, we look at about solutioning. That's where our area of work. And that's how we have been, grown this market as an IT industry who has been going into the export market. The other one is that if you started to compare ourselves, again, this is on a personal note, that I look at Sri Lanka, in comparison into, we can take two steps. Either we can look at about Singapore, which is more like a stability which has been provided. And when you go to UAE, you have the availability. So either we need to look at whether Sri Lanka can be a platform for everyone. So you let foreign companies or other global tech companies to come and set up centers within Sri Lanka. That's one way of looking at it, which is already happening. And the other one is, you look at Israel. What is the biggest business for Israel is Intel. And you have a smaller community and more tech savvy. And if you look at about the 200,000 that we have at the moment, and the amount that we are producing every year, we are also having a similar concept. If you look at about number of startups that Sri Lanka producing, it's immense. Whether they will succeed or not, that's a different matter, because that is where the stability and availability need to come from the policy level, from the government level. So if that is there, this can go out. The third point is, we don't fight for volumes, but we fight for quality. That's where the Sri Lankan perspective as well. If I start to compare, which is not the right comparison, but I should say this because the youngest populations within the region, if you look at South Asia, after COVID, based on 2024, India is 28. That is the median age of India, and that is why India went through a complete digitalization, because people adopt, because you have so many youngsters. But you look at on the other side, Bangladesh median age is 27, which was not ran through the same process. Whatever the reason, the same thing what India should have done was not happening in Bangladesh. But if you look at Sri Lanka, we are much older. Our median age is 32, but I look at it as a positive aspect because we are matured. Rather than, among the competitors on the region, we are matured enough, but we have very small quantities. So the output, the throughput, or whatever we have delivered so far, Sri Lanka has positioned ourselves for the quality of the output. So I don't see any reason that why Sri Lanka cannot be the next big tech hub in Asia.
Thank you, Upendra. I think consistently the message I hear about what makes Sri Lankan firms succeed is specialization, differentiation, branding, and competing on quality than on quantity. So now I'll turn to Sandhan. Global pharmaceutical and medical devices sector is fast-growing sector. We have two of our neighbors that has made significant inroads, India especially, in generic pharma and diversifying into medical devices. Bangladesh is an emerging destination. So what are the opportunities that are there that Sri Lanka can realistically tap into in this sector, Sandhan?
So if you take the global pharmaceutical market, it's valued at $1.6 billion US dollars. So it's huge, and it's growing by 6% CAGR. If you take Sri Lanka, where we are now, if you take the last 5-year figures, we are stagnated between 6 to 8 million US dollars, nothing more. So last year, together with the Sri Lanka Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, we did brainstorming, and now we are working how to get at least 100 million US dollars as healthcare exports. So how do you do? So if you also take the companies, I told earlier that in 2015, 12 companies took the buyback guarantee, and today I'm happy to say we have 23 local manufacturers set up or approved by NMRA, our regulator, who's National Medicines Drug Regulatory Authority. And there are 29 members in our association. That means 6 more members are awaiting approval from NMRA. So there's a limit that we can supply the government. There's a lot of stiff competition in the private sector. So all of us need to look abroad and look at these opportunities. So what are the opportunities do we have?
So to operate a local pharma manufacturing facility in Sri Lanka, the basic requirement what we need is the WHO GMP. So all these 23 manufacturing facilities are being approved by the WHO GMP. So the first opportunity for us is we can export to the WHO GMP countries who accept these standards. Now, who are they? If you take Asia, we can supply to Maldives, Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Philippines. So these are some of the opportunities we have. We also can supply to some of the African regional countries. Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Ghana, Zambia. So these are some of the opportunities. So here we can go immediately with what we are manufacturing here. Then comes another opportunity for us, the EU GMP, where we can enter the European market. Few years ago, people thought, no, that's not something that the Sri Lankan companies can get. But today I'm very happy. I'm happy and proudly say, out of these 23, 2 organizations have got EU GMP approval and 4 are under process. So soon we are going to have 6 local manufacturers who are EU GMP certified. Now what is the opportunity there? You can immediately supply to 27 EU countries and it open up doors for 60 other countries, including South American nations like Brazil. So these are 2 big opportunities we all can work on in achieving what we want to achieve. In addition, another huge opportunity we have, we call it the CDMO, Contract Drug Manufacturing Organization. With COVID coming in, we saw India being our neighboring giant, they went for India +1 model. Some of these facilities are going full capacity utilization and they are looking at options how I can manufacture in another organization. So we at Lina Manufacturing already we manufacture for Calbee Indonesia, Zydus India, and already there are Pakistani organizations who are looking at our facility, MDI being limited plants in and around. They're looking at how they can do contract manufacturing through our organization. So contract manufacturing, drug manufacturing is another option where we can be the manufacturer which can take our product abroad. I think these 3 are huge opportunities with huge value in hand, which all of us can exploit and take this forward.
Thank you, Sandan. And now I would like to turn to Sanjay. You had a lot of questions from the audience. Feel free to pick any you want to answer. But I have one as well, because one of the things that South Asia missed, that Southeast Asia succeeded on, is connecting to global value chains. We missed the global value chains entirely, all of South Asia, not just Sri Lanka. So now, today, India is becoming, with the increasing attention that the global firms are giving India and the interest in relocating some of their production to India, especially southern part of India. Do you see that at last that South Asia is getting an opportunity to connect to global value chains? And can India be a hub like Japan was in 80s and 90s and China in the last 20 years? Do you see potential for India to be a hub in regional value chains in South Asia? And what opportunities do you see for Sri Lanka?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And thank you to our friends for all the questions. I may not be able to get through all of them in the interest of time, but I will try. Thank you for all the range of questions. To start with Subhashini's question, so I think, especially the south of India, they're in certain parts of manufacturing, they're doing very well. Tamil Nadu is a success story. Gujarat is another one, more on the western side. So India, but let's face, India has not really done well in manufacturing. If you look at it from a sort of long-term perspective, the share of manufacturing in GDP is 14, 15, 16%. The ambition was 25% 10 years ago. But we have stagnated in India at the level that it was. That's because the rest of the economy, it's not India is growing slowly, right? India is growing 6 to 7% a year. So the rest of the economy, the services sector is growing very fast. And the construction sector, parts of merchandise are growing. So it is
But yes, I mean, for a country like Sri Lanka to ride on India's coattails, for me, makes eminent sense, right? As a question was asked to me in a podcast 1 hour ago, as Singapore was to China, can Sri Lanka be to India? And I think that question is actually a brilliant one, and it contains the seeds of its own answer. So I think that there is a possibility in, the India +1 model. It's not the first time I've heard it today, but in the context of not the China +1 story, but in the context of the limited geography and the fantastic geography that Sri Lanka has, so to be able to exploit that. So I think there's a possibility, and it goes back to some of the issues that I raised about FDI. For that to really become a reality, Sri Lanka needs to attract that high quality investment, foreign investment, where Indian firms are taking the final, for me, FDI is the final frontier in terms of cross-border engagement, because you're putting boots on the ground, you're putting money on the ground, right? Trade is much more, can be more volatile, right? Okay, so I will try to go through, there are about 20 questions, so I certainly won't be able to address all of them, but what I think are most relevant to me. What are the reasons for Sri Lankan companies not getting into the Indian market? I think the business sector probably can answer that better, but I think what the question that has to be asked is, India, as I said, is importing $1 trillion worth of goods and services. Yes, we've heard there are lots of non-tariff barriers on the Indian side, some conscious, some unconscious, some a lack of information. So they're not really non-tariff barriers, but you see them as non-tariff barriers, but they're actually non-tariff measures, right? They're quality standards that have to be met. And every country in the world has quality standards. So I think the information about that, I think, percolating information on that is also important for addressing our non-tariff measures. It says, so the same question, para-tariffs are done to protect Sri Lankan manufacturing, India has BIS. Yeah, so BIS is a quality control certification, para-tariffs are a quantitative, a price-based measure. So they're two different things, right? And Sri Lanka should certainly have quality standards, again, not implementing them in a protectionist way. Incidentally, the think tank where I am a visiting appointment, CSEP in Delhi. So recently a work was done by my colleague Prerna on quality control orders. And we found that a lot of these quality control orders were actually protectionist, right? And that was in response to some of the producer lobbies in India. And the quality control orders had proliferated. And thanks to that work and some others done by, including by Niti Aayog, the quality control orders have recently, very recently, been rescinded, and a much more organic, a much better framework to address concerns, quality concerns, has been created. So that has been a huge win for the people who want access to low-cost inputs. I think these get to the heart of trade. I mean, after all, one of the major reasons to trade is getting inputs at world prices, right? So that you can export overall. So the quality controls orders is an issue where there has been a recent very big win for exporters and the policy community.
Sanjay,
Yeah.
can I, simply because we're running out of time and I'm getting messages, I know there has been a lot of questions, but Sanjay will be around. Feel free to talk to him after the session. But would like to conclude this session by asking all the panelists to respond in just less than 1 minute to this question. If you had the chance to champion just one transformative reform or action to accelerate growth in your sector, what would that single priority be, and why would you choose that above others? We'll start with Upendra and go in that order.
I will define a term, but I will not explain because I think the words will explain it itself. I would say for tech sector, it will be a nationally integrated digital innovation corridor. That's it.
Chatura?
I would say more flexibility on the exporters to export competitive products into the world. We need to have more freedom. I was speaking this issue earlier also. Sri Lanka, being an agricultural nation, we are only competitive in only few products. You know, if we speak about spices, my area, like we have cinnamon, pepper, cloves, nutmegs, etc. But whereas in the world there are more than 100,000 of spices. So we are limited to what we can produce in Sri Lanka. So if we had the opportunity to import some of the items which are not grown in Sri Lanka and to make value-added items, you know, to do spice blends or to do different chai blends, because customers, they do not buy 5-6 SKUs. When they buy, they want to have a assortment. You know, Sri Lanka having a more relaxed, export-friendly, re-export-friendly culture, it would enable Sri Lanka to, I would say, to export, to look on the potentials immensely.
So you can go beyond the volumes and the varieties that currently restrict you.
Exactly.
Sandan?
So transformative initiative to take healthcare globally. The policy would be to have a strong government policy aligning all stakeholders. Since I have 1 minute, I'll repeat it again. A strong government policy aligning all stakeholders.
Irfan?
Yeah, I think as an entrepreneur and a pioneer, maybe a concierge service at an apex body, wherever it may be, where as innovators or pioneers, there is some ecosystem that would kind of give you easier passage than the traditional one that is currently in existence. Because again, headwind is naturally there. How do we provide tailwind for innovators, entrepreneurs, pioneers? I think that's...
So what you're saying is when somebody wants to venture into a new sector, a new area, a new way of doing things, the existing system struggles to find out like how can we now approve this, accommodate them, and I've heard plenty of time your experience in being a pioneer in this sector. Sanjay, from you, what would you consider as one single most priority for Sri Lanka in terms of getting its exports right?
So I think I go back, I step back a little bit directly from trade, and I focus on skills, the point that I mentioned. I think a national skills policy, because I feel in Sri Lanka hasn't really used its skill base, its high level of human development enough. Creating a national skills policy which has skills, temporary workers from abroad as an integral part of that national skills policy. And if I can just take 30 seconds more to clarify, and there was many in the questions, but trade agreements are not a one-way street, right? You don't only get market access, you also have to give market access. I think that's an important thing, and to in your mind to remember that suddenly when you think about any place like RCEP, there's a lot of liberalization also has to be done. So, you can start with those who are ready to be a little bit more forgiving in terms of market liberalization.
I think what Sanjay said resonates with this quality, because when your human resources, the quantity you have is limited, paying attention to quality becomes critically important, and that is where investing more on skilling the workforce becomes critical for success in exports and overall success in the economy. So I think I'm on time, so thank you very much. I'm not going to summarize everything that was discussed, but I would like to thank all the panelists for being here, sharing their insights and contributing to the discussion about how to revive Sri Lanka's export sector so that we can make Sri Lanka's economic recovery sustainable. Thank you very much, and that ends this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence and participation. We were expecting His Excellency, the President, Andhra Kumara Dissanayake, to join us today. Unfortunately, just a short while ago, we received the news that the President has been called away on some urgent matters. Representing the President, Honorable Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya will be joining us shortly. She is on her way and will be with us in just a few minutes. We kindly request that you remain seated for the Prime Minister's arrival. Thank you.
Imagine the possibilities.
Haley's Advantis.
World Bank Group.
Who are you? We're here to build
Something new.
a world of jobs,
A force for good.
working to
Get
development zone.
Time to meet.
The entry crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name.
Financing projects.
Multiplying gains. There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together is private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one. Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5.
6,
Wait,
This sounds good.
but we're not done.
5,
4,
3,
2,
1, done.
and nobody
in all the world, no wizard
That there ever was.
is able to
to do.
What
we
do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise. As the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka, we have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialogue Enterprise.
Good. The whole world can be a part of that. At Nestle, every day we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible corporate citizen of Sri Lanka. Our 4-pillar sustainability framework is at the heart of everything we do. Recognized consistently as an employer of choice, we remain committed to talent development and offering world-class employee experiences. At Unilever, we brighten everyday life for all. We play to win. As a business and as a corporate citizen. Let's come together to win with a winning Sri Lanka.
Imagine the possibilities.
Haley's Advantage.
World Bank Group.
Who are you? We're here to build
Something new.
a world of jobs,
A force for good.
working to
Get
development zone.
Time to meet.
The entry crew.
Want to start?
No, after you.
First IBRD.
That's the name.
financing projects.
Multiplying gains. There's IFC and MIGA too.
Working together is private sector glue.
You want more?
I know you do.
How about IDA?
And just for fun, this little one. Here's our mission.
It's not complex.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5.
6,
Wait,
This sounds good.
but we're not done.
5,
4,
3,
2,
1, done.
and nobody
in all the world, no wizard
That there ever was.
is able to
to do.
What?
we do.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead, and why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialogue Enterprise as the leading.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much for being a part of the 25th Economic Summit. We are expecting Honorable Prime Minister in a few minutes, and so I kindly request you all to take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, I warmly welcome our chief guest today, Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Harini Amarasuriya, the Chairman of the Ceylon Chamber, Mr. Krishan Balendra, Vice Chairman Mr. Bingumal Tevratantri, and Deputy Vice Chairman Mr. Vinod Haidramani. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce is holding its 25th Economic Summit today. Now, I take pleasure in inviting Mr. Krishan Balendra, Chairman of the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, President Anura Kumara Dissanayake, who was scheduled to be here this evening, could not join due to the circumstances and some urgent matters that he had to attend to. Prime Minister, thank you so much at such short notice for joining us this evening. Before we proceed, I wish to acknowledge the profound impact of Cyclone Ditwa, which has caused severe devastation across several parts of our country. We mourn the lives lost and stand with the families displaced and those whose livelihoods have been disrupted. The Chamber, together with our member companies, have been working closely with government agencies to support urgent relief efforts. Moments like these remind us of the resilience of our people and the importance of coming together as a nation. The Chamber took careful consideration on whether to proceed with the summit, but we ultimately felt it was important to continue because at a time when Sri Lanka is facing a shock like this, restoring stability, rebuilding confidence, and mobilizing investment are more critical than ever. The sessions today provide a platform to discuss the recovery strategies and devise a way forward across different sectors. Honorable Prime Minister, during today, this summit has brought together leaders from Sri Lanka and across the world, policymakers, investors, industry experts, multilaterals, and the private sector to engage in a frank, forward-looking dialogue on how Sri Lanka can accelerate its economic recovery and transform itself into a competitive investment destination. The Chamber has brought together over 800 participants today, including over 100 foreign investors from multiple countries. This summit has reaffirmed that Sri Lanka's private sector, alongside our international partners, is fully committed to driving the country's economic transformation. Tomorrow, we look forward to deepening this momentum as we shift the spotlight to investment, including dedicated B2B sessions for foreign investors, facilitated engagements with the local private sector, and direct interactions with key government agencies. We are confident that these efforts will help unlock new opportunities and support Sri Lanka in raising FDI. While the original theme of the event was very much based on the economy and investment, we have also pivoted, as all of you who were here from morning have seen, towards focusing on what we can do after the events of the last few days to rebuild the devastated parts of the country. Prime Minister, once again, we extend our sincere appreciation for your presence this evening. We are honored to have you with us and eagerly look forward to your remarks. If I can invite Bingumal and the Prime Minister for the fireside chat that we had organized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balendra. We now invite our chief guest for this evening, Prime Minister Honorable Harini Amarasuriya and Mr. Bingumal Tevratantri, Vice Chairman of the Ceylon Chamber, to take the seats on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Haranyamara Surya, on behalf of the Ceylon Chamber, we warmly welcome you. In a time where the country is hit by one of the worst natural disasters, you taking some time and meeting us, meeting the private sector, the multilats, the ambassadors, and the investors is highly appreciated. Our theme was more on growth, basically beyond stability, policy framework that we need to get the growth going. President also spoke about a 7% growth, so theme was all about that, and sadly it happened. So with the cyclone detour, what we have also done is we have changed the course a little bit. So in every discussion, we discussed a little bit about what do we do immediately, how do we make this disaster to convert that into an opportunity in certain areas, how do we bounce back quickly, basically how do we get back to the original targets that we have set. So that was the theme. I mean, basically that's what we did the whole day. We had sector sessions as well. So on that note, ma'am, I will start. I'll ask a question like this. So with the available information, I know there's a lot going on at the moment. The death toll is still rising. It's a missing number of 360, 370. The toll is close to 400. So I think people are aware of those numbers. But in terms of the impact, immediate size of the damage in your view, at a very high level, I know the details are not available at the moment, and we understand that the World Bank is also helping us to do some studies. What is the government view at the moment in terms of the size of the problem?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity, and I also wish we all faced really difficult situation during the last several days, and the cost of this has been devastating. The human cost, the numbers may be small in terms of the deaths, but it is still a large number for Sri Lanka. And as you pointed out also, the numbers are still rising. We are still accessing certain places, particularly in the districts of Nuwara, Badulla and Kandy. I just want to acknowledge at this point the amazing resilience of our people who once again faced a shock of this magnitude and are still going on, picking up the pieces and moving forward. I just want to acknowledge that the amazing spirit of our people and the way that everyone's been coming together to help each other, and also the support that we've got from the public sector, the private sector, our international community for reaching out and expressing your support and pledging your support. I just want to also take a moment to just acknowledge that and thank everyone. You asked about the impact, and as we are just starting to do a formal assessment, I think we know the numbers. The death toll has now risen to 410, with 336 missing. We expect these numbers to go up. But I think the most challenging aspect of this disaster has been the sort of scale of infrastructure damage also that has been caused. So there are certain villages that have been wiped out, roads, bridges, so the infrastructure damage has been quite extensive. Housing, public utilities. I can't give you numbers as yet because we are still beginning to, in fact, I just came from the Colombo District Disaster Management Committee meeting, which is still going on, where we are beginning to start assessing the loss, the damage in Colombo. So similarly, this is happening in all the districts. As you said, the World Bank has come forward to help us with this assessment. So has I think the EU has also offered support, as well as the UN. And we hope that with this coordinated assessment, we would be able to get a better picture in the coming days about the actual cost and the impact.
I think the current target is to bring back livelihood to normalcy.
Yes.
So what are the tactical measures you're taking? Because right now, I think about 1 million people were at least displaced. Now people are going back to their homes. What are the tactical measures that you have taken or you're planning to take in the next couple of weeks?
So to talk about a return to livelihood, I think once again, the impact is very uneven, right? So for instance, in certain districts, we can return to normal activities fairly soon because it's basically been a problem of flood levels, right? So in Colombo, for example, now the flood levels are receding. People will start moving back to their homes. So once those are cleaned up, normal activities can resume. Other districts, more challenging because there's so much damage. So our immediate strategy is normalizing life before we can even start talking about livelihoods. Just get people back to their homes, get kids back to schools, universities functioning again, the school system functioning again, and then the normal activities to start happening. So here we are thinking of, we've already announced a financial grant for people to restart their, so to go back to their homes, to clean up their homes and to sort of set up their houses again. Again, there's houses that are partially damaged, houses that are fully damaged, so there's going to be extensive work that's necessary there. In terms of getting livelihoods back, apart from sectors like agriculture, which is, I think, another story altogether.
We'll come to the sectors,
we need to come to that. But all other sectors, we are trying to sort of resume normal activity as much as possible. Whatever support we can give in terms of loans or sort of measures to kind of suspend repayments for a while, all of these we will be considering based on the assessment that we are about to start conducting.
Got it. Do you have an idea of, in terms of the power, giving back power to the impacted areas? The power had been a big concern in many areas.
Yes, largely restored in most areas. Again, it is Nuwara, Badulla, Kandy, again pockets. Even in Kandy, the power has been restored in most parts of the district, but there are still areas that are unreachable. These are where where power has still not been restored. Communication has more or less been established throughout the country. Water supplies also, to a large extent. There were lots of concerns about water, but this has also been largely restored now with the flood waters receding. Power is still an issue, particularly in Nuwara and Badulla and parts of Kandy.
Do you all anticipate like a food shortage because of supply chain disruption?
More than a food shortage, I think there will be a cost. There will be an increase in cost which we are trying to manage. There was a meeting, the Committee on Food Security met yesterday to discuss this. We are also coming into a tourist season, the festival season. So anyway, this is a time when the cost of goods, cost of food increases. But we are looking at relaxing certain import regulations to enable the food supply to continue uninterrupted and for us to be able to manage the prices as well.
Makes sense. Thank you. So let's look at the medium term. I know it's at the moment we're just looking at the next couple of weeks, but it's critical, ma'am. We look at certain sectors like you touched on agriculture, tourism, and I would say other industries because there are so many industries, poultry and all of that. But these two industries are critical. I think what we hear is Maha season is not impacted, but tourism belt, especially in central province, is impacted. What are we thinking of doing in terms of those two sectors, agriculture and tourism?
So in the agriculture sector, it has been quite devastating because farmers had just started. So the major impact has been on paddy, the season had just begun, and
Sorry, what I actually meant is the stock is available for the next 3 to 6 months. I think the Maha is impacted.
yes.
Severely, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so the Maha
Yeah,
season, which is the main...
just started, yeah.
Yes, just started, right? So there's been a major impact there because, well, they will have to start again. They just started planting, right? So this is where we are going to have to, where we are planning. The concern we have is that, for example, with paddy, the seeds, they've used up all the seeds, right? So we are going to need to import that. Also, the whatever rice that farmers have been keeping in their homes have also been affected by the flood. So this is a big concern. How to
and
get
you have to
that going.
replant before 20th of December.
December, right? So we have a very short
window
for all of this. Then fertilizer, compensation, all of this has to happen. So it is quite challenging, but it is also necessary that we move forward on it because this is the main livelihood of the people. I mean, particularly in those areas that we talked of. Also the areas that have been inundated, like Polonnaruwa, Ampara, Putlam, all of these areas. Right? Then the vegetable production has been badly damaged. Again, there'll be compensation that's necessary, and then replanting and looking at somehow not increasing production, but at least maintaining some level of production for the Maha season as well.
Because vegetables you can't import, right? The quarantine process is cumbersome.
So we actually discussed looking at the quarantine process as well because of this particular issue, and for this particular reason, I mean, not completely relaxing it, but we discussed assessing the quarantine regulations because I think what we all agreed is that sort of managing the price, keeping some control on the cost of food, and also ensuring that there's no scarcity will take priority, right? So there will have to be some assessment. We are talking to the health authorities. Those quarantine regulations were brought in for very good reasons. But this is an exceptional situation, and whether even temporarily we can ease some of those regulations in order to be able to ensure that there's no scarcity and that the cost of food remains somewhat stable.
Got it. Tourism, any immediate action plans in terms of accessibility, reviving some hotels?
Yes, focus will be on getting the infrastructure back on track, so the roads, the utilities, power, water, all of that back on track. Fortunately, well, the south coast has been least affected, right? So I think the coastal belt, once we do a cleanup, we should be able to get back to normal fairly fast. So what that requires is actually just letting the water recede and then clean up. It's the interior that is more damaged, and there we will have to. We are thinking of providing support for hoteliers, for those in the hospitality and tourism industry to get going again. They will need a lot of support, especially in the sort of newer area, the central province and other areas.
Have we done an assessment in terms of
Yes.
number of room nights impacted, in terms of number of capacity impact? Have we done an assessment?
We don't have the numbers yet. As I said, that assessment is just beginning to happen.
We spoke about...
If I may, just because I think, as any of you who have experienced this kind of disaster will recognize, you go through certain phases, and the first effort is, of course, always rescue and evacuation, and then followed by the relief, then followed by the recovery. This is the usual kind of process you go through. We are now in the kind of the relief and recovery stage, which is when you can really start doing a proper assessment. Because what happens also at this point is that many of the officials who are expected to do this assessment have also been affected, right? So, and communication proved to be hugely problematic. So it is only now that we are able to get those systems back in operation. And I think that proper assessment can only be done in the days to come.
Thank you. Please scan the QR code and you can also ask questions. We'll take maybe one or two in the interest of time. Shiran, if you can project the QR code. Yeah. Prime Minister, we had this 7% growth target at the budget discussion. I mean, what is your view now? I mean, have you all changed the forecast?
No, the 7% target was a mid to long-term forecast for us, and we intend to stick to that. We are very resolute about it. We are not going to go backwards, right? This country cannot afford that. We intend to move forward and meet those targets. Of course, this is going to, as the circumstances, as situations change, we will have to adjust to it. We will have to take certain measures to cope with what is happening. But our targets remain the same. I think you know that in our budget, in the budget speech, the President mentioned 6 focus areas: sustainability and sustainable and inclusive growth, debt sustainability, export diversification, digitalization, a productive economy, alleviating poverty. Those are our targets, and we are resolute that we remain on track with those targets and that we just keep going.
Brilliant. That was actually my next question, because government during the budget spoke about many strategic level proposals. You mentioned few. I think SDPA was a discussion, Port City Bill, single window for trade, digital ID by third quarter, and the holding company structure for SOEs, like SOE reform process. Do you see any stress to these timelines?
No, not at all. Many of those pieces of legislature and the policies we've already started working on them. They are due to be presented to Parliament early next year. We don't see any reason to delay any of it. In fact, if at all, we are going to move faster, because that is going to be part of our recovery and rebuilding strategy, that we ensure that that the environment is in place to move forward and to keep the economy going. So those are incredibly important, all of what you mentioned, and we have no plan to go slow on any of it. We will continue to stay on course.
You believe we'll have the fiscal support for things like single window for trade?
But that we will have
support.
support.
Fiscal buffers for things like digital ID, the single window for trade, things like that. Will we have enough money after this disaster?
Well, that's where we have to be strategic. I mean, some adjustments are going to be necessary in our budget, but if we do not invest in these things, and if we don't set the get the investment landscape and the environment right, we are not going to be able to recover and rebuild and keep to our targets. Right? So these are priority areas for us, even for us to be able to make sure that people recover from this devastation. We need to keep our economy strong and resilient. Right? And these are not just sort of ornamental or sort of extras. These are fundamental to making sure that the economy remains steady and that we remain competitive, right? So these are essential things that will have to be done, and we will have to find the money for it, and we will have to we have to prioritize. None of this is actually about money so much as right policies.
Willingness.
Yes, right? I mean, a single window managing that is not going to take, it's not money, it's management, it's getting the policy right, and it's political will to make sure that that remains on course and that everyone follows the rules and follows the regulations, right? And I don't think there's a lack of political will here.
Thank you. Now there are questions coming. I think your pet area is being questioned. Prime Minister, on education side, how are we preparing our children to be skilled for the current demands? Maybe, ma'am, you can also cover a little bit about the larger reform program that you're doing on education.
Right. Rather than a reform, I would like to describe it as a transformation, because what we are doing or what we are planning to do is not to sort of tinker with the existing system, but to really introduce a new system. We will be starting, there are 5 pillars to this change: curriculum reform, reform to the assessment and evaluation system, reforms to the governance of education, reforms with the infrastructure and the infrastructure for schools, and finally, public awareness. Right? So the main, I would say the two basic fundamental changes that we are proposing is, one, the change in the assessment method, whereas what we currently have is a highly sort of exam-focused system where teachers are teaching to the exam. You're taught to pass exams. You don't actually learn, right? So we want to change that to a more school-based continuous assessment system where there's less focus on competitive exams, but on more on learning as an experience and as a process, which is why we are planning to introduce module systems, school-based assessments, and less emphasis on final exams. Right? So this is one huge shift, and which requires a kind of a change in the mindset of how we think about learning as well. The second big change that we are bringing in, and which I think relates to the question that you asked, is about introducing vocational and professional education as a stream, as a formal stream and a choice within mainstream education. Currently, vocational education is, if I may say very simplistically, is considered like where the losers go. Right? So if you fail your exams, if you're, the students at the last row in the classroom, they are sort of sent off to vocational studies. And usually you have to leave school to follow vocational education. What we are proposing is vocational education becoming part of mainstream education right from grade 6, so that all students get introduced into a vocational and a professional field, and they will have the choice of following a vocational pathway at O levels and A levels. So that can follow into, which will, a little bit like the German system, where you have a dual track, where you would be spending some amount of time in school and some amount of time in industrial training as well.
Developing a skill. Follow-up question on that, ma'am. Will there be space for private sector to participate? Because private sector participation, we've seen in the international schools, we've seen in some of the universities, but especially in the med schools, we've seen a lot of pushback. What's the take on this? Even vocational training, will there be opportunities for the private sector to participate?
Certainly, we are planning to have a conversation with the chambers and with the private sector fairly soon, because what we would like is, we want a close link in being able to identify the areas where there are skills gaps, and for this we need constant input from the private sector. But we also want the private sector to offer opportunities for our students to be able to do their internships, to develop courses in collaboration with the National Institute of Education. So for example, we are proposing courses in the gem industry, then we want those in that industry to help us develop the courses. We've talked to the Stock Exchange Commission about a course on financial literacy. So in similar ways, we are expecting some close collaboration, not just in terms of providing access to the industries for our students for internships or for training, but also in terms of shaping the curriculum. I also want to say this though, because I don't want to convey a wrong idea here. The intention of our education reform is not just about producing someone for the labor market. We want a good citizen, first of all, right? And part of being a good citizen is also participating in the economy, as maybe as an employee, but as an entrepreneur, as a creative person, whatever it is, right? So we are really looking at this thing as a whole, about producing the kind of citizen we want that can lead the country to the next level.
Just a quick follow-up on that question on that. On the part-time work for university students, it's not covered under Shop and Office Act at the moment. So part-time work is not common in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Do you have any plans to reform the labor laws?
So at the moment, the reform that we're talking about is for general education. We've just set up a committee that's looking at higher education reform. I think there's a lot to understand about that sector and also about the profile of those in our universities and the current kind of environment in which they are learning and how much it allows them to engage in private. This is very different to what you see in other parts of the world, where it's quite possible for you to engage in part-time work. The context is very different here, so I think this needs to be understood carefully before we make any kind of strong changes, and it is based on that understanding that we will propose any changes necessary to the labor laws as well.
We will take one more question. A lot of questions are coming our way. Ma'am, on exports have been a sector of priority focus in the government. What is the action plan of the government to develop export infrastructure? I think the question is more around at the single window. We spoke about the zones, the bilateral treaties, FTAs,
yes.
Things like that.
All of those, the single window, the industrial zones that we are proposing, but also the trade agreements that are under discussion, some which are closer to finalization than others, but we see those as critical for to meet the target on export diversification.
I think government has given a big commitment on the export numbers. Yeah, I think we can conclude the questions on the WhatsApp chat because there's a lot coming our way and some are similar questions. There are questions on SME revival. I think you covered it. You said you're looking at it carefully. There's one of the tourism industry infrastructure again. I think you're looking at it. Yeah, I think we pretty much covered most of the questions. Ma'am, today we have more than 500 companies. That's our membership. We have the diplomats here, the multilats, close to 100 visitors, investors from all over the world. What is your expectation from this forum? What is that key message that you have to give?
I think we have to, maybe this sounds a bit corny, but we have to keep faith that our people will recover, that we will bounce back as we have done before, right? We have to place our trust in the people of this country. And what we want from the companies that are here, from the private sector, is to not waver from that faith or that commitment to making sure that this country is on the path, remains on the path to recovery. Right?
You want to touch on the Rebuild Sri Lanka Fund as well?
Exactly. So the Rebuild Sri Lanka Fund that was set up, that's just part of the whole plan. The Rebuild Sri Lanka is also about a vision, right? And the fund was set up to support that vision. We've just started that. The whole idea behind that is that, okay, if I just take a moment, if you look at the devastation caused by the cyclone and by the floods. And if you look at who has been impacted, it's the same kind of people who are impacted by events of this nature. The fact that particular communities, particular groups keep being pummeled in this way is not an accident, nor is it natural. It's not the cyclone that decides that it affects this community rather than another community. Right? It is in a way historical conditions which have placed people in situations of such risk. Bad development choices, poor planning. For instance, if you look at, I mean, most of you, I see many people here who are residents of Colombo, right? Kolonnava is one of the areas in Colombo which is worst affected. Over 90,000 have been displaced. Now, if you look at Kolonnava is a basin. It's a marshy land. It was not meant for residential living. But we have settled people there. So when we are talking about rebuilding Sri Lanka, what we are trying to say is also we cannot go down that path any longer. We have to plan, we have to make our decisions and our choices based on evidence, not on
sentiment.
Not even sentiment. I mean, sentiment would be understandable. This is just sort of completely selfish political, I would say, narrow political, private, personal agendas. We cannot continue to make decisions like that. Right? So we need to make proper decisions. We need to plan, and we need to have a vision about where we want to take the country and stick to that. Right? So our Rebuilding Sri Lanka plan is about not just coming back to where we were, but making sure that we use this opportunity to do things better. Right? Because these kinds of climate events, as you know, I mean, globally we are going to, this is the climate issue of the climate changes and the impact of climate changes on countries like us is not something that we can tackle on our own. This requires a global response, where we take this seriously, we acknowledge that this is real, and we take measures at the global level to deal with this impact as well. What can we do as a country is to make sure that our people are protected and that our people are not made more vulnerable because of bad choices and decisions we make locally. So this is what we want to correct in our Rebuild Sri Lanka effort. And this has to be a truly national effort where all of us come together and all of us agree to this and all of us work on this. And this is, I think, where we want everyone to come on board with us. We are I mean, of course, locally, our private sector communities have mobilized magnificently. I mean, I think you would have seen, many of you would have seen, there was an appeal for blood because the blood bank was running short. Within a couple of hours, there were like queues forming outside the blood bank, and now I think they have a surfeit of blood, right? But that is how we respond as a country, and I think that's the brilliance of us. But that's not enough now. We have to channel that in a way that it's channeled more productively, right? That instinct has to be channeled better. We are very thankful for the support we are getting from the international community. Every country has reached out to us, has offered concrete help, from rescue efforts to relief to recovery. We're extremely grateful, and we look to all of you to support us, not just in this period of relief and rescue and relief, but in this recovery process so that we can rebuild Sri Lanka.
So building Sri Lanka is much more than a fund.
It's much more than a fund. I mean, the fund is one part of it. There's a whole vision and idea behind this, which is pretty much the same vision that we had for the country when we
manifesto.
In our manifesto, but now it requires a bigger effort, a more concerted commitment from us all to make this really happen, that this catastrophe is not going to take us away from that vision that we came with for this country.
Brilliant. One last comment for the hundreds of thousands of tourists who are planning to come for winter holidays. I would like to have some messaging from you.
Please come. Please don't cancel on us. Adjust your plans. If you wanted to go to Nuwara, maybe, think of another destination, but we have plenty of destinations. Plenty. This is when we need you the most. You could be of the greatest help. And there are parts of the country which are recovering and which will recover and which are ready to welcome you, ready to host you. So please come.
Yeah, and parts not impacted by the cyclone at all. Yeah.
Areas that are not impacted by the cyclone, and even areas that are impacted by the cyclone, which are going to recover in a couple of weeks and which can. The very fact that you held this event is, I think, testament to the fact that we will carry on. We will go on, right? And we are able to welcome all our tourists just as we planned.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya. Thank you for being with us today. And we, the Ceylon Chamber, with the Business Committee, we have more than 500 members in the room. We have 800 plus people. We wish you all the best in your recovery efforts. And we just want to tell you that the private sector is there and we'll work with you on the recovery of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Rebuild Sri Lanka. We have to place trust in the people of our country. Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Prime Minister and Mr. Bingumal Tevratantri, for this very informative discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing, I have to make a brief announcement. At the summit tomorrow, please be in your seats by 8:45 a.m. as we will start the first session at 9 a.m. sharp. There will be 3 polls per session, which will be uploaded to slido.com for the in-person participants to vote on. You can raise your questions and participate in the session polls by simply going to slido.com on your mobile by scanning the QR code, which will share tomorrow. On the Zoom platform for the online participants, please make sure you join in the polling by downloading slido.com. The results will be shared with all the participants after the conclusion of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Every day, we look out and see our people striving to do good, to provide the best for Sri Lankan families, to make our communities stronger, and to safeguard our planet. This journey of doing good has no stopping point. As we humbly celebrate 120 years of doing good together in Sri Lanka, we reaffirm our commitment to do good every single day.
This is for those who move. Those who don't wait for things to happen. They make them happen. Those who don't ask permission to dream. They don't follow maps. They draw them. And build what isn't there. They don't call it instinct. They call it Tuesday. Because they know the world doesn't wait. And luck? It's just another word for I moved first.
At Standard Chartered, we're here for those who never stand still, who want trusted expertise in the world's most dynamic markets.
Now is your time.
For over 100 years, we at Unilever have been delighting Sri Lankan consumers with our products across home care, personal care, beauty and food segments. With loved brands such as Lux, Signal, Dove, Vaseline, Knorr and Sunlight. 97% of our products are manufactured in Sri Lanka at our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our supply ecosystem. Good times or challenging times, the consumer has always come first. We believe in leading for innovation and market development and delivering desirable products and experiences, while upholding our standards as a responsible